Are we still on stream one? Okay. That's what we're doing. Okay. All right, there we go. All right. We're back. Huge props to Chris Warden. He just wrapped up a 12-hour shift on the live stream, and we're jumping to stream 2 right here. How you doing, Jason?
I'm great. I'm having a fun time.
So give me an update on the race. I spent a little time, resting.
You know, we have a really tight group of men in the front. We've got, what is the gap? Between first and sixth is 7 minutes.
Really?
Jimmy and Dave and Harold, they're really close to each other. Just a few minutes separating those three. Harold had a little bit of a lead. I think it was 7 minutes or something like that at Fish Creek. And then Dave and Jimmy powered up that steepest, most technical climb of the course and caught up and passed them. It seems like Jimmy might be a little bit tired from that push. Dave's looking strong, and then Harold's got his poles out and is just behind, not giving up.
And then these guys are looming behind, like Loomis, Tarek,
Patrick.
Patrick, and Sam, right?
Yeah. You've got, Adam, John, and Patrick are within a minute of each other, 50 seconds. So, that is a really tight pack there. And then a little bit of a gap back to Sean. So it's really exciting. We're only maybe 5 minutes away from seeing the first ladies come up to Long Lake.
So here, what we're seeing right here, this aid station is
That's Long Lake.
Long Lake?
Summit Lake. No, I think it's a Long Lake. Yeah, Long Lake. That's where we see everybody come up from Fish Creek after that big climb. And then Leah and Mike are posted about a mile past that aid station.
Got it. Is that where Carl is?
I haven't seen Carl yet.
All right. Well, I guess we'll find out.
It's one of those lakes.
Yeah.
We'll see Carl.
We'll see him at a lake.
Dry or Summit or Long, one of those.
So, I understand that Leah and Mike had to sort of get turned around by a gate that was closed, but they're up the way, and it was so fun to see Mike running down the trail with his laptop, and it was kind of classic, we're just winging it.
And it's nice. Leah and Mike were able to capture the athletes running, where if you're at the aid station.
You're just seeing them do the aid station thing.
Yeah, you can kind of predict how they're feeling, kind of read the body language. That's where we got the report from Mike that he feels that, Jimmy might be not as chipper as Dave was or Harold. Oh, my gosh.
So what do we have here?
We have Jimmy is in first at Summit Lake, 50K, 30 miles, 4:49, in the lead by 10 seconds over Dave. So he took that non-chipperness. Maybe he was really focused.
Right. So we're talking about, with about 8,000 feet of climbing, a 5-hour 50K.
Sub 5.
Sub 5 hours. Yeah.
4:49. That's, Jimmy and Dave, both incredible runners. $15,000 on the line. They are motivated. Yeah,
and there they are, separated by a puddle.
That's how they were at Long Lake as well. They're not running together.
But they're
not friends.
Yeah, they're in the same area code for sure.
They are. They can see each other. Before, it was Jimmy behind Dave, but they kind of switched it up. Maybe it's a courtesy to Dave, you know?
It might be. And then, folks out in the live stream land, we are here in Olympian Hall. The 50 milers who are running tomorrow are coming and picking up their bib numbers and their swag. And in 2, 3, 4 hours, the 50 milers will start coming through. The aid station is being set up in earnest outside our door. Fred made an appearance. I asked him to come on and chat with us. He respectfully declined. I told him
I bet we can
I'm
get
going
Paul
to
on
ask him
that.
again.
I think we can get Paul. I saw Paul smile at me.
I think we can get Paul on there. Okay, so we might be able to get Paul on there.
I'm noticing that Drew, who is 26, was. Let me update that. Devin just came in, who's 27th, and was just a minute or two in front of Michelle. So Michelle, or maybe a different lady, should be
coming in soon.
Really close to Long Lake.
To Summit Lake.
Long Lake.
Long Lake. Okay.
Michelle should be any minute, or
somebody else.
Yeah, it could be Carrie, who is only Carrie's a ways back.
Well, and here we have the drone on. Looks like someone coming into Long Lake.
Right.
So right now, Jimmy and Dave are through Summit Lake. Harold, we expect any time.
Just holding our breath for the First Lady to Long Lake. I'm really excited for this.
Right, because we had, what did we have? We had Christy. Did Michelle get lost in there somewhere? We had Christy.
Yeah.
And Michelle and Carrie.
Yeah. The guys that are coming through Long Lake now are just within a few minutes of Michelle, so it's really close.
And this is, this is like this fire road, runnable. They're up pretty high. They're into their day at this point. Mm-hmm. It's probably the warmest they're going to have. So it's a little, just kind of. This is kind of a bit you want to just make it through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's, for those top guys and ladies, this is really pretty flat and level section through here. So there's an opportunity, but it's at 10,000 feet.
Right. So you want to manage, you want to dose out your effort for sure. Mm-hmm. But if you look at this athlete we're seeing right here, they're running, they're moving well, but you don't want to overdo it. You also don't want to underdo it and get yourself reeled in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This guy looks like he might take a little walk.
Yeah, he's taking a little walk. He's like, this looks like an uphill to me. All right, and our drone is going to swing on back and see what's going on the other side of these bogs. This is some great drone footage, by the way, and
you can really see those willows changing color.
Yeah, it looks like we're seeing fall like right between our eyes.
Yep.
Or right before our eyes, I should say.
That runner's looking strong. Okay, Michelle is in. She is in the lead. Run Rabbit Run at mile 24.3 at 4 hours and 53 minutes. So she powered up that Fish Creek and maintained her lead.
Very nice. And, of course, both of us have been around the sport a long time. Michelle Yates has too. She's, like all of us, had her injuries, but, man, she keeps coming back. And when the bell rings for Run, Rabbit, Run, she hears that bell.
It's her baby, and she's the fellow course record holder. From the same year. She's a Coloradan. This is a special race to her. She's battling some lung disease.
Is that right?
Yeah, and her doctor said, okay, you can go, but take these special inhalers with you and, try to keep it under control and don't push too hard. And here she is winning the race at, 50, not 50K, 1/4 of the way in 24 miles.
Yeah.
And doing it. She's strong.
Well, and her pain tolerance is amazing. Like, she and I have both had our hip things over the years, and oh my goodness, she just toughs through. Her pain tolerance is amazing. Her ability to pile on training, now in her early 40s,
That's incredible. That's really incredible. It makes me smile to see Michelle having a good
and
race.
when I looked at, she ran, she ran a shortish race in April, but aside from that, hadn't run an ultra since before the pandemic.
Yeah, she ran the what's it called, the Fruta.
That Fruta thing
by
in
UTMB.
Yeah.
Race, and got second at that race.
But that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's been training. She's been doing well. And talking with her in the interview, she's been able to do that. But this lung disease, I don't know the details of it, but it's pretty serious.
Yeah.
Seems like she always has some pretty serious challenges that she manages to get past.
And she's always hitting the gym.
Yeah,
she's
strong.
She's a gym rat.
Yeah.
She's strong.
She protects her body with strength and mobility.
Yeah.
And enables her to get out here and run efficiently despite these things that she's dealing with.
A lesson to us all.
I wish I could take to that lesson a little better.
Yeah, I tend to quit on the gym more than I
as soon as I get running and feeling pretty good, So it shouldn't be too long before we see the next lady.
Which would be Carrie Stafford, we're thinking?
Or maybe Zoe.
Yeah.
That's my guess. Then we have that group of 3 ladies that were just 5 minutes, or a little bit more than 5 minutes, gapped between them. Heidi, Marta, and Kaylee Holyfield. They look like a good power pack.
Oh, yeah.
Going up the hills.
And here we are, must be at the Long Lake.
No, I think this is Dry Lake. I think this is the lead Tortoise. Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah.
I remember seeing this guy. He was in second place on my run when I went up Fish Creek this morning. And so he's doing well.
So I know some of you have been asking about the Tortoise race. We don't have 100% confirmation on this, but we think this is Bo Shelby in Dry Lake, although it could be John Lorenzen or Matt Brinsky. But all 3 of those are through Dry Lake under 9 hours. Very respectable 45.5 miler at under 9 hours. Bo in 8:30 and John at 8:56 and Matt shortly after him.
On the men's Hares race, we have third place of John Herrick, Harold, and Adam Loomis, all within 3 minutes, coming through Summit Lake at mile 30.
Oh, that looks good. That
really
looks
tight.
like a group that could coagulate and end up starting to reel in. Collectively, they are 8 to 10 minutes behind Dave and Jimmy.
Correct.
So pretty clear you have a pair up front and a trio in the chase.
Yeah, and let's see how far Patrick is behind. It could be a quadruple.
Yeah, because he was right there
Yeah.
with them back at Long Lake.
There's synergy there. There's the ability to, if Jimmy or Dave,
I'm just gonna leave it
start to
quiet
lag a
until
little
you're
bit, get eaten up by that chase pack.
They're showing our feed at least.
Looks like we're getting a little audio from Mike and Leah. Can you hear us?
Nice shot, Mikey.
Hey, Mike. How you doing, bud?
We're on the live stream, dude.
There we go. So we have Mike McMonigal and Leah. Leah, how are you?
Hurdling some technological challenges, but we got it.
Got a little bit of a lag.
Yeah.
Big smile though, Leah. That's awesome.
So just, from the where the sausage is made department, Mike and Leah had to get through a gate that was locked. Their camera wasn't working. They had to film with just a laptop. For a while, Leah had to just talk on her phone. Now she's working to get the microphone back. I promise we're going to get this right one of these days. But
I think we have another lady.
There we go.
Drone's on the lady. I think this was second place coming
this would maybe
to Fish
be
Creek. It's not Nicole.
No, it's definitely
Zoe.
not Nicole.
Did we lose it?
Okay.
Carrie could have. No, it's not going to be Carrie. She's moving well. And now we're back with for those of you asking about the tortoises, we're back with at Summit Lake with the tortoises.
Second place, I'm going to guess. That's who it was a while back.
Yeah.
I recognize him.
Stay further from me.
So, yeah, these guys are moving well. And
A strong tortoise.
yeah.
This is
Some of
really
these
impressive.
tortoises are going to have to level up next year. They can't just hide in the tortoise shell. They're going to have to come out of their shell next year.
Enjoying that extra 4 hours of
Exactly.
light. Just don't want it.
Oh, man. That noon start is tricky, as you know.
I'm going to guess maybe it's Carrie.
Coming in as the second woman with the blue headscarf.
Yeah. Black outfit, white vest.
Mm-hmm. So how's everybody doing in the chat? I'll check in with you all in a second. But thank you all for joining us. We know there's a lot of fans, a lot of folks who've embraced their local favorites. It's been great to see the Steamboat folks come out in force on the chat. Thank you all for tuning in. We are here for the duration. We'll be here all the way until that final finisher at 8 o'clock. A lot of Floridians with Stephen Cornelius, nicknamed the Hurricane. Apparently he also goes by Esteban, and probably a bunch of other nicknames, but fantastic.
I'm seeing from Zach that black shirt and shorts is Christy Knetch. I might be saying that wrong.
Yeah, she was noted to us that we sort of slept on her in the pre-race show, but
it's always fun to see.
Yeah. So it's looking like at least Zach Marion in the field is telling us that Christy Connect is in first place.
We can hear you, Leah. Can you hear us? Still freezing up.
Yes, I can.
We have 33 guys through Long Lake now.
And Meredith Terranova confirming on the chat, thank you, Meredith, that Christy Connect is in the lead in the women's race with 6 minutes up on Michelle at Long Lake.
Oh,
So
wow.
again, that's what we have from Meredith in the chat. And
That's a
Zach
big move.
down there now. So
Passing both Nicole and Michelle.
sorry to confuse you all, but like all of us, we're just making our way. And the trackers have been, or at least the the tracking has been, not 100% accurate. So, but yes, we're getting it now. Christy Connect through Long Lake at 4:47, followed by Michelle Yates at 4:53, Nicole Bitter in 4:59. Those are the three that we know confirmed are through Long Lake.
That's a 6-minute gap
Yeah.
between Michelle and Christy.
Yep.
And then a 6-minute
guys
gap
hear us
between
out
second
here?
and third.
Oh, I think we have Leah. Leah, can you hear us? Leah and Mike, can you hear us?
Just had
Reading in the
Chrissy,
chat,
Chrissy just
Craig Harding
about 3 minutes
took
ago,
the
which makes
live
amazing.
chat with him on an 8-mile easy run. I like that.
Very nice.
Looks like Christy runs for La Sportiva.
Yeah, and I know several in the chat earlier today were commenting that Chris and I slept a little bit on Christy, and 40 years old, third place at Mammoth Trail Fest 50K last year, but also a really stout, this is going back a ways, third place at Never Summer in 2018, and has done a bunch of races in flag, Kendall Mountain Run. It's looking like, and you're going to correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, but this is Christy's first 100-miler. She's got 100K and some 50-milers, and she's certainly a skimo athlete and a mountain athlete. But Christy Connect in the lead right now in her first 100-mile race at Run Rabbit Run. Bold.
That's impressive. I saw that she's done some fell running at the Ben Nevis.
Yeah.
That's
That's
somewhere not a lot of Americans have gone to run. Really exciting to see new person in the lead at Run Rabbit Run.
Little perspective where Jason and I are sitting. You might hear a little noise in the background. The 50-milers are checking in for their race tomorrow, and there's a lot of activity and excitement here at Olympian Hall, bespeckled with flags from all over the world and all kinds of good stuff. Yes, thanks in the chat, Brett. We're still struggling with Leah and Mike and their setup, but man, they're doing awesome. Reminds me of Bandera when Jamil held the laptop for 14 hours.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, hacks, trackers for Tortoise not updating. They're calling those in or texting those in batches, and depending on the service at the aid station, I know we saw earlier in the day there'd be about a 15, 20-minute lapse, and then, 32 results would come through. So we'll keep tabs on that and let us know. But I know they're doing those results in batches.
Yeah. And as you can see from the feed, this is way out there, and it's really high. There's definitely no service.
Yeah.
And you have to really work to get out there. And so first off, I think it's awesome that the course goes out there. It's a fun wilderness kind of area. You get these amazing meadows. You've got the colors changing with the willows, and it's beautiful. It's awesome. And then you get your fill of that, and you come back to Olympian Hall, down.
And you got this crasher downhill. You're in town. You've got more sort of technical stuff. But this is great, and this is Colorado too.
Yep.
These high country meadows, roads, sort of flat, and you're like, why can't I run faster?
Yeah, that's true.
Well, you're at 10,000 feet. And
true.
Most people aren't running very fast. Leah just texted us, and Michelle went by that point. So Michelle is definitely in range, and they've got a race going on, certainly, those top two for now. Meanwhile, again, we have not yet seen, at least on the tracker, Patrick Parcell come through in sixth place.
I just unmuted.
So it looks like, oh, there we go. Hey, Leah and Mike, can you hear us?
Still a little bit of a lag.
Hi. Yes, I can. I think it's a little delayed, though, so beware.
Gotcha. Oh, I think we see Nicole on
That's
the,
definitely
drone.
Nicole.
Yeah. All right. She's moving strong, smooth, wearing that super vest. Did you hear about the super vest?
I have heard about the super vest.
The Exodus.
But look at her. She's running like Nicole Bitter.
Yeah, she's loving that.
She's going to love the flat parts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And then, once they get past that dry lake, you get to come down the Pot of Gold trail, the newer trail that has been, carved out in Steamboat, and it's flowy. It's through the aspens. They're not yellow right now, but it's really fun running.
And is it like a mountain bike trail?
It's not obnoxiously banked.
Okay.
But it's not too shallow. Sometimes mountain bike grade can be just frustrating.
Yeah.
The Pot of Gold trail is nice, and
you're going downhill
for the lead guys, and maybe even Michelle and geez, I just forgot her name.
Kristen,
our new leader, Chrissy. They might be able to beat Sunset and be able to
and run that hill
an hour through there,
because that comes down all the way into town and ultimately here where we're sitting. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, they had to cross town and then come over to here.
Yeah, so they've a little bit of town running.
Yeah, which I was talking about with Chris earlier. That's something that's unique for Run Rabbit Run. You get hit at Hard Rock by going through Ouray and Telluride, but in Run Rabbit Run, you get to run through town twice.
Yeah.
And that's neat. And you get to see, all of that stimulation. It kind of wakes you up and like, what the heck am I doing? Where am I? And then you get back into the mountains.
Right. And the timing of it, too, for both the tortoises and the hares. I mean, some of them, people are still awake and hanging out. Others, they might be going through a sleepy town in the middle of the night, but it's still a town with lights on. And it's been like, where have I been for 12 hours?
Yeah. And then you can have, crew. You can have people cheering for you, friends. People are honking, ringing the bells. There's some excitement as the race has grown year after year, too. People are supporting those people running through town.
Right. Well, and a little shout out to our good friends at Era Viper Running, because taking a page out of Run Rabbit and UTMB and Hard Rock, the creation of the Cocodona 250 has been about that as well, where they run into Prescott, Arizona, and right down Whiskey Row, and they run into Sedona by all the crystals and the vortexes and the old the old mining town of Jerome, and then
That's awesome.
and then of course ultimately a triumphant finish in Flagstaff, which is an endurance athlete's mecca.
Point to point. Wow.
Good stuff. Yeah, point to point, bottom to top, like just good stuff.
We have Sarah Ostraszewski. I always mess up that.
We're going to go with Sarah O. We'll go with Sarah O.
She told me how to say the name in the interview, and I'm really feeling guilty not doing it.
Ostaszewski.
But
Ostaszewski.
she
is she in?
Cocodona,
Oh yeah, crushed it. 4th overall.
And she won Uray 100, new course record. So
which
Sarah,
is not a little beginner's course.
No. No. So Sarah's there, and that's going to be an exciting one too to watch her.
Where was she? Where was she in Fish Creek? I know she might be biding her time a little bit, like we've seen.
Yeah, maybe she's being smart. She's done a lot of racing. You're just going to wait for that carnage to break down and then maybe break into the podium second half of the race.
Yep, she might. Very well might.
Oh, I see Mike.
Hey, Mike, can you hear us?
Yeah, we're back on our bullshit with the laptop.
Well, I like your bullshit. I'm happy to see you, man.
You're brave. Leah, it's bringing us back to Jamil and the laptop at Bandera.
I think this might be worse.
It might be. Well, how's it going out there?
We're having a good time. Nicole just looked amazing rolling through. She seems really relaxed. I said she looks amazing. She said, "Oh, I don't know about that, but she looks great." She always does. She's always happy, and she's
always happy, always humble.
Always asking about me instead of herself. So yeah, she looks great.
Permanent smile. How about Sarah? How's Sarah looking? She was the 6th lady.
We've not seen Sarah. We've had 3 women through our spot so far. It's been Christy, Michelle, and then Nicole's in 3rd.
Okay, any minute you should be seeing Sarah.
Well, we've got a good race. I'd say.
How did
Christy and Nicole?
Christy looked really good.
Yeah, Christy looked really good. I think slightly better than Michelle, but Michelle just looked pretty focused. And then Nicole just looks kind of happy and chilling. And I think that's how Nicole runs races too. I think we saw that at Bandera this year where she just stayed relaxed and then made her moves in the second half of the race. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar today.
She knows what she's doing, man. Nicole knows what she's doing.
Yeah. With that said, so does Michelle, and I feel like her demeanor is usually a battle warrior.
Oh, yeah. Michelle never really feels all that comfortable out there.
Yeah.
But she's doing her thing.
Yeah. More of a Zach Miller.
Yeah. Is it warm? You guys, is it pretty warm?
We've got a nice little breeze now. I think it's quite pleasant. They don't look, Michelle, I think, was wearing like a sports bra and shorts, so I think she looked a little warm. They don't look extremely warm. I think it's cooling down.
It is. It's 5:19 now, so things are going to start cooling off.
I think we're being pretty, we're being pretty selective if we're saying this is anything close to hot. This is really, really nice right now.
That beautiful lake shot.
Yeah, like it's not, 50 degrees, but it's like 62.
I think it probably just feels a little bit warm when you're in the sun and you're running and you've been out for 50K, but that's a nice drone shot.
Yeah.
Oh, isn't that beautiful? Look at that Schlarby. What lake is that?
Oh, man.
Is that? Could it be?
Fish Creek Reservoir.
Could it be Long Lake? Dry? It's not Dry Lake.
I think.
Is it this one?
I think it's Fish Creek Reservoir.
The Fish Creek Reservoir.
Fish Creek Reservoir. Okay.
That's where the waterfall. And
the one that creates the waterfall. All right. All right. Fair enough. These drone guys are crushing it today.
Yeah. It's not too late for a swim, Mike or Leah.
Yeah.
And I think so. Our next woman we should be expecting I think should be Karen Holland, actually.
Yeah.
So she went through the last aid station about 8 minutes behind Nicole. So I think she should be our fourth woman.
Right,
and
and
Spiker
then in
behind
relatively
her.
close order after that, Megan, Spiker, Tara Dower, and Brianna Grigsby.
All within 28 seconds.
Yeah, they were packed.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's exciting. I want to be part of that pack.
Yeah. And Celinda Hinel running smart, just a couple minutes behind them. So
Yep.
I think you might have a little bit of a pack coming soon.
Still
Have there been
only
any drops from the women's Hares field yet that we know of?
That's,
You know, there are some that are
there's
either
three drops. There's
Yeah.
3 drops. We've got Reed Burrows, male, Sean Craig, and then Caitlin Yonk. All 3 of them dropping, I believe, at Fish Creek. So
but
only 3.
also a couple of women who haven't updated in a long time that I would have expected to update by now are Dalton McCurdy and Georgia Porter.
Live stream.
Yeah.
There we go.
There's some happy runner.
Brian Peterson, old friend of ours.
Nice.
Nice.
Haven't seen him in a very long time, actually.
Oh, looks like we might have a little pack coming here. I don't know if you guys covered Megan Spiker at all, but I actually didn't know too much about her.
I didn't know anything about her, Leah, and
The summer, Never Summer 60K.
yep.
Yeah, I feel like where she's racing today might be, she's pushing it to the front a little bit more than she probably has in past races. So really excited to see her come through with our strong group of ladies here.
Is this Tara in the ultra top?
Tara's in the ultra top,
Okay.
yeah.
And then who's purple shorts?
That's probably Karen.
We got Karen and Tara then?
Yep.
Great.
I need to try to not be too obnoxious when I cheer for people.
We'll do. I know. Sorry if when we cheer it
Go
gives a lot
full.
of
Go full.
No, it's great. It's great. So, all right, this is definitely a pack coming through.
Oh. 4th, 5th, and 6th.
4th, 5th, and 6th. Yeah.
Karen, Megan, and Tara.
live stream. They can hear you if you want to say anything. Otherwise, they're just.
My mom and dad.
We can give them a message.
Oh, so fun.
You're doing great, ladies.
Thank you all for
Keep it up. Okay. Got the gloves on today. No bloody hands this time.
So again, Karen, Megan, and Tara.
Keep it
We
up.
5th
expect-
and 6th.
Yeah, and we expect Tara Dower and Brianna Grigsby in any minute.
And we have the 6th place, Sean Van Horn, and 7th, Gary Messina.
And
through-
Patrick Parcel right with them.
All right.
So there we've got 2 chase packs.
Yep.
Comes Brianna. I think.
You got Brianna Grigsby coming. Shit.
Yep.
I mean, I'm sorry, Mike.
Shit works too.
Yeah, but we don't want to get canceled on YouTube.
We can say that on TV, right? What's up, Bree?
Thanks.
Live stream.
Thank you.
Everybody's cheering for you.
Woo!
Looking strong, still in sleeveless shirts.
Oh yeah.
Up at 10,000 feet. 5:30.
Hello.
Great job.
Going pretty good. Just running steady here.
Looking good for me.
Thank you.
Keep it up.
Oh, fantastic. Another pair pushing through 10,000 feet. There was a nice aerial of the aid station there.
Mike's getting in his steps today. Good stuff. Lots of love in the chat for Tara, for Bree, for Nicole.
Megan Spiker. Yep, Tara.
Indeed,
Dow,
Buckeye Jen. All the women looking great.
David Lamb says hi to Leah and Mike.
Hey.
You guys, I love that. So that little pack there of women, was that third through like
That was 4th through 8th.
4th through 8th or something?
4th through 7th.
4th through 7th. Very similar thing happened last year, I think. Like going into Dry Lake last year, I think it was like Annie Hughes was quite a bit gapped off the front, and then there was just this like swarm of a good like at least 5 to 7 women. And I feel like this is, there's not as big a gap off the front this year, but it's cool to see that the race is still so tight this far into the race.
Yeah. Working together, producing those great times.
3 of our women who are, I think, at least around the top 10 today, I just saw have 3 of the top 10 fastest times at Never Summer 100K. So Christy Neck, Megan Spiker, and Addie. I'm blanking on her last name at the moment. Addie Rastall. So we got 3 people who have run the Never Summer 100K and have run some really fast times there. So perhaps that's an indicator of performance.
And Addie was the first tortoise last year, right?
Yeah.
That's some northern Colorado power.
For success at Run Rabbit.
It is, and I think all of them are not very experienced in the 100-mile distance. So, like we see all the time, crushers in the 100K, and they come up to this, and let's see how it goes. Game on. When they get down here to Olympian and come around again to Olympian, we'll see how it's going. But, man, that's awesome. Really good to see.
We'll be seeing Celinda Hinel as our next lady through here, who I've just been raving about her all day long. I think early on this morning when we were doing a little preview after the tortoises took off, but Sarah Lavender Smith has a really beautiful article she wrote on Celinda last year that goes into her trajectory as an athlete, what she's been through as a person, and like all the racing that she's done and all the hard work she's put in. So I think this is her she's been at this race a ton of times, and I think she's had some top 10 performances a few times. So really excited to see her move her way up today. And she's on the Air Vapor Racing team.
That's Celinda!
Yeah, woo!
We're on the live stream. You can say anything if you want. Otherwise, everybody just loves to see how great you look.
Out there. Have a great day.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. It's a beautiful day, beautiful weather, and just cruising along.
You got a nice little pack, just a couple minutes up.
Oh yeah.
Plenty of great folks out here to run with.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Take it into the night with some.
Totally.
Love it. You look amazing. Keep it up.
Fantastic running.
Oh, great job, too. Getting that footage, carrying the laptop. That's awesome. Awesome stuff.
Hey, it's Jamil's laptop if I drop it. So.
That's okay. I think he's taking a nap.
Celinda is in 8th. She's from Aspen Park. Doing well.
Yeah, she seemed really good spirits. Looks nice and smooth. We got a good pack coming of. Looks like 4 males, all hares.
Awesome. Rolling through. We're getting into that.
Sarah O might be next.
I think so. And this
on
might
the
be
women's side.
Some combo of Craig Gillis, Kyle Andres, Alan Toe, and Oliver Dunn, perhaps. Some mixture of that. And then I think Sarah O is going to be quick to follow these guys. Got a good pack.
We'll give these guys some airtime.
Way to go! This is the live stream. Hey, Poe! Yeah! You guys look great.
Yeah. Moving really fast.
Yeah, they are moving well.
Appreciate it, guys. You guys all look awesome. Thank you. Work it together. Let's do it.
Little update from Summit Lake. We have 9 men through. Logan Williams, Patrick Parcell, and Gary Messina, all 3 together within a minute.
Yep, look at that.
That's a powerful pack.
Yep, that is a powerful pack.
4 people.
You really can't sleep on this. Yeah, Jimmy and Dave do have 6 and 7 minutes on John and Harold, but it's only 50K into the thing.
That's nothing.
Yeah, it's nothing.
What's lead woman overall place right now?
Let's see.
That's always a fun game. See how much the women work their way into the overall standings.
Christy is in 24th.
Nice.
She's about 50 minutes behind Jimmy.
Not bad. Nice job.
Yep, and about 30 minutes behind top 10, which would be Arlen Glick at last count. So
plenty of damage to be done tonight, you guys. Let's do it.
Karen Jones in the chat asking about Arlen. Last we saw Arlen, he was through Long Lake at around 4:47. We expect him to be potentially the next man through, although some of the men who went through Long Lake after him have come through already. Not an indication necessarily of anything, but it could be that he's coming along soon or struggling a bit.
Here's Sarah Suzuki.
Oh,
here comes Sarah O.
Yeah, Sarah.
Way
Hi.
to go. Oh, you shut up.
Well, now you're on the live stream.
Sarah set the FKT on the Colorado Trail, supported, and won Cocodona and Ouray.
Yep.
So,
That's awesome.
She's had a year.
How are you right now,
She
Sarah?
has had a year already.
It's nice to see you guys out here.
It's great to see you.
We have perfect weather today.
So good.
Yeah.
You hot at all?
This is a funny setup.
It's what we're working with.
What was that?
You get hot at all?
No, I have like a wool top on, which I think is perfect for like
Nice.
this.
You look great. Keep it up.
Bye.
Let's own the night.
Sarah throwing shade at the laptop camera setup.
It was a compliment.
we had Georgia Porter, 16th, come through Long Lake now. I'm sorry, not Long Lake. Long Lake.
Okay, there you go. I was wondering when Georgia was going to roll through.
So all
Gina
these women are
Myers
really
just
still
a
in
minute in front of her, and then a minute in front of her is Becca Org.
Yeah.
All these women are still in a really good position. I think, even Georgia's at Long Lake. She's through there already, and that's the 16th, you said?
Yeah. Keep in mind, Georgia runs that style. She proved it at High Lonesome. I suspect she's going to try and do the same.
Yeah, I think she's very much in the game. I saw her at Black Canyon this year. I was like kind of in the middle of the trail, maybe about halfway through Black Canyon, and she came through just super, super chill, maybe in like somewhere in that like 12th to 15th range. And she's like, I'm just waiting to turn it on. And I think that maybe it didn't quite work out for her that day, but then we did see her do that I know you guys were talking earlier about her High Lonesome. So I'm like, I think that's her mindset, is to run these things smart and tactically like that, and kind of save it for later. So hopefully it works out for her. I think she's in a great position.
Yeah, and I bet she has High Lonesome fresh on her mind too. Like, she knows that it worked for her there, and I bet she's leaning into that a bit today as well. I think we got a mill there. And then I think Corinne Shalvoy should be our next woman that we see.
And yeah, we still got a lot of heavy hitters to come through. I guess it's anybody's game. Yeah, this is
Oh,
Natalie.
Yay, go Natalie! You're on the live stream.
Natalie, you look so good.
Thank you.
Let's go.
I think we're looking at the Long Lake aid station.
Look great.
Thank you.
Athletes leaving that. Still haven't seen the lead lady at Long Lake yet, but it shouldn't be too long.
Shouldn't be too long.
Nice. Keep it up. Looking really, really good, Natalie.
That's
Summit Lake, I'm sorry.
Natalie coming through.
You guys hear us okay?
Yep.
Natalie looks amazing. Objectively amazing.
The trail that descends back into town that's beautiful is Flash of Gold, not Pot of Gold. Thank you for the correction, Ryan.
Well done. Live stream.
Natalie looked really good.
So I don't know much about Natalie, but I just saw that she got third at Beaverhead at 100K this summer, and that was a 2-hour improvement on her time from last summer at Beaverhead. So I feel like she's on a very upwards trajectory right now. She looked amazing. I think she was probably she looked probably the best of most people rolling through here.
Definitely.
And Beaverhead is no JV race. I mean, that thing is tough.
It's a lot of high altitude runnable trails.
Yep.
Kind of like this.
Yeah, it's does a lot of the CDT, I believe. We did the 55K and the 100K the one year, and there's like 2 miles of just like boulders, the scree filled in the sky. That's just terrible at around like in your last 10 miles. So I feel like if you can endure that, you could probably endure some Jeep road running at 10,000 feet right now.
2 hares.
You got Corinne Chalvoy coming with someone else.
Corinne in the yellow air vapor kit.
Zoe?
Looks like it could be Zoe.
Yeah, this women's pack is packed together.
Yes.
Corinne Chalvoy and Zoe Rom coming.
All right.
Come on, Zoe! Like this.
Yeah, ladies!
You guys look so good. Keep it cool, man.
What up, live stream?
So Corinne Chalvoy and Zoe Rom running together.
Who's on there?
AJW and Chris.
Man, is AJW pulling like a 12-hour shift? Dude, good job, AJW.
Yeah, you too, Corinne. We got Schlarby here also.
Oh, hey, Schwarb.
Okay.
Go, ladies.
Hey, Zoe.
So much.
Yeah,
You look
seriously.
so good, too.
Legit, like really
Awesome.
good. Keep doing your thing. You know what to do.
Oh, they look good too. Don't they look good, shit?
They look real good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the way people are looking, it's likely to still see plenty of movement in this top.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
10 to 15.
Would you say that Sarah's moving a little slower than some of the other ladies that have been powering through, running fast, like Zoe?
I think most notably Natalie, Zoe, and Corinne looked pretty phenomenal and had a ton of energy. Like, seemed to have a lot of emotional energy too. Like, I would expect to see some movement from them into the darker hours. After once we get into the night.
Yeah. Once they get to Dry Lake, then they get to get on the single track and run down, and you get to see what the downhill legs, how they're feeling after the Spring Creek descent.
Yep. And
I'm really excited to see what Zoe does out here too. I know she had a summer where a couple of her races, she did San Juan Solstice and Never Summer, didn't quite go her way, but she's been extremely busy. She's been publishing a book, Becoming a Sustainable Runner with Tina Muir. She's been getting engaged. She's been doing improv and comedy in Aspen all over the place. So I feel like Zoe is really balanced and has a lot of energy coming into this race. So I really hope we see a really strong second half of the race for her because she looks awesome right now.
Oh, that's fantastic. What great stuff she's doing in trail running and the community.
We got to get her on the YouTube, on the live stream or something for another race, doing some roasting some people or some kind of like a little stand-up routine or something.
Yeah, she's funny.
That's some good stuff.
Yeah, maybe if she finishes early enough, she could do some stand-up in the middle of the day tomorrow.
Nice job, dude.
It's getting close to 6 o'clock, so it should be cooling off. People are going to start putting the sleeves back on.
Yeah.
Not so sweaty.
Starting to get their nighttime setup going.
You can see those long shadows.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
It's time, and that's the crazy thing about this time of year. It gets cold quick.
Yep.
after being pretty damn sweaty and hot during the day.
Well, and it can be a 25-degree plunge in 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So by the time it's 10 o'clock at night, you got gloves, hat, sleeves,
Yeah.
maybe a jacket.
Yeah.
Hopefully those runners are taking off the wet shirt, putting on something dry.
And at least so far, there hasn't been a lot of breeze. The wind can be just a killer also.
Yeah.
The last several of the last few women that came through, in the few seconds they had to say anything while I was running alongside them, they talked about how amazing and perfect the weather is, and didn't talk about being hot at all. So that's either maybe a sign that they just handled the warmer temperatures of the afternoon maybe a little bit better than some of the people out of them, or maybe they're just more acclimated, whatever it is. But they're definitely enjoying the temperatures now.
The weather is cooperating this year. This is a great year for weather.
I think so far we've had about 12 women come through, and I think we'll probably stick around for maybe one or two more before we have to boogie down to Olympian Hall for some of the coverage of that aid station. But we'll probably give you guys another one or two people through this spot.
This is a great race.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Oh my gosh, there's a good chance we still haven't even seen all the people that are going to end up in the money in this women's race.
Oh, totally.
Yeah,
and I
completely.
think our next one we should be expecting is Addie Rastall, who I know we mentioned was top of the Tortoises race last year, running 25 hours and change.
So we got a couple more through Summit Lake. We got Arlen Glick, 10th place, 5 hours and 39 minutes.
Yep.
Minute behind him, Samuel Collins,
The live
11.
stream. I'm going to just run next to you for a second.
And then Sean Smith, just 1 minute behind them, top 12.
I know you know what you're doing out here, so you just keep it up all night.
All night. If it stays this nice, it's going to be a good night.
You look amazing.
Thank
Keep
you.
it up, Addie.
Gotta love all the positivity.
Oh, yeah.
You don't hear
100%.
anybody complaining or say, go away.
Yeah.
Summit Lake, 80 miles. Let's see if everybody is as conversational.
That was Addie, the returning tortoise champion from last year.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
And she seemed great.
7 minutes until another pack of 3.
So then you might see Becca Org before you guys go, and Gina Myers and Georgia
Yeah, I think
Porter.
we'll have a nice little pack of 3 of Rebecca.
Yeah, of Rebecca, Gina,
and
Georgia. Yeah.
And I think that should be good to wrap it up here. Then.
Yeah. Some great packs of ladies. I feel like I saw that more than in the men's field, and we definitely had some packs with the men. But after those two, then a pack of 3, and then after that, it kind of just dissipated.
Yeah, and then it's just a string.
Yeah.
Whereas these, there's a pair here, a trio here, and yeah.
I like that.
And you get the feeling as night comes, it might just be like, hey, let's just do this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that just takes away the focus of, oh my gosh, I'm doing this big task to I'm running with friends.
Really good.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Is that Rebecca? Becca, yes. Rebecca. Thank you.
This is the live stream. I'm not just running next to you with a laptop.
Cool, yeah, that
Well, you are actually.
makes so cool.
Hello, my name's Shit, and I'm running next to you.
Oh, God. Such a fun day. No complaints.
So good. Keep it
Yeah.
positive.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Way to go, Becca.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Rebecca Org from Lakewood, Colorado.
What, God, she's in great spirits, huh?
Really good spirits, yeah.
Like you were saying,
And then-
Mike, there's very good chance some of these ladies that you just saw could be mixing it up in that top 5.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Mile 90.
Big time. Yeah, I mean, Becca there, that was maybe the springiest stride I've seen so far out of most people, even the top men. Like, she had a lot of energy. So I'm like short of breath up here, 10,000 people.
You're carrying a whole laptop, man. That's a good job.
Talking about a spring in their step when they're almost 30 miles in. It's,
Hey, Mike, might be time for Leah to take a turn.
None of you guys want to see that.
With Western States and UTMB on her legs?
10,000.
Hey, I had to crew Western States and UTMB this year. I got that on my legs.
It's just so awesome to see those ladies all in such good spirits, in packs.
Yeah.
It just seems like guys haven't quite figured that out yet. Prefer to go way faster, be miserable, and be by themselves. That's a beautiful shot of the lake.
All right, we're getting information from our sources that the first place Tortoise is closing in on Olympic Hall, where we are right now.
Before dark. Cruising.
Sub 12 hours to Olympic Hall, well, sub 10 hours to Olympic Hall.
All the little things.
Yeah. Halfway of the race.
You're moving really, really well, Georgia. Keep it up.
We got Georgia Porter.
Georgia reporting some intense nausea.
Oh,
really?
Is this Gina? Yeah. Nice job, Gina.
I believe we're seeing, in addition to Gina, the aid station at Summit Lake.
Yes. Yep. This
is the most the most road section of the course. Mm-hmm. This is it's you can see there's a lot of people. You got a lot of people cheering, and there's a lot of people out there running together. But when you come back, at mile 80, it's a little bit quieter.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more difficult.
Amy O'Connell, thanks so much for checking in the chat. Amy's been checking in on the chat all day. She's a local, and this will come as no surprise as we've been watching the last hour or so. She says, just got done sweeping the first section. Female hares are looking solid. Some of the men looking a little rough.
Goes to that point. Yeah.
Right into your point.
Mm-hmm. Ladies are just doing it. Doing great. Doing it the right way.
All right, you guys, I think we're going to sign off from out here. I think we got top 16 hares through for the females, so pretty awesome to see, and hopefully we can catch about just as many at Olympian.
All right. Thank you, Leah and Mike. It's really awesome to be able to hear how those top ladies are doing and feeling and seeing them move quickly through that road section.
Definitely a privilege to be able to see it. I mean, this is a really good race unfolding, and if that was 16, all 16 of them are moving really, really well. Georgia sounds like she's struggling through some pretty intense nausea, to quote her, but she was still moving really, really well. So if she can figure that out, all of the women we've seen, and I'm sure still several more, very much in this mix. So
we look forward to seeing you guys when you get down here. Safe travels. All right.
See you guys.
Yep. So just to recap, we are closing in on 10 hours in to the Tortoise race. Mm-hmm. 6 hours into the hare race, and we have from our sources, aka Jamil, that our lead Tortoise is coming into our aid station any moment, which is a pretty stout time.
72 runners through Long Lake. Top 18 for women are through Long Lake, and then over at Summit Lake, we've got the top 14 with Stephen Cornelius, the Hurricane. I did see something in the chat that said maybe Stephen will be a tropical
storm
by sunset. The winds have slowed down a little bit, but there is maybe nobody on course that knows Run Rabbit Run and Steamboat as well as Stephen. Mm-hmm. So maybe he has another Category 3 up his sleeve for later.
Another comment in the chat was if Steve is the Hurricane, then Jimmy Elam is the Storm Chaser. We're hearing some PA from outside that our first place Tortoise is in the house.
Oh, wow.
Not literally in the house, we don't think, but
Well, he does go into Olympian Hall. Like I said earlier, the field every year grows for the Hares, and we see more and more talent and amazing names, both men and women. But with that said, the Tortoise, the caliber of runner and the increase in abilities and the ability to run fast all the way through the mid-pack, it's just incredible. It's inspiring. So many people just getting faster, loving the sport, and it's an inspiration. It's so cool at Run Rabbit Run that as a spectator or crew, you get to see two races at once, and the Steamboat gets to see runners on both sides of town and in town, from 8 o'clock in the morning until late on Saturday. That's incredible. So Andy just ran off and to go see if he could see a tortoise, the first tortoise come through. What did we see?
I saw the
Was it
first
Bo?
tortoise. I saw the first tortoise come through, and I think next year he needs to be a hare.
He was stoned.
Guy's moving well. Spent very little time in the aid. Looking great. This is, if it's going to reload right away, what a great solid first 51-ish miles.
Yeah, to be in before 6 p.m.
Absolutely. Bo Shelby,
Yeah.
9:52
For a 51
for a
miler.
51 miler. I mean, granted, perfect conditions, but wow, just very solid, very solid first half. Let's get a little info on old Bo so he doesn't try to sandbag us all again next year.
See if he has more evidence of his
Yeah,
hair abilities.
So Bo Shelby, he's done a bunch of backyard stuff in Spokane, Washington. He has a bighorn finish 2 years ago, under 27 hours. It's a solid bighorn, and a sub 9 hour Silver Rush 50. So he ran in the Tortoise race last year, just under 25. So maybe that's all right. He's in it again, but I mean, I don't know. I don't want to jinx the guy, but I'd be shocked if he doesn't go under 24 after hitting this aid station at under 10. But we'll see. I don't want to jinx him.
It's fun to lead the race, and he's probably living well, enjoying that lead. The first person to come through the course. First
Absolutely.
person.
It's got to
that-
feel good.
Yeah.
Getting a couple videos from Jamil, too, a mile or so out from the course, and the second and third Tortoise are not far out.
Yeah,
Sarah
there's been a
Newberry.
good pack. There's been a really good pack
Yeah.
on the Tortoise.
On the Tortoise side, yeah.
Yeah.
Sarah Newberry, who's a regular here on the chat. Good to hear from you. Yes, indeed, we're all disappointed, A, that Matt Feldick isn't here, and B, that he's not here in a tortoise costume. Although, to be perfectly honest, he's kind of too slow for a tortoise costume these days. But we'll let him prove it to all of us at the Georgia Death Race in March. For those of you who don't know, Matt Feldick, Director of Marketing for Era Viper Running, is managing everything along with Bryce Brooks, who's here on the ground, from his home in Flagstaff, Arizona. Matt Feldick, a great guy, but unfortunately not here. Where's this
I think
footage
this is
going
Summit
back
Lake
to?
still.
Okay.
Yeah. You can see all the drop bags.
That's it, yeah.
And again, these people at this aid station are up at 10,000 feet. They have to be there for the tortoises. And
So they're there the whole, and there's not,
They have
they're
to be
not
there for the
changing
tortoises.
shifts. They're there the whole time.
They have to be there for the hares,
Yeah.
and then they have to be there again when they come back at 80. That's incredible. And it's cold up there
Oh, yeah.
at 2 in the morning, midnight, 4 in the morning. And it's isolated. They're kind of a little camp out there.
So
I remember running into this aid station in the night, and they had the big propane kind of heaters just raging, and it was just like, I just want to lay down, eat all this food, take a nap, hang out with these people. There's also, it's not at, I don't think it's at Summit Lake, but there is, maybe it's a dry lake, but they have some fires.
Oh, yeah.
And
They could suck you in. I mean, I've been sucked in at Wasatch on many a fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thanks to those people at that aid station,
Yeah.
staying there all day, all night,
And all day again. Absolutely.
Incredible.
Yeah. All right, we're going to sign off for a few words from our sponsors and be right back.
My name is Jeff Vierling, co-founder of Tailwind Nutrition. We make drink mixes for athletes to help you fuel, hydrate, and recover for all sorts of outdoor activities. Running, cycling, hiking, climbing, any sport where you're working up a sweat. We manufacture our own products in Durango, Colorado, and we test and use them on the trails of the beautiful San Juan Mountains. Our mission and our passion is to help athletes achieve their goals and to feel great while doing it. We couple proven nutrition that's simple to use, easy on your gut, and tastes great with encouragement and education. You can think of us as your support crew. We're right there with you doing whatever it takes to help you get across the finish line with a smile on your face.
Welcome to our world, where forward-thinking running apparel brings us closer together. We build for the long run, producing durable gear responsibly, and collaborating with emerging artists around the globe, giving back to clean water initiatives. We are Janji, and we run differently.
The mountains you climb, maybe stairs. The records you set, maybe personal. The fans you inspire, maybe family. No lights, no camera, just action. You don't have to be a pro. You just need Honey Stinger.
State, cultivating calm in the chaos, pushing the edge of performance. We're redefining the future of fit. We make the best gear better. Fast, effortless, precision fit. This is Dialed In. We are BOA.
All right, we're back. We're at Olympia Hall. There's a lot of excitement. There's a race briefing, and also the tortoises are starting to roll through. We are over 1/3 through the race with the leaders of the Hares. The women are about to be there too. A lot of excitement, a lot of things happening. That's how Run Rabbit Run works.
Absolutely. Lots going on. We just saw Fred going by, tried to get him on the air, but he's busy doing a briefing. Second place, we believe second place Tortoise through is John Lorenzen. Not a huge resume. Ran Black Canyon back in February in under 10 hours, and then a couple 50Ks in Colorado. But second place, it looks like he's through right on 10 hours elapsed, which is fantastic. At this race for anybody, but certainly. Oh, I'm sorry, flip that around. It was Matt Brinsky. John Lorenzen should be next. So a little bit about Matt Brinsky. Matt's coming to us. He started out hot in the beginning of the race. He was in the top spot for a bit until he was rolled in, but he most recently had a sub 12 at the San Juan Solstice, but that was in 2022. Looks like a Colorado guy. Ran a 26:26 here at Run Rabbit
Top
in
10.
2021. Is a Pikes Peak Marathon runner, was a Tortoise runner here again at 27:42 pre-pandemic in 2019, and even way back in 2016 ran a Run Rabbit in 28:27. And if you go all the way back to 2015, got it done here in 34:15. So if you think about a progression of a runner, 34:15 8 years ago at the age of 39, 28:27 in 2016, then 27:42 in 2019, leapfrogs up to 26:26, and now hits what we pretty much consider the halfway point at 10:01 elapsed, a mere 9 minutes behind the leader. Matt Brinsky, great performance in the first half of the Run Rabbit Run Tortoise division.
Incredible Tortoises. Yeah, that third place guy, 31st at Black Canyon is no joke. I mean, that's one of the most competitive, or maybe the most competitive winter race. Update. The lake, we've got some stuff happening at Summit Lake here. We have Christy Knecht. She is at 6 hours, and she's through the Summit Lake in first place, followed by. Let's see. I don't know if second. I don't see Michelle in yet, but we have 27 guys, 26 guys, and one lady through Summit Lake. Here's the incredible thing. Now I don't know. This might be because of the reporting and how we get updates from Summit Lake, because I don't think 16th through 27th is within 2 minutes.
We're all within 2 minutes.
No,
yeah.
But we do. I think it's fair to say that we do know that Christy, lead woman, is through Summit Lake at 30 miles at 6 hours.
Yeah,
around 6 hours.
The one thing I'll say about that is we do know that they batch the results, and so it could be that they're just, they're texting or phone calling in the results and just saying this bib number, this bib number, this bib number. They record them all at 6 hours elapsed.
And their place.
And their place.
So we got the place. We don't have the time.
Right.
We know that they're through there. You saw the shots at Summit Lake Aid Station.
Yeah.
They're remote. They're there for 2 days. Just happy to get those updates, and they're working hard.
Absolutely. And if you're looking at the live stream, look at those beautiful
maybe they're distracted
early fall colors. I mean, maybe they all just stopped and looked at that and said, let's just all run into the aid station again.
Yeah. Let's have a sunset jog, maybe a walk. That is beautiful.
But, yeah, what we do know for sure that we have the hurricane through Summit Lake, and then also our first place female in Christy Knecht.
Yeah. In that bunch, we've got some, big names like Devin Olson and I think, let's see here. Nicole Bitter is through.
All right.
Nicole is second lady, it looks like.
Yeah, and depending, again, we're we're going to be flexible on these times at Summit Lake, but plus or minus should be three,
I
4
think we just
minutes
ignore
behind.
the time.
Yeah.
Look at the
Look
place.
at the place.
And then
Yeah.
you can look at maybe the gap between Long Lake and Summit or Fish Creek
Yeah.
or something like that. Because it's early enough that people shouldn't be really dying.
So we would expect on the women's side Michelle Yates in relatively short order. She was, actually ahead of Nicole Bitter at Long Lake. But we know the Long Lake to Summit Lake section favors the runner that Nicole Bitter is versus the mountain climber, mountain goat that Michelle is. But I would expect then you'd see Karen and Megan and Tara and Bree and pretty much a train after that. This looks like a nice drone shot we're getting from a shady spot. Now we're back to an aid station.
You know, another person we didn't do an interview with that I personally know, 16th place, Chris Hames, fast Durango guy.
Yeah.
I would keep an eye out for him. I know he has some talent.
Yeah, Chris. We chatted a little bit about him in the pre-race. He is a Durango, so we know he's got the mountains. We know he knows what he's doing.
I ran a race with him. It was called. It was over in Monticello, and it was a 50K. Matt Daniels.
Oh yeah.
Devastated both Chris and I. I was in third. Chris was in second. Matt Daniels.
Brianne.
We have the first lady.
First.
All right, we've got eyes on the first lady.
We have eyes on the first lady.
Christy looks to be moving well. That's a great pace at 10,000 feet.
Yeah, look at that.
30 miles,
Christy
35,
necked.
30 miles in or more. I'm pretty sure she's put on her long sleeve shirt because she was wearing a black short sleeve before. She's ready for it to cool down and start to make that descent into town.
Yep, switch to that night mode. She looks good, running smooth. Christy necked. We got a heads up on her in the pre-race.
Yep. You'll see here some of the tortoises that she's going to be passing. Something to think about, get some encouragement, cheer them on, and enjoy that sunset.
Yeah, look at that. Some nice runnable stuff on these fire roads. Again, I know we've said it before, but as she's in the lead, approaching the next aid station, she third place last September at Mammoth Trail Fest 50K, a third place at Never Summer back in 2018, and has done a fair bit of skimo racing in Idaho, in California, in Colorado, Kendall Mountain Run. I'm thinking this is her first 100, and as we were talking about with Leah and Mike when they were on, a bunch of our top 10 women are hitting their first 100. So, there's all kinds of stuff that happens after 100K.
Yep.
Happens after the night, happens when your nutrition starts to get funny with you, but certainly Christy right now is looking solid and strong as she...
Solid and strong, and I will note that the Never Summer, it's a technical, almost like off-trail race that Nick Clark puts on that is fantastic. I mean, to get third, it's 14 and a half hours. It's not Black Canyons. It's a high alpine, above tree line in a lot of spots. So I feel like, she hasn't done 100, but I feel like she knows what she's doing here.
Yeah, the old curmudgeon in me used to always, say, oh, they're never going to be able to do it if they've not done 100 before. And for the last decade, I've been proven wrong. So I've stopped saying that. You know what? I mean, Adam Peterman crushed it in his first 100 and won Western States. And so I'll stop doing that. I will say a curious part of this women's pack, though, is that there are so many first-time hundreds. So that'll be cool.
My first 100 here, I dropped, but it was a wrong turn. A couple weeks later, first time I ever saw you or met you, the Grindstone 100
Right.
mile. So I mean, I was third behind Carl Meltzer and Dave, what was the guy that had the Grand Slam record?
Joe Kulak, Ian Torrance,
Neil
Gorman.
Neil
Gorman. Yeah,
Neil
yeah.
Gorman the second.
That's pretty good company.
Yeah, it was a good race.
Yeah, you flew by me. And by the way, Jason's one of the first guys to throw on the Hokas, the big ones. And when I saw those go by, I was like, how's this guy going by me with those shoes?
Those moon boots.
Yeah,
What is
those
he
moon
doing?
boots. They were
well,
awesome.
I'm still wearing moon boots, kind of, but different brand.
Different brand of moon boots, but still, moon boots, once a moon booter, always a moon booter.
I guess so. I'm in for the fat boys. The fat tire.
Big
fat
wide skis, yeah.
I have to have the shoes, too, man.
Well, and of course, that was Nico's theory when he first made up the shoes. It was
that
like,
was.
hey, we ski powder in these big things. And
It wasn't to save your knees.
No.
It was to be able to run fast downhill. Technical,
float down that stuff. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. So this is good. So Christy, help me here. She's coming into Summit Lake?
Summit Lake.
She's coming into Summit Lake.
No, Christy's already been through Summit Lake.
She's
headed to Dry Lake.
They're where they're going out of Summit Lake. Okay.
Yep. And with the Summit Lake aid station, we can't totally expect minute-by-minute updates.
Right.
So Michelle could already be through there.
She is probably through already.
Nicole is.
This is a little view of the little chalet that's right outside our studio. This is the 50-mile trail briefing, which Fred has brilliantly scheduled to coincide with the arrival of the first few Tortoise runners, so they get a nice cheering section when the Tortoise runners come in.
Yeah.
Fred doesn't miss a trick.
Yeah. Right, if you're looking at that shot, the left side of the screen is a ski jump.
Yeah.
Multiple ski jumps.
Multiple ski jumps.
Yeah. The big ones with the kind of fake grass.
Full blown.
Pretty
I mean, not just the ones you do the flips on.
Yeah. No, the Olympic
Eddie the
ski
Eagle
jump.
and all that. Yeah.
All right. Got somebody running through. Their coat is on.
Rocking
Starting to
the
cool
pink.
off.
And this is great stuff. Again, you're getting an idea, as Jason has talked about a couple of times, of the runnability of this. It's high, no doubt it's high, but the runnability of these kind of high roads, a little bit more gently rolling. If anybody in the chat recognizes those two.
That's the Fish Creek Reservoir, I think. Still.
Fish Creek
Same spot.
Reservoir.
Beautiful lake.
This is
Those
where
colors.
we had Leah and Mike a little while ago. It's hard for me not to sit here and laugh as I'm listening to Fred's pre-game speech out the door. I've only heard it like 40 times, but hey, he's Fred. Why change?
Yeah. Well, here's this noise.
Ah.
It's not a beer. It's my first little bit of caffeine.
Oh, there we go.
All this time, I got to keep that amped
the edge.
level.
You got to keep it going. Keep the level going. Mm-hmm. About caffeine to keep the energy levels topped off.
Yeah. So I can wake up check the results, see what's going on at
Yep.
midnight, 2, 4.
Yeah, exactly. I got a little mine. Thanks to Bryce, a little LaCroix.
LaCroix. So you don't hit the caffeine.
Today, well, I'm going to still try to take a nap because I got to make that 11 to 5 shift.
Okay.
So when reinforcements arrive.
Yeah.
Sarah Newberry asking about Flota. No, we're not. We're sort of Flota free here. In
I don't know what a Flota is.
flat soda.
Oh, okay.
It's actually a real thing. Yep, Jordan, I aged myself. I think I dated myself with the Eddie the Eagle reference, but with the ski jump right behind us, I couldn't help it. Again, we're getting some more photos from Jamil out on the course. 4th and 5th Tortoise are on their way, and 6th Tortoise. So, yeah, the Tortoises are, I mean, we're going to have a pretty decent-sized group that's going to come through in under, probably well under 11 hours.
I have to give a little bit reference. You were calling Mike shit. His Instagram handle is shit in the woods, because I didn't pick up on it at first, and I was like, what's the joke here? This is
Yeah, it's not really. So when I've known Mike for a long time. He's an old East Coaster. He and Leah married a little while back, and he's become, he sort of shifted his life a little bit during COVID and has really become an excellent ultra photographer.
Beautiful.
And has the Instagram handle of Shit in the Woods.
Yep.
And so I ran into him first at the Memorial Day training camp at Western States, and I was like, "Hey, Shit, how you doing?" And he was like, "You know what? I would love for that to become my nickname." And I was like, "Well, I'll do my part."
Yeah.
But no, his name is Mike McGonigal. He's a great Mike McMonigal, I should say. Great guy. But yeah, I threw a few of those in there. I hope we don't get kicked off YouTube for that. But
there's your old schoolness, man. I think we're okay. I think we're safe. But it is great what Mike's photography, his artistic approach to capturing running, not just the boring kind of like somebody jumping over rock and looking really fast. He captures the moment. He captures a lot of the essence of the course. Like when it went to Gorge Waterfalls, some of the photography that he took there was stunning. Mm-hmm. And, all the pictures he takes of Leah are fantastic. Then also, just being able to do some of the coverage where, Aravaipa isn't there, to be able to see what's happening in the race and get those pictures tied to it. I really appreciate what he does.
And because he and Leah, at least for the foreseeable future, have a fair bit of flexibility in their lives, and both of them have roots back in the East Coast, I mean, you get photography from Mike that's from Virginia, from Maryland, from Texas, from UTMB, mm-hmm. and he's able to capture, and he sees things. He'll see a crew and their runner with some foot issue at Hard Rock and just snap it He's great. For those of you watching and listening, if you do not know Mike McMonigal at Shit in the Woods on Instagram, give it a look. He's quickly moved right up there, alongside Howie Stern and Jesse and
who comes
to
mind
photographers
internationally, Alexis Berg.
Oh yeah,
he is one that does really incredible projects and captures those kind of emotions, just not the smiling and holding your medal.
Right. Or, Mike's photography does remind me of a little bit of that Alexis Berg thing.
And that's, you get a feeling from it, not just a statement of there's big mountains and a fast runner. You know, you
Right.
get to feel what's
Right.
going on. You get to see
You
some
know,
of
and
the
a
emotion.
lot of that. There's a fast runner in big mountains has been what? Oh, I want to go do that, or I want to go be that, which is great. But Mike makes you feel like, oh, I want to feel that.
Yeah.
I want
that
understand
experience.
that. I want to learn more about
I
it.
want that experience.
Yeah.
I want to have those
puts
feelings.
you in that experience.
Yeah.
So we've got another drone shot here. I'm guessing of another runner coming in.
I think we're just enjoying more Fish Creek Reservoir beauty on this road. Isn't it nice there's no, cars, jeeps, trucks, just
Big
blazing
dust
through
coming
there.
up. Yeah.
Yeah. Now later, when you're coming down into town, there is some traffic.
There is a little bit of that.
But the Flash of Gold trail that they added,
It's
that
a
they
little
built,
bit-
they've taken a lot of
Yeah.
that out. And so you're able to stay on trail, don't have to deal with the traffic or anything like that.
Question if one of these runners that we're droning in on is Nicole. If we go back, she would be on schedule to be second, and then Michelle third. Hard to tell. But yeah, you're getting a sense of this road carved into the mountain here.
Isn't it gorgeous?
They've got plenty of shade, and this is what you're talking about, Jason. It's getting cold fast here.
Yes, it is. We
I mean,
saw the
it's,
code. We saw,
it's,
Christy,
we saw people throwing on their jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the lead lady, she's running fast, and she has that coat
and
on. Long
yeah.
sleeve at least.
And they might be like, okay, get me to my aid station, get me to my crew. I want to get my sleeves, I want to get my gloves, I want to get my hat.
Yep.
Because September, we're just about to the equinox. It's a long night. It's 10 and a half, 11 hours of dark. It's not like Western States or Hard Rock where it's like an 8-9 hour night. You got a full 11 hours.
It's only
of,
30
darkness.
minutes short of 12-hour night.
Yeah.
I checked the sunrise and sunset. Granted, you get 30 or so minutes on each side with that dusk and dawn, but it's a long night.
And keep in mind that coldest hour is that hour before dawn.
Yeah.
They get to that 4:35 in the morning. It's like, ooh, where's that sun?
Yeah. The hares are running down Mount Warner, going down that.
Yeah.
But right before, on that Continental Divide and that undulating double track, freezing.
It's cold.
Freezing
It's
cold.
cold, no matter how fast you're going.
No. Coming back through these aid stations that we're looking at the sunset.
Yeah.
I see Chris Vargo says weather looks way better than Manitou right now. Pikes Peak will be nice and sloppy.
Yeah, Chris, I think it's safe to say that Carpenter's record is safe for another year. Remy was going to go for it, but I think those last 500 feet are going to be sloppy, and it's going to make it tough.
Yeah, I haven't seen the webcam for the peak, if it's melted off the snow that they already got.
Yeah.
But if it does melt out, it could be nice and cool.
Yeah.
The race is later now.
Yeah.
Matt.
Right, mid-September.
He
had to do it in August.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's a big difference.
Yep.
And Remy is arguably the best skimo guy in the world right now. He definitely doesn't mind the cold or a little snow.
Yeah, no. Oh, and he just crushed the incline the other day.
He set his own.
Yeah.
FKT.
So I mean, but I think this weather's enough to stay for another year.
I'm the optimist.
But I'm an old school curmudgeon, just like Carpenter.
Okay. I like the old and the new.
Chris is there right now. Thank you, Chris, for weighing in. He says it's looking snowy at the top. Aaron Flanders asking if I've run Rabbit Run. You know what? I haven't. It's just because of my life schedule. This is I've been in education for 30 plus years, and mid-September is a tough time for me to run a race.
Yeah.
I can run a race in July and August. I can run a race in October, but September is just, I'm glad I'm here to do race coverage, but to do training through August and September, it's just really tough on a educator's schedule.
I bet. Yeah.
Megan Getke says the temp went low this week in the Springs. It's good. I mean, if it's firm at the top, if Remy's going to get up there fast enough, it's still going to be frozen.
There's going to be a transition.
Yeah.
It could be nice on top, but there's going to be a section between the dry and the dry
where
powder.
It could be soggy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they don't have to deal with this in the past, in the history of the ascent and the marathon, having to deal with I don't want to speak from it could have snowed in August, but typically not in August.
Matthew Hunsinger, yes, thank you for reminding me that I said Courtney wouldn't break the Western States course record due to the snowpack, but that was before she asked me for advice. Once I gave her advice, I knew she was going to crush it. So there. No, Courtney was incredible at Western States. I think, I could have seen that record going down by 8, 10, 12 minutes, but 80 minutes, even though it was a cold day, 80-minute course record. First woman ever to finish in the daylight. Come on.
What a year. What a year we've been able to experience. I got to see it at UTMB. You got to see it at Western States.
Yeah.
I got to see it at Hard Rock.
I guess we both saw it at Hard Rock.
Yeah.
And I was worried. She was struggling at Grouse, now Animas Forks. But man, boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, what an incredible year.
Yeah, I remember just questioning living in Leadville and training. It's just so high.
Yeah.
And to be able to translate that into running a Western States course record just didn't add up.
Yeah.
But it did.
Yeah.
And then Hard Rock, and then UTMB.
Yeah.
So it's.
Yeah.
I'm just. It just makes me smile. It's just like, wow, we're privileged to be able to see such an athlete do something that nobody's done before.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. So again, this great shot out to we just went by the reservoir, these fall colors. We've certainly got more tortoises rolling through. Here at Olympian.
We got 81 runners through Long Lake.
Our fourth,
in the Hares.
Our fourth tortoise through here, William Milner in 10:11. Elapsed, running a solid pace. Yep, 30 through Summit.
What do you think about Run Rabbit Run not having pacers?
Well, I think it's great. I think they're doing the kind of the European thing, the UTMB thing. It was interesting that they brought poles back. I think there were they heard enough about it. My feeling about pacers, though, is it's a shared experience. I like the fact that pacers are allowed at these big lottery races that people spend years trying to get into. As you noted earlier in the broadcast, Run Rabbit Run is not one of those runs. You can sign up for this race like last week, right? And so it's not necessarily a once-in-a-lifetime race. Whereas Western States, Hard Rock, you want to share that experience. It could be your one time doing that. And having a pacer, having a crew, So I think for Run Rabbit Run, it's the right thing for them. I think for these other American races that allow pacers, it's the right thing for them.
Yeah. It was a little bit of a loaded question because I was there when Fred created this race and Paul, and they were like, the elite need to know what it feels like to have to run A, through the night, B, without cheating with poles,
And C, without
my word.
pacers.
And then C, when you are a lot of these hares, people want to share that experience and are like excited, and you can go, that athlete can go on to Instagram and say, hey, I'm looking for a pacer.
Yeah.
All of a sudden you got everything lined up. Fred and Paul wanted the elites to really have to work like the middle of the packer, and have the experiences that those athletes have. And I'll also say, like with Europeans, like the perspective of like having to do this yourself. You have to own this. There's no cheerleading. Same thing with drop bags and crew and aid stations in Europe. It's more of an individual pursuit, and I appreciate both. But I get why not having so much crew, not having so many drop bags, and those kind of things can create a thing of like you really own that experience yourself. I kind of like that.
Yeah, I remember there was a little chatter as we were going into the Western States build-up this year because of the fires and everything out in California. They were going to have to not have crew at a couple of key aid stations.
Yeah.
And a friend of mine said sarcastically, oh my gosh, do you think any of these elites even know how to use a drop bag?
They could just hand it a new vest, right? With poles in there.
With poles in it and ice already there.
I don't need to throw away my own trash,
But it was
NASCAR.
It was a little,
or Iron Man.
Exactly. So I really respect, and by the way, I also respect these races that for environmental reasons or for parking and permit issues create an entire separate division. They usually call it the solo division. Or, Virginia Happy Trails Running Club, for example, at the Massanutten 100 has a solo division. If you're going to go, no crew, no pacer, all drop bags, you get to sign up for less money. You get preferential parking at the race. You get a nice bib number or whatever. Maybe you even get a special award. Like they're doing some incentives to discourage, especially if you're guys like us. I mean, I've done 3,800s. The last thing my kids want to do is come to another one. So I'd sign up for another one of those, one of those solo races. But for those who might be, this is their one shot. They waited 10 years to get in the Western States. They're going to drop $6,000 for the condo in Olympic Valley. They're going to bring their mom and their dad and their kids and have 4 pacers. And who are we to prevent them from doing that? Yeah. So I think there's room in the sport for both. I love what Fred and Paul have done here in creating that, especially the noon start. I mean, I think between the noon start, the prize money, this year the team competition, which, we haven't even looked at that, but it'd be interesting to sort of parse that out as we get later on into the race. Like, how are the teams doing? Like, they've done some cool, innovative stuff that also should be showcased a little bit more.
Yeah. I like identity and culture within a race, and when a race creates that, that's fun, and that's what that race is about, and that's what the people that are volunteering for the race, that's what the race director and the participants feel.
Yeah.
But the questions like, what if at Hard Rock we could add 50 more runners if we just cut
Pacers.
the pacers?
Yeah.
Because it goes one way one year, then the next year it goes the other direction. If we cut out those pacers, 50 people get to have the Hard Rock experience every year. Now that's hypothetical, and there's a whole bunch of variables and things to think about, but that's one aspect of crewing that I think,
Or, a race like Western States, most of the permit challenges they face are because of crews. People parking illegally, people going to the bathroom where they're not supposed to, people disobeying traffic laws and making the local police upset.
Yeah.
You ban crews. Next thing you know, you get 200 more spots in the race.
Yeah.
Whether that's ever going to happen, I don't know. I do think, though, especially with Hard Rock, but also with Western states, the belief in a shared experience is a real thing.
Yeah, and that's the feel of that race.
Correct.
And if you go and you change it,
but it doesn't have to be the feel of every race.
No.
And I certainly think we've seen in the sport a lot in the last 10 years as races change ownership or as one race director retires and another one takes it over, like certain cultural aspects of the race change.
Absolutely.
And that's normal.
I saw it firsthand this year at UTMB crewing and supporting athletes for NORDA and athletes that I coach, that you can't drive to Champs-Élysées. You can't
Right, you have to take the bus.
At Valorsine. Only the elites, and not just elites, but like the top tier of the elites get a car pass. And then the buses oftentimes don't get there for the other elites. And so it creates this, we went to Champs-Élysées with my partner Whitney, and we were able to get there and get up and actually drive up. But they had security guys standing on the road saying, "Are you here for UTMB?" And if you didn't have that special pass, you couldn't go up. Now, so you don't get that experience, but you also don't get Champs-Élysées, this town, just like overrun. They can't do anything. The traffic's bad. You can't get the crew there or the buses there to support the athletes and stuff. But it feels more like an Ironman kind of triathlon race. It feels like you're managing cattle, at Courmayeur versus, being at Hard Rock where everybody's talking and hanging out and there for a long time. It's more of a, I don't know, like a Walmart.
Well, I'll flip it. At Hard Rock this year, I volunteered, and no disrespect to Europeans because they didn't know any better, but they're used to that culture where you're an elite European and you get certain privileges because of that. Or not an elite European, an elite runner. Not at Hard Rock. You wait for the bus like everybody else. You wait. This year at Animas Forks / Grouse, they're holding people down at the bottom of the road at Eureka until the runners cleared handies, and then they let them drive up. And it's growing pains for those of us Americans who are like go to UTMB. Are like, what? You only get one crew that goes into Courmayeur?
Yeah,
we can get 10 in the Western states. Meanwhile, the Europeans come over this way and they say, what? We don't get to drive up?
No.
And we always get to drive up. So, but it's part of the globalization of the sport and the way we are. So,
all right, we have Zoe and Corrine running on that road. Oh, this is awesome. Mile 23.4 was their last spot, but they're doing well, getting up over to Summit Lake or out of Summit Lake. And when you saw them with Mike and Leah, this pair was really kicking butt and moving well, and you could see that team aspect working really well right there. Just charging through, moving well. It's definitely cooling off. There's no sun on them. So I'm going to guess they're either really near Summit Lake or out of Summit Lake. Because the way that they're moving right there, I have a feeling they are.
It does look like Corinne in the black in the middle, just judging by her height.
Yeah, we had confirmation that it was Zoe and Corinne. And then I'm not sure who the third person was. We were engrossed in our talk about
about Pacers and
sorry,
we got off on a thing.
Yeah,
it happens sometimes.
Okay, it looks like we're at another aid station.
All right.
This could be.
It's still sunny there.
Okay, we've got some updates from Summit Lake. A whole bunch of runners. Looks like we have 58 runners through Summit Lake now. And let's see how the ladies are going through.
Brianna is okay. Yeah.
First lady, Megan. Then we have Tara.
I was like, should just had it on.
Karen.
Oh, you already counting Christy, Nicole.
Yeah.
Megan, Karen, Bree. So it does look like Michelle has slipped, if I'm...
Yeah, Christy was first.
Yeah. Okay, where'd
Then
Michelle
Nicole
go?
was second, and then we have this big group of ladies: Megan, Tara, Karen, Brianna. All of them through Summit Lake now.
Yeah.
And
Celinda.
then same thing with Sarah, Natalie.
Corinne.
And then we saw the pictures of
Zoe.
Corinne and Zoe.
Rebecca.
And that must be Rebecca too. Oh, and I think we have Zach.
We have Zach on the ground. Zach, can you hear us?
I can't hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah. How's it going?
Not too bad. We're just enjoying the atmosphere here up at Dry Lake. This is 44.5 miles in. You're seeing all the tortoises coming in right now. So all this hoopla you're hearing is the tortoise crew really just cheering on the runners, bringing them in, having a good time. It is a party out here at Dry Lake, which is going to be really fun for the front runners, the hares, top females, top males. As they come through, this is where you start to see the convergence of the tortoises and the hares. So they're going to get extra loud cheers as they bust through here. And it'll be really fun fighting for everyone involved. I think this is the convergence point halfway through, and yeah, we're expecting the leader to come through in about the next 20 minutes or so, 15, 20 minutes.
Awesome. Any intel on who those leaders are?
It sounds like it's still Jimmy and Dave kind of working together. If you're looking at their splits, they're only about 10 seconds apart, which is the time it takes for them to punch it into timing system. So they're really running together, having a good time. Like, it sounds to me, having talked to Jimmy's crew, that Jimmy's going to use Dave to sit back and pace it because Dave knows this course. Dave knows the race and has done very well. Jimmy also told me in the before the race that he wants to go under 18, and Dave ran 18:01. So they're both primed for a really good time here, and I think working together is going to help them get there.
I agree with you. We saw the drone footage of both Dave and Jimmy several places on the course, and while they're within seconds of each other, it looked more like a strategic chess match kind of battle where Jimmy wasn't, smiling, laughing, and holding hands with Dave, but they were actually just, out there battling. Like you said, maybe Jimmy is really just holding Dave right in front of him and saying, I'm going to stay here, the course, and then when I see my opportunity, I'm going to go and, turn on the throttle.
Absolutely, and having talked to Jimmy, I didn't talk to Dave, so I don't know what his game plan is, what his strategy is. Maybe he's sitting and waiting to make his move. Jimmy kind of loves to play games too. If you've ever talked to him, he's a super competitive athlete who always has a really good game plan, and he loves to play those kind of games like, I'm going to pull you up this hill a little faster than you want to go and slowly sip away some of your energy throughout the entire day. And then when I'm ready, I'm going to take off and see if you can hang. That's the style of competitive racing that Jimmy does, and he does it very well. Dave is a strong runner. If you've looked at his Strava, if you've looked at what he does, that man has put down some really impressive fast 5K times in training. Not like he prepped for a 5K, but in training ran 5K tempo runs at really impressive times. So I think you're going to see a battle of two athletes who really know how to compete together, who are ready and wanting to compete. And hopefully that, for us, that brings out the best competition between the two of them. I mean, it's not fun to watch someone run away with it and just win it. But to see two athletes really duke it out and do what athletes do out here, that makes it fun.
Yeah, and Zach, we also noticed a couple of little chase groups. There's a trio that, at least at Summit Lake, was about 7-8 minutes behind Jimmy and Dave that included Harold, John, and John Herrick and Adam Loomis. And then another, albeit 20 plus minutes behind them, a larger group of Sean Van Horn, Gary Messina, Patrick Parcell, and Logan Williams. So again, this was only at 50K. So there's some chasers that are at least together, that if somebody falters, it's not necessarily just a two-man race.
Absolutely, and this is a war of attrition. Steamboat Run Rabbit Run tends to be. It's whoever finishes the race actually does a lot better than you think they do, because a lot of people they're pushing each other, they're chasing each other. We've already talked about how the weather is, which you've seen me and my jacket's back on. The weather is back to cold, so it's going to be a fun battle, I think, from this point on, and one that Jimmy and Dave aren't running away with it. They've got a chase pack behind them, keeping them honest, making them work hard. And behind them is another chase pack, making them work hard. So everybody's shooting for the money. They all want to be here. They all want to do the best they can. And I think you're seeing some athletes who are going to start pulling triggers a little bit later in the race. Once you get down to Olympian Hall, and then you got to make your way back up here, this is a great spot for somebody who's got legs to really turn it on and make the climb up here and try to make some gaps happen.
Absolutely. I think, John and Adam in particular, those two guys could be in a great place to, pick up some carnage if either Jimmy or Dave kind of fade a little bit. Harold went out hot and fast. My guess is, he's got to recover, rejuvenate, and then maybe he can make another push. But it's 7 minutes. That was nothing. That's amazing. And I also think back to when Jimmy set the course record at Tusher's. I happened to be there, and I was the carnage of that. And to see, in action what you're talking about,
haven't we all been?
Strategic, way that Jimmy operates. He's very calculated. He doesn't just go on feel. He actually thinks about the competition. He thinks about the terrain, and he uses his strengths and weaknesses to leverage that.
Absolutely, and he has researched, as I'm sure all of these top athletes who are competing have researched their competitors, and they know what they do well and what their strengths are compared to what the other athletes' strengths are. So it is one of those, I know when to burn my cards or to play my hand, and you've got to show me what you can do, and unless you picked up some new tricks, I've got your number, and I'm going to try to play you harder here. Jason, you can attest to that. Anytime you've raced, you kind of have an idea of those around you, what they do and what they do well, and when to show your hand at times.
Absolutely. You got to know what your strengths and weaknesses are and just leverage that. And then I love how Jimmy, he's got a setup that he has 3 different sets of shoes. He's got 3 different waist belts that he's ready to switch into.
This is Jimmy's crew right here. They are set up. Look at that. That is one of the best setups. That's its own traveling aid station is what that is.
Yeah.
And he's
Jimmy's
got everything from the exact
that's incredible.
The exact pickle juice that he wants. Like, everything is dialed. And the one thing about Jimmy is his mind is he overthinks every mile of the course, and it's so well thought out. He knows exactly what he's doing and when. Even having conversations with him last night of, do I take pulls or do I not take pulls? It's going to save me about 3 to 5% energy on this climb. And just the fact that he can pull that off the top of his head, to me, is that is elite level thinking. And that's why he's in the place that he is. Now, Dave also, we should not be discrediting him or not counting him in this at all. Jimmy is a fantastic athlete, but Dave has proven he can be here and do very well. And I'm sure he's learned a few things from his last attempt, and he's going to learn, correct, perfect, and then now it's time to execute. So this is when it gets really fun to me. The race still hasn't started in my mind. They're just setting up for a really good race, and it's going to be fun to watch.
It is. 18:01 by Dave. I just keep thinking about that because that's a top 5 all-time. And to come back.
How mad are you about those 2 minutes if you're Dave?
That's right.
You
But
could have had
he's got the
a
opportunity
1759
right now, and he's teaming up with Jimmy. Those two could make something special happen, and we don't have rain, we don't have snow, we got cool temperatures. There's like partly cloudy during the afternoon. If they have monitor their energies well, they can go through the night and really make some magic happen tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, speaking of Jimmy's well thought out, he's got 3 headlamps he's using throughout the night and backup batteries and everything. So well thought out. He's ready for the nighttime. So that's going to be really fun to see. It's going to be sad that we're not going to be here, boots on the ground, able to watch it throughout the night, just given the low visibility that we're going to have. But, man, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to watch that tracker and to know what's going on. And having talked to both athletes, I think they're primed. And I also think there's a few athletes that are going to give them a run for their money, literally and figuratively, here coming up. I think that people are going to start making moves, and we're going to see those who spent a few matches a little too early aren't going to have that closing speed. Those who have been sitting back are going to start making moves. I think it's going to be a really fun race to watch. Now, in the women's field, same thing. We've got 1 and 2 and 3 are all just a few minutes apart from each other, last I saw. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then we have a really, really tight chase pack of athletes who are all capable of moving forward and having a really great race themselves and putting themselves into position to attack the podium.
Exactly. This is going to be fun.
I am going to get a little controversial here, and I'm going to put out a petition. Can we please see Pepsi at aid stations? I am sick of Coke. I would really love to see some Pepsi. Can we do that? Can we make that happen? Can any race out there make Pepsi the prime sponsor? Can we get that going?
I love Coke, man. I don't drink Coke anytime besides at long ultras. The Pepsi's too sweet. I like the bite of Coke.
I'm a floater guy.
Man.
Old school, like AJW, man. I hadn't heard of this.
Old school. It's like brand new.
AJW is pulling out tab at this point.
That helps settle the stomach a little bit. I need that spike.
A little fizz.
Yeah. That's
fair.
I think
Okay,
there's always,
I'll give that to you.
Bottled, in Europe, the seltzer water. I think that they figured that out.
Yeah.
And I love that.
Speaking of, here is Jimmy right here at 6:52. That is early. Both of them together, Dave and Jimmy.
Okay, let's watch this transition.
Okay, I mean, honestly, this is the type of thing I love to see in the trail and ultra running community. Literally, Jimmy's crew just asked Dave if he needs anything. What can we get you? I mean, they were literally offering Jimmy supplies to Dave as he ran through. Now, Dave is hitting the aid station. He's filling up over there. We're going to watch Jimmy. He's dialed in. He's throwing the lamps on. He's getting ready.
I'm going to guess that he doesn't change his shoes because Dave's right there. There's no time to take your shoes off and put them back on.
I agree. They are ready, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, we're at 44.5 miles, and they're running together. This is intense.
Can you guys give me a hit on the course record splits? Because I believe this is a little earlier than we were expecting.
So there was some chatter that there might be something between Long Lake and Summit Lake where it's significantly faster than last year. There he goes.
Good job, buddy.
Well executed.
Jimmy's making his move out of here. I'm going to get an eye on Dave.
There goes Jimmy. He's out.
I don't see Dave on the route. Jimmy, go that way. Jimmy got lost for a second. Sorry. Yeah, there's Dave. He just left the aid station. He is putting a headlamp on. He's also getting on. We can see him he's in the middle of that crowd right there, right behind Mr. Pacer. You can see him, white shirt, hat.
Maybe 15 seconds. Wow.
I would say 30 seconds tops. And he's going to jog out here. I can get a small view of Jimmy.
It's easy to recognize.
Yeah, Jimmy. This might be the place where the move is made, because Jimmy took out of the aid station without looking back to see where Dave was, and barring that one little blip of which way to go, he took off out of here pretty good. So I can see down the course another 100 yards or so, and when I just looked, Jimmy was gone. He's not there, and Dave is going out of there.
Do they get onto single track?
And
or do they
he's
get
also
back onto
moving
the road.
Single track. They get onto single track from here.
Jimmy could
and
hide.
they make their way back
Get
down.
out of there.
Yep. You read my mind exactly, Jason. He's gonna give himself just enough space to where he can get out in front and either make Dave feel like he's rushed, he's pressured, he's got to chase, or maybe give him that defeated feeling of like, oh man, I don't see him, he's gone, and not want to burn his matches until later. But little does he know, Jimmy's only sitting 150 yards ahead of him.
Exactly. And Jimmy will deny this time and time again, but that collegiate all-American speed is about to kick in, man. And if this is the moment, he can get onto that single track, get out of the line of sight, and go for it.
I'm gonna make a prediction here. I'm gonna throw it down and say, I mean, both of them looked fairly good in here. I think Jimmy looked a little more cool and calm and had a lot of intention with everything he was doing. David looked a little more frantic and kind of worked through here, but both of them left looking good. Their gait looked good. Their power output looked good. They didn't look, like they were, feeling anything anywhere that was abnormal. My prediction is they're going to get to that loop around Olympian Hall. The move that Jimmy's going to make, if he hasn't already made it, is going to happen from Olympian Hall back up to this point, back up on this ridge and home, because he can run the uphill really well. That's his biggest strength, is that, as he called douche grade, uphill. That is his strength, and I think he's sitting back waiting to make his move here. He looks too calm and collected to be in a space of I'm gonna make that move. He looked too relaxed to be making a move.
Yeah.
But that's my own personal take, hot take. Put some money on it if you want, but that's what I think is going to happen.
Zach, in 2021, Dave Stevens came through Dry Lake at 7:30 p.m.
Oh my gosh.
Last year, Richard Lockwood came through at 7:13 p.m. and they just came through at 6:52.
20 minutes faster than last year. Now, granted,
exactly.
Last year it was rainy. It was rainy all, the morning and into the afternoon, if I remember correctly. So, but still, 20 minutes. 20 minutes at 44 miles. That's
20 minutes at 44 miles is at 30 seconds per minute mile faster. I mean, that's just like, my mind's a little blown. We were honestly setting up and being like, yeah, we'll fill up some airtime for, the next little bit and probably see him around 7:10, 7:15 at the earliest. And then they just blew us out of the water.
Wow. That's incredible. The last two times we saw Jimmy and Dave on the drone shots, Jimmy was like, 10 to 20 feet behind and just kind of like, taking his time. And when he got into this aid station with you, Zach, I feel like he had he showed them the move. He wanted to get out of there. Didn't wait for Dave. Wasn't holding hands. It wasn't, friendly. Let's go make some moves. He was going.
Yeah, and honestly, having talked to his crew a little bit ago, they said this was going to be his main pit stop of changing shoes, like you said, and doing all the things. And he didn't do all the things. He took care of everything he needed to, but he didn't take his time to get ready to go into the night as he had planned. So was that the move? I mean,
yeah.
It's so early to tell. I'd hate to say that moves are being made at 45, but if you can play a few mental games at mile 45, maybe that's what's happening right now. And, I know, like you guys said, we have a chase pack, but at this point, how far back is that chase pack? Has Jimmy been sitting back and, like you said, trusting that raw speed that he has of saying, you're only 20 strides ahead of me. Like, I can make that up in a few seconds.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
we'll see.
What do you think?
Time will tell. Miles will tell.
Yeah, I think Jimmy comes in with a lot of experience and he'll run a very smart race. A lot of the athletes that I talked to had that plan of let's start slow and pick it up as we go. And I think this aid station we're at here, Olympia, will be very telling.
Indeed.
I mean, tell me this. Let's prognosticate a little bit. How awesome would it be if both of those guys start trading punches this early in the race and make it to Olympian Hall together and duking it out? Like, at that point, then what do? You're at mile 51.
Yeah. That's a scary
one. You're in a fist fight.
Yeah. And fist fights usually have a loser. And if I was, John or Harold or Adam, I'd be like, maybe that fight up there is going to result in both of their carnage. And I'm going to be patient. It's not even 45 miles into it. I've got almost 60 miles to go. Maybe they're the smart ones here.
Yeah, I mean, you never know, and that's why we race. That's why we don't just sit back and prognosticate. It's why we lace up our shoes, put our vests on, and make it actually happen, because this is where it happens. I'm a huge college football fan, so I love college football, and every time you go into the halftime, you always have in the back of your head, if they got ahead by 2 scores in the first half, we can make that up in the second half. Anything can happen. If it can happen in one half, it can happen in the other half. If they put a 20-minute gap on those guys in the first 50 miles, why couldn't they make that 10-minute gap up in the next 50 miles? It can happen. It's a long time.
This reminds me, 2018, when I ran this race, I didn't pass and get into the lead until mile 75. And I didn't see the leader since like mile 30 or something like that. It's a 100-miler.
Yep.
We're looking right now
as Harv
at
likes
the high
to say,
school.
it is the distance of truth.
This is they're going to run down past that high school and down into town, cross the main street, and then run another mile over to Olympian Hall, where we'll see him here just out our window, and see how this battle, this fight, this fist fight is going to turn out.
Yeah. And we've started to see the first.
I can tell you what I think is going to happen
near that crossing point too.
Yep.
Nice. Glad to see the tortoises are getting some love too. They've been getting tons of love here at the aid station. And like I was about to say, I can tell you guys what I think is going to happen. And I can also tell you what I hope is going to happen is that we see a new course record. I want to see these guys push each other and pull each other and bring out the best in each other. I mean, that's the beauty of competition, is you're going to get the best out of everyone around you if you are competitive in the right way. And hopefully we see that today. Today's a perfect day to make it happen. So let's see.
Indeed. I remember the interview with Jimmy. He dropped he said something to the tune of like this. He wants to get another course record. He has High Lonesome. He's doing the Courtney DeWalter here. He wants 200 miles, maybe not 3, but 200-mile course records. That would be phenomenal. That's Ultra Runner of the Year kind of material right there. He's going to be competing with Jim to take that spot. He's having a great year.
And looking at last year's time,
absolutely,
they could be on track for that.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. Rob Craw ran 1740. Alex Nichols, 17:57. That's the third fastest time. Then Rich at 18:01 and Dave at 18:01. Again, it's 44 miles in. Let's not get too excited.
Yeah.
But they are definitely doing the work to set themselves up to be sub-18. They're running faster than Rich. They're running faster than Dave's own time and Rich ran. This could be awesome.
Jimmy did say he wanted to go in the 17-hour range and, as deep into it as he possibly can. If anyone can do it, he looked smooth enough to pull it off. So while we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves and we don't want to, count our chickens before they're hatching, but we do know that they're putting themselves in position to execute in that way. So, it's hard not to get excited. Anyone who's competitive is going to be excited about that. That was Mike and Leah taking off right there. Anyone's going to be really excited at this point, seeing what's happening. Now, could it be a blow up? Could be. Here we go. Adam Loomis.
Wow.
Nice. Okay, that was Adam and
John.
We interviewed him yesterday.
John Herrick.
John. It was Johnny. Yeah.
Yeah, they are approximately, let's say 5 plus 7, 10 to 12 minutes behind Jim and Dave. Again, we're in the first half of the race. Jimmy or
Still
Dave could
phenomenal
die.
time.
Yeah. This is exciting. This isn't a blowout. This isn't Jim and Dave just doing something by themselves. We've got some people behind them that could, be under that 18 hours as well.
Absolutely. And, behind me is Jimmy's dad, who is going to be feeding him info of where these guys are. So that's exactly what's happening right now. This is a strategic, well thought out race.
We got a drone shot right now of, looks like a guy running down. This could be Jimmy or Dave, but there's a walker, there's a tortoise. But, they're gonna be getting into town. They're gonna be going by that high school, and then running over to Olympian Hall. They've got approximately almost 7 miles to get to us at Olympian and see what's going on. But yeah, we've got Harold. Fifth place. He's a driver.
Harry.
It says. Harry. Keep it up. Do you see him? Oh, there he is. Yep.
Yeah. Camera's on him right now. I literally just heard him tell his crew. They asked him, "What do you need? How's it going out there?" And he said, "I'm moving too fast. We're moving too fast," was his exact word. And he repeated that twice. So he's feeling it. Adam and it was Johnny also came through together. Both of them look like they are ready to start making some moves happen. They also look like they're working. Again, no one's gone through here as comfortable looking and smooth looking as Jimmy. So if that's any indicator, he's going to have a good day. But again, it's still 65 miles left. So let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Even though I can't help myself to get excited for a local Salt Lake kid to just crush it.
Yeah. We've got 3 guys together less than 10 minutes behind the leaders at 44.5 miles.
That's really tight.
That's epic. That's scary if you're Dave or Jimmy. You can't relax. You got to keep going.
And like I said, Jimmy's dad's right behind me. He's going to be feeding him intel of those boys were behind you by X amount of minutes. They're looking strong. Jimmy's going to get the info and know that he can't back off and probably feed it to Dave. And so again, iron sharpens iron. This is shaping up to be one of the more competitive 100-mile races I've seen this year. And as always here at Run Rabbit, that's what you're going to get.
Wow. And look at this drone shot we're getting. We see the high school track. We can see the trail where the guys are running through right now. The sun is setting. It's 7 o'clock. And we're almost halfway through Run Rabbit Run 100 mile for these guys.
Yeah, we're going to try to hang out as long as we can and hopefully get as many of the top females as we possibly can through here. But once the sun goes down, we are covered in trees, so we're not going to get a whole lot of light. There's obviously nothing out here. So we will give you as much as we can here at the Dry Lakes Aid Station, mile 44.5 for joining in. We are 45 miles into the Run Rabbit Run 100, and it is shaping up to be a hot and spicy contested year that I think is going to come down to the final aid station or two before we truly see any form of separation.
Yep, we got five guys battling it out. I'm excited to see how the women's race will shape up here at Dry Lake, and we're excited to hear how that's going to go from you. And then we got Mike and Leah at Olympian Halls. This is going to be fun.
It's going to be fun to see, and luckily I get to go home and take a nap after this, and then I will see you bright and early at 5 in the morning.
Good stuff.
Jason, remind me, the years that you've run and won this race, what were your times on the course?
The first year I ran it was 17:15. That was alongside Hard Rock, running the second fastest time ever at Hard Rock. This was a magical experience, maybe even more so than Hard Rock. I had just a perfect race. I never had any down. The other time I ran it, 2015, I ran 18:05. The course had changed a bit. That was also a great race. And then 18, when I didn't go into the lead until after 75 miles, Mark Hammond was second, Jeff Browning was third. Those guys were almost an hour behind me. Those were the 3 times that I've won the race.
At any point in those 3 races, barring that first magical experience, did you feel the pressure of the athletes behind you, the runners behind you? Did you feel like there was no chance to let up anywhere or take any steps easy when you're out front like that?
In 2018, Mark Hammond and I were running back to Olympian Hall, almost at, like mile 65, something like that. And we were running together, so I had no idea. And we had somebody in front of us. So I definitely was like, I'm in the hunt for the podium. I don't see the leader. It's in the second half of the race, scary times, but that's the beauty of the 100 mile. It's so long. There's so many factors out there. The leader of that race at 75 miles dropped. So you never know what's going to happen, as Jimmy talked about, he's got, his leg medical condition. Maybe he's, when he's running course record pace on a more runnable race than High Lonesome, something could happen. I don't want it to. He doesn't want it to happen, but, when you run hot and spicy, anything can happen. And I bet you one of these 5 guys that are running so fast and furious, we're going to see some carnage.
Yeah, there's no way they can.
Absolutely. I mean,
no.
Run Rabbit is a carnage course. It dishes out the carnage every single year. And like you said, a drop at mile 75 is capable of happening. We've seen it happen here before. A leader dropping at mile 75. So much can happen here. That's why we got to stick around for the next 50 miles just to see what happens. We've got another hare coming in here, 75.
I'm looking at the drone shot. I think we have Sean Van Horn. Sixth guy is in with you.
Sean Van Horn just got in.
But I think we have also in town here, we have eyes on maybe Jimmy.
No, there's no possible way he's gone that fast.
I got a little low on my liquid.
Okay, Sean Van Horn's over here saying that he got a little low on liquid, but he's feeling really good. He seems really cool, calm, and collected. Again, knowing where he's at 7 hours and 13 minutes, it is faster than the previous years.
Yeah.
Dexter more on 60.
Yeah. How incredible it would be if we saw multiple people under 18. We haven't seen somebody go under 18 since Alex Nichols in 2016, 7 years ago.
Wow.
And was that a different course than this course?
It's changed slightly almost every year. So, the course that Alex ran, that Rich ran, that Dave ran, those are fairly similar, pretty, equitable to what we're seeing here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree. I concur with that. And I think that as we see these next couple athletes start to pile in here, these next front-running men, look at the time. It's 7:14, and these guys have all left here. We've got 6 athletes out of Dry Lake under 7:15.
Yeah.
And that's shaping up to be a fast. If we had one athlete at this time over the last handful of years, we'd be pretty impressed. But to have 6 having already left the aid station, that speaks volumes. Is this going to be a year like Western States where we had every single finisher have a 15 in front of their finishing time? Like where it was years ago, it was like, oh my gosh, if you could get close to that 15, wow, you're solid. But to have all top 10 get in the 15, I mean, is that the year that we're having here at Run Rabbit?
Look at what the sport, how it's progressing, the level of competition, the way that people are fueling now, the way that people are getting coached, and then look at this drone shot, perfect mid-September weather, and the synergy that is going on between Dave and Jimmy. We've got something special to be watching today.
Yeah, I think
and I think this is the mile that we're starting to see the special sauce happening. Really.
Yeah, indeed. We're getting close to that halfway. And we got the drone shot looking. This is Olympian Hall. There's the ski jumps. This is where they come through. They do the indoor aid station, and then you take off. You run around in the mountains behind that ski area, or in that ski area, and then you come back again. We can see some tortoises running. I can look out the window. We've got people coming through. That's the kind of fun thing. Run Rabbit Run. You get to go and you have people around you. Eventually, maybe Dave and Jimmy are going to catch the lead tortoises. But we've got some pretty stellar guys like Bo leading that tortoise race as well.
And he's been out front all day long.
Yeah. Bo and Matt, I saw them on my morning run this morning at Falls Creek. Incredible, great athletes as well. There we are. That's where the aid station is. That's where the 50-mile briefing just happened. That La Sportiva tent right there, right behind it is where they go in to get the aid. You can see the drop bags even in the window. Really fun, great energy. I can't imagine how people are going to be reacting to Jimmy and Dave coming through and possibly twist record pace.
We've got eyes on another hare coming in here to Dry Lake. This would be let me double check, 7th place. Let's see who this is. This is Gary Messina coming in, another Salt Lake City runner.
Oh, that's fantastic.
And he's looking good. He's running hard.
Nice.
Yeah, that is Gary Messina, just confirmed. Number 48.
Is Gary live in Park City?
I believe so. I believe he lives up in Park City. He is a Salt Lake City, Utah, Wasatch Range.
Yeah.
And Arlen right behind him coming in.
Oh, fantastic. Very nice. That means that Arlen's
running about the same split as last year.
Okay. Arlen was in 10th at Summit Lake, so he's moved up a few positions.
He is now 8th place.
Okay.
And I literally just talked to his dad. We're watching him getting crewed over here by Arlen's Darlins and his dad. Honestly, he's running the same splits he ran last year. And, is that strategic? Is that because that's his top end speed here? Gary Messina right behind him just took off, hopped on the trail. As
that
we're
was
seeing these beautiful, beautiful clouds.
Great.
Yeah,
Great.
looks like Arlen is swapping shirts to a new shirt, kind of taking care of himself. I think he's going to give himself a few minutes here to make sure he has a really solid finishing to this race. This is the point where you need to take care of the little things and spend a few minutes in the aid station so that you can save hours at the finish line.
And you don't want to be wet in the dark, getting cold. You know, Arlen's run this race. He's gotten second last year to Rich. He knows what he's doing. He's a hard rock, fourth place finisher, top 10 at Western. I mean, this guy knows how to do it. And he has Coke, not
He knows
Pepsi.
what he's doing.
Not Pepsi.
Oh, come on. I mean, that's his downfall right there. Pepsi's going to get you to the finish line 10 minutes faster. I guarantee it. It is the new Alpha Fly 1%.
Maybe in 1988 or something. Pepsi's lame.
Stop. It's not Tab. Come on. Calm down.
Too sweet. Too sweet.
Yeah, no, I mean, to your point about, wanting to go into the night not wet and sweaty because it's going to chill you out, chill your core temperature. And when you chill the core temperature, all of your blood is going to rush to the core. It's going to get out of your muscles, and you're just not going to have that ability to move nearly as well as you want to. That's when you start risking the hypothermia, all those things. So it's not just about being wet. It's about making sure your muscles are being fueled properly and have blood in the extremities. And, he looks like he's the one who thought of that. I have not seen another athlete here towel off and dry off or change clothes. They've all been kind of more to get in and get out because, again, it is so packed. It's making you second guess maybe some of your thoughts. Arlen doesn't seem fazed by what anybody else is doing. He's running his own race, doing his own thing at literally almost the exact same splits as last year. So we'll see what happens there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 26 minutes behind or 25 minutes behind Jimmy and Dave. Not massive gap, but definitely formidable at 44 miles. I think that Jimmy and Dave and Adam and John are gonna towel off at Olympian. It's only 6 or 7 miles. There's almost no vert. They can get there pretty quick. It's not going to be dark yet.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a bad choice by Dave and Jimmy not to take a long time at Dry Lake.
I mean, it was interesting to me that Jimmy Elam's crew said that he was going to take time here and not at Olympian Hall.
Okay.
And he didn't. He got in. He got what he needed to. He got his lights on, but then he didn't do any of the little things that we were expecting: the changing of the shoes, the changing of the clothes, or anything like that. So, is he going to make up for that in Olympian Hall? I mean, does he feel like he needs to at all? Is he just going to push it through? I personally am not an athlete who changes clothes when I run. I never change shoes. To me, that's just, I don't think about that. I don't have the time, but maybe it pays off for him. We'll see.
Yeah. It's not that wet. We saw some puddles up at, Fish Creek Reservoir, but it seemed all avoidable. I ran up, Falls Creek. I didn't see any water. So, I mean, that's one of the biggest reasons to change your shoes, Or, I talked to Jimmy. He has 3 pairs of shoes. They're all the same. They're Ultra, Mount Blanc. So
He's
it's
wearing
not
the
a
Mont
matter
Blanc.
of... He's not going to go for something fast or bigger cushion or, lower profile. He just wants fresh shoes. I don't think he needs it.
Yeah, no, exactly. I agree with that. If for me, if I'm changing the exact same shoe, I'm asking why. Why am I changing shoes?
Yeah.
Maybe it might be a mental thing. Everyone's got the things that work for them, and I certainly have my little quirks when I'm racing. And if that's what helps them get there, then that's what helps them get there. But it looks like right now they're just duking it out, and I think everybody's starting to second guess their game plan. One of my favorite quotes is everybody's got a game plan until they get punched in the face, and it seems like punches are being thrown right now.
They sure are. I'm getting excited for Christy and Michelle and Zoe. Let's see what kind of excitement we get from them coming into Dry Lake.
Yeah, we're really, really hoping we can catch them. We've got a little bit of lights left here. Looks like the lights in the generator just got thrown on here at the aid station. And I do want to call out aid station Fireball. I do prefer red vines over Twizzlers. And yes, I still stand hard on my Pepsi stance. I will every time. I will die on this hill.
Agree to disagree. Just did some dirty math.
And that's okay.
It just did some dirty math, and Christy was 30 minutes behind Arlen at Long Lake. So we should, my guess is that we should see her maybe in the next 15, 20 minutes. So hopefully we get to see her, or whoever the leader is, in the light at Dry Lake. We're also going to have to figure out what, Michelle ran to Dry Lake maybe, or something like that in the last few winters for the ladies, and see where she is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, let's talk about the ladies for a little bit. We've got Christy, who it's her first 100-miler. She's coming out here and she's kind of running a pretty competitive, but it seems like it's a strategic race. She was definitely not first going into Fish Creek. She had moved up through the field off the climb when I saw her at Warner. And so she's been running a methodical, slowly moving up, slowly gaining kind of race. And then we have Michelle Yates, who's no stranger to this course and knows exactly what she's getting into. And if we're going to talk about durability and strength and someone who can run out of their mind, she's top of the list for me. She makes that cut for top 10. And then we've got Nicole Bitter, who literally is one of, I would say, in terms of her turnover and consistency in the 100-mile distance. I think Georgia Porter has an amazing marathon time. But if we're looking at consistency with turnover, I think Nicole is one of those athletes who can really turn it on late in the race. And she's got an amazing crew in Zach Bitter, her husband, who's going to coach her to really get the best out of herself. He knows her incredibly well after so many years together and being her coach. And she knows herself incredibly well after being such a seasoned veteran here in the sport. So, she's someone who can really eat up a lot of time on other athletes this late in the race, and specifically on something that is very runnable.
Exactly. And, she got that golden ticket. She got to Western States, and then she, didn't do what she wanted to do. What was it, a rolled ankle? I can't remember what. But
I believe you're correct. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah, I know that she had a drop, and it wasn't because she was not prepared fitness-wise. She might have a lot in the tank. She might really be able to do something special here, and give Chrissy a run for her money. I'm excited to see.
Absolutely, literally a run for the money at this race. And
a whole lot.
I think you've got a lot, enough to make a difference. That's for sure. I would do a lot of things for 15 grand. So if I had
would
to
you drink Coke?
bloody stool pace it, with a lot of ice. I would bloody stool pace it for 20 miles if it made 15 grand.
Wow.
So anyone in the track and cross country knows what that is like. But yeah, no, I mean, it's going to be a great race on the ladies' side. And not to mention you have such a contingency of competitive athletes chasing those girls down. It's going to be incredible to watch and see.
Yeah. It's a pretty big gap, between Nicole and third and fourth place. We've got 21 minutes. Granted, it's a 100-miler. We've got a lot of time. It's going to get dark and cold. That's when you can kind of get down and out. Maybe these ladies can make up that gap, pretty quick. But, unlike the men's race, we don't have we have a bigger gap now.
Right, a tighter pack chasing, but a bigger gap between them.
Yep.
Which I think leads to a lot of which I would have to say that the women's field might be running a more conservative race to actually race harder at the end, rather than just push themselves to oblivion, which tends to work out really well, and it makes it that much more competitive. That's why I always love to watch the women's field more deeply here.
I'm going to interrupt. We have eyes on Jimmy going down that beautiful single track. And I think we have Jimmy and Dave running together. It's a double track through here. We're going to see them in about 3 seconds. There they are. There's the leaders.
Wow, neck and neck.
That's got to be maybe 48, 49 miles in. Both running sub 18.
When was the last time we've seen a race where 50 miles in you've seen 1 and 2
shoulder
neck and
to shoulder
neck pretty much all day?
Yeah. Wow. I wonder what they're saying. Are they talking? Or
Are
they
we
just...
going to have a... Are they talking trash to each other? I mean, I want to be... That's where we need the microphones. No, I mean, are we going to have a... Last week at Wasatch 100, we had Jeff Browning and Jonathan Love literally do a 400 and 800 meter sprint to the finish line with a few seconds separating second and third place. Are we going to see that? Is that something that is going to become more common in this sport, given the level of athletes, the talent, as you mentioned, Jason, the fueling strategies, the super shoes, all the things that are equalizers and bringing out the best of the best?
There's thousands of dollars between first and second. That is a factor as well. And, you know, they might, I know that they respect each other, but it's also, you know, that's a lot of money. And they want to, you know, they want to go for it.
Jason, I would be throwing elbows if it were me and you going for a few $1,000s.
Yeah.
Luckily,
but,
I have a 15-pound weight advantage at least.
Sub 18 hasn't been done in 7 years. You know, course record comes into mind. Maybe those things are possible when you work together, though.
Absolutely, and I think we've seen it time and time in this sport where strong athletes work together. I mean, I'm thinking immediately back to last year's UTMB with Mathieu Blanchard and Kylian Jornet. Those guys duked it out all day and both went under the coveted 20-hour, you know, can it happen of day at UTMB. And if you talk to Kylian or you talk to Matthew, that was the only way it was going to happen, is if those two pushed each other into making it happen. And I think we're seeing it more and more in the sport. I think the women have been doing it for years, pushing each other and pulling each other and really supporting each other to bring out the best. And I think it's starting to be a more common experience here at the 100-mile distance.
719.
Yep. From the chat, can someone communicate to Zach that not a single person in the chat agrees with this Pepsi hard stance?
That's Aid Station Fireball, and he can mind his own business on this one. Let me fight my own battles, okay? Let me win this one.
It is fantastic that we can see Jimmy and Dave running together halfway through the race. Biggest prize purse in the sport.
You know, it begs the question, why don't we see more athletes, competitive athletes, sponsored athletes towing the line here at Run Rabbit? And I know the answer is because UTMB happened, you know, a couple weekends ago, and that seems to be the lure of the sport. But when you've got $15,000 on the line, why not make Run Rabbit Run the UTMB of the U.S.?
Yeah, I know somebody like Arlen Glick actually made that decision and chose to not run that one and focus here on Run Rabbit Run.
Indeed. Makes me think of Mark Hammond.
And he's going to make some money doing it.
Mark Hammond ran this race, I think, twice, running UTMB before it.
Quick turnaround.
You don't run sub 18 doing that, I don't think, though. The other factor, too, is, you know, you don't have to change 8 time zones. You don't have to take that flight. You don't have to try to train specific to, you know, the European terrain.
Patrick Parcell.
Okay. He's in.
Did we lose him?
9th place. Patrick Parcell. Into Dry Lake. All right, Jimmy and Dave are now going to transition on to the pavement, run through town together. They're not ultra shuffling.
You guys here for? Georgie. Nice. Yeah, she's running a smart race.
Yeah, she is. She always does.
If she can make up a lot of.
All right.
On their load a little. Tommy's front runner.
On their way to Olympian Hall. 51.2 miles. Dave Stevens, 2 years ago, champion, 1801. Jimmy, the course record holder, now at High Lonesome. Jimmy's got the long sleeve on. Dave's still with a t-shirt. This is the low point of the course, so it's fairly warm temperatures versus being up at 10,000 feet 10 miles ago.
There we are.
Just beautiful drone shots as they run stride for stride here through Steamboat. And for anybody who hasn't been, it is even better in person.
Steamboat is one of those places that you don't realize how beautiful it is until you come here. I mean, the ultra sign-up photos and the website photos don't do it justice, and we get a beautiful view here through the aspens, staring at this beautiful sunset. The clouds are just colored. I mean, this camera ain't doing it justice. It is 100% beauty right here in the middle of Colorado.
Yeah, let's remember all of those lake shots that we've been seeing from the drone. Those willow meadows with pine trees and lakes. This is it is running paradise, and then it's really kind of cool to be able to run through a mountain ski town. Go to Olympian Hall, and then come back through the mountain ski town, go all the way back up to 10,000 feet, and run down the ski area. That's
yeah, I mean,
that's a really impressive
You get the best
course.
of everything, right? You get these beautiful mountains, you get flowy single track, you get double track, you get Jeep road, you get city running. I mean, it really reminds me a lot of running in Europe, where you run from town to town. In the U.S., you don't get a whole lot of that experience. You're in the mountains the entire time, or on a ridge line, or a point-to-point where you don't really get to run through towns and cities. I think that's what makes Forest Hill at Western States so special and so exciting, because you do get to just skirt the edge of the city there, the heart of the city, and it makes it so much fun. And that's here in the middle of the race, this little excitement, this little pocket of, excitement, city life. You're not just stuck in, really dark forest with your headlamp. You get the city lights that might wake you up a little bit. So that is exciting. We do have an update. It looked like Pat Purcell came through here about 4 minutes ago. He looked pretty good, looked pretty well put together. Again, that's 7:34, so he is 40 minutes behind leaders at this point, but he looks like he's still in it to compete and wants to get himself into the money position. So that would be is that 9th place? That would be 9th place overall.
Yeah. Top 5 are in the money. So he is not that far away.
Get some of that good stuff.
Yeah. And with such a spicy pace.
Again, striking distance. Being
with the spicy pace.
Being at this point in the race, you want to put yourself in striking distance. You don't want to make your moves yet, but you want to be within striking distance to be able to make a move if you need to.
And you don't even need to make a move. There's going to be carnage in that top 8. People are running hot, going for sub 18 kind of times here. There's gonna be some people that shoot their shot and then miss.
They pull a Zach Marion in high school. You shoot the shot and you miss sometimes, but it's okay. It's okay. You live to fight another day, I promise.
Yeah. Okay, I think they're gonna get over to this. They're going to the bridge, passing the bridge, and then there's the main street there. It used to be that the Hares were allowed to have pacers basically from where you are, Zach, until Olympian Hall, and then back out when you're coming through the second time. And but the nice thing for Dave and
Nick
Jimmy
Mail coming in.
Okay.
It looks a lot like
Wow.
Logan Williams making his way in here. Yeah, that's a Logan Stride. I know Logan Stride. Here he comes. That is absolutely Logan Williams, the fastest mustache in all of Tahoe.
Look at that. He's cruising in.
Yeah, and I've seen the dude's training lately. He's setting himself up to have a good back half as well. So again, speaking of putting yourself in position to strike and to make moves, he's the one doing it for sure. He's making that happen.
That's the main screen.
All right, I hear Leah. She's at Olympian Hall, mile 51.2. How's it going, Leah? We know that Jimmy and Dave are close to
Dave Stevens and
oh, here they are. This is look at this, stretching out, doing some hip mobility. They're almost doing it synchronized.
Yeah.
It's a big deal to make this light. Luckily, one of them, didn't make it, and the other one made it, or something like that. But this is like a minute or two, which seems like eternity when you're at the front of the race like this.
Car is the white SUV, white Equinox, right here on the corner. Looks like a tripod looking thing.
Yeah, it looks like we got Jimmy going down for a stretch.
Yeah, taking advantage of this opportunity.
This forced break.
Yeah, how often in a mountain ultra do you see a major intersection, the leaders of the race stretching out their hips, doing some mobility drills, $15,000 on the line, and there's the green light. Here we go. Back on.
That was longer than a lot of their aid stops.
That's uneven.
We can hear you, Mike and Leah. All right, so they cross the highway here. Now they're on this side of the town of Olympian Hall. It's not too far before Mike and Leah are going to check them out, see what they do for changing of clothes. All right, recognizing where they are. You can see the green arrow they're following. Leaders of the race coming through at less than 8 hours. And the course record is a 17-something. So that's pretty impressive math right there.
Wow.
You can see some Christmas lights lit up the trees. They're running along the Yampa River. Okay, somebody's turned on their headlamp. It's officially dark now.
Then they'll take a left up here and just a few minutes away.
So we can confirm that Jimmy or Dave they haven't put a move to lose one or the other. Wonder if they'll leave the aid station at Olympia together. Okay, now they are within half a mile of Olympian Hall.
Hey guys, can you get my audio here in a minute?
We can hear you, Leah. Can you hear us?
Do they have you?
This is fantastic to be able to see the leaders of the race, multiple miles, running together. Bill in Colorado said on the chat, one year he was pacing and he sprinted ahead to push the walk button on that crosswalk. What a hero for their runner, because you just don't want to have to stand there and wait, especially when you're leading the race or in the front of the, in the money. Okay, now we have a really good shot of Leah. We're only maybe 3 or 4 minutes away from Dave and Jimmy coming in to mile 51.4 Olympian Hall. Haven't heard anything for the ladies coming into Dry Lake. We definitely have the top 10 men, Hares. Behind Jimmy and Dave, we have Adam, John, and Heroldus, all within a few minutes. We'll be seeing them possibly running through town soon. Hopefully they make the light for the crosswalk. Can you hear us yet, Leah? You can see Zach.
I can hear you guys.
Oh, hey guys, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Zach.
We just had Sam Collins come in, who was 4th place last year, and he looked more amped than anyone I've ever seen. That could be the youth on his side, but he was jazzed to be coming into this aid station, and it looks like he's a touch ahead of where his 4th place, his split that got him 4th place last year was. So it could end up being another person who's going to move up and pick off some carnage, I should say.
Yeah, he is the first guy under 30 cracking that. Oh, actually, he's in 11th.
Him and Logan both under 30, the only two.
We've got Dave and Jimmy coming into the Olympian Hall. You can see Jimmy switching his bottles.
Dude, that's where the action's at. Let's see it.
Yeah. They are definitely rushing. This is not a relaxation, sit down, change your shoes kind of situation. Looks like that might be some 5-hour energy. I'm not sure.
He's been sipping on pickle juice all day.
Gotcha. I wonder if he's bringing out that broth. Okay, I see Jimmy moving out of the aid station. Not with Dave. Taken off.
But remember,
Gotta
last
move.
time he left without Dave, and Dave caught him pretty quickly.
That's true. Let's see where Dave is. What is he doing? Jimmy, again, is out of the aid station, in the lead. Run, rabbit, run.
That is just beyond mile 50, so they have crested the halfway point of the race, and they are truly making it a race.
Yeah, 51.2. They haven't climbed in a lot of miles. Let's see who's stronger on the climb now. Okay, there's Dave. It's been a minute or two. Dave staying with the t-shirt. Oh, he's kissing his kid.
There he goes.
There he goes. And I think that's John Rea.
Anthony Costales.
Anthony Costales, sorry. Salt Lake guy. And Dave's out. It couldn't be more than 2 minutes between Dave and Jimmy. They're off. We will see them again in 12 and a half miles. Fantastic competition. People enjoying the show here.
Yeah,
Race.
Olympian Hall is going to be an action-packed aid station tonight. No doubt about it.
It is. It's showing the split between Jimmy and Dave that was only like 10 seconds. But we saw Jimmy leave at least a minute and a half, 2 minutes before Dave. Maybe Jimmy's got that grinding gear, is going to pull away a little bit. We'll find out soon.
That is Jimmy's specialty, is the grinding gear.
Indeed. We can smell the bacon at Olympian Hall. I did not see Jimmy or Dave taking any bacon.
None for them.
It's making me hungry, though. That's
All right, runners!
okay. All right, we can see the headlamps leaving. Making that climb. That's pretty exciting. We got the hares. We've got the tortoises. The interesting thing on this race is that now Dave doesn't know which of those headlamps is Jimmy. Makes it a little bit harder to pursue. You know, he doesn't know. Doesn't know the gap exactly. And that continues and persists, you know, for the next 10, 15 miles.
Yeah, and you know that at this point in the race, when you're passing hares in front of you or tortoises in front of you, and you turn a corner, you don't know whose headlamp that is. You don't know who's catching you, whose headlamp that is. So I think this adds another fun dynamic to the race.
It's an advantage for Jimmy. It's an advantage for the person in the lead because then he can go incognito. He doesn't have Dave staring at him.
Feeling like he can catch. I mean, it reminds me, short story, the only claim to fame I have is I am 1-0 against the great Courtney DeWalter. We raced back in 2014. Yeah, 2014, URAY 100, the inaugural year. And at mile 70, I sat down in an aid station and thought I was, mile 65, I thought I was about done. And Courtney DeWalter ended up passing me in 7th. She was in 7th place. And my crew got me to get up and go. I ended up working my way back up to 1st place, which was this chick wearing silver basketball shorts. And from mile 75 on, we threw down. And I swear to this day, the only reason that I was able to stay in front of her is I bolted around a corner on a trail, turned off my headlamp, and used the moonlight for the rest of the day. And when we got to the finish line, she was like, dude, you must have crushed it. And I was like, no, you only finished 20 minutes behind me. And she's like, you disappeared. And I was like, no, I just turned my headlamp off. I could see your headlamp the entire night. And she's like, oh, man, I stopped chasing because I didn't think I could see you. And that goes to show that these games work.
These games are important. They play out every overnight into the night kind of ultra. I know that I've personally looked down away from where I know the competition is. You know, Dave or Jimmy is thinking about that, and you know, he's got a perfect cover right now, because you can see in the drone shot right now, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4 different headlamps. You know, that's kind of like a demotivator when you're trying to hunt.
Absolutely, I 100% agree.
I also recommend, Zach, that you don't race Courtney again.
No,
Keep your 1-0.
That's exactly why I have it. I have my 1-0, and I'm one of few males that can say that, and I'm going to hold it. That is my only success as a professional athlete has been that. I mean, I think Western State's only, 5 guys can say they've done that?
2019, Courtney and I were both running UTMB. I passed her with 10K to go, ended up the first American. She was second. I was 19th. She was 21st. Yeah. I'm proud to have been able to pass Courtney. She's a legend. She's an elite level male runner, as everybody knows now, and has proven that in the last 300 she's raced.
Absolutely, she is proving to the world that the gender gap is incredibly slim when it comes to ultra marathons, and you know, we've seen it. Her and other athletes, and I think a lot of the female contingency is starting to end up on overall podiums, and it is so much fun to see. And I will stand by this, that the women's field in trail and ultra running right now has more depth and talent overall than we've seen in the growth of the sport at any other time, and arguably rivaling the male contingency as well. It's a much more exciting race to watch.
I love it. How about in this race right now, Sarah Ostawizuski, 4th overall at Uray. Cocodona performance there. She is crushing the elite men too, and let's see her do that
absolutely
today as well, tonight and tomorrow.
And her Cocodona landed her, I know, high on the podium overall. And her Uray, was that an overall win, or was it vice versa?
She was 4th, and set the course record for women at arguably the hardest 100-miler in the U.S. with 40,000 vert, really high up in the San Juan Mountains.
It is an incredible course. I did it the year it had high 20,000 feet of vert. That's the year Courtney and I did it. And we were invited back when it was made more difficult, and both of us said absolutely not. That was ridiculous. And speaking of the women's field, we are waiting here for the top women to show up. We are expecting them just about any time. I talked to Georgia Porter's crew, and they mentioned that she was expecting to be here between 8:15 and 8:30. So yeah, we'll see where the women end up. They should be rolling through here any minute now.
Will it be Christy? Will it be Michelle? Will it be Nicole? I think it's anybody's guess. You know, we knew with the men that Dave and Jim Jimmy were really working well together, running together fast. For the ladies, we really don't know what's going to happen there. I think that there's just a lot more dynamics with, Nicole coming from sea level, with Christy being her first 100-miler, with Michelle having lung disease. That's incredible. I mean, those are our top
It's three very
ladies.
different styles of running as well.
Indeed, and 3 totally different stories for athletes, and that's exciting. That's amazing. It's inspirational. These women are doing unbelievable things and racing for the biggest payout in ultra running.
We're gonna keep an eye out for the ladies here and bring you updates as soon as we possibly can. I'm sure things are starting to heat up a little bit there at Olympian Hall.
Yes.
You guys should have athletes pouring through there here shortly. Those top 10 men should be trickling in, and then you should see a nice contingency of them all together. I mean, I hope that they're still working together because it's gonna be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, looking at the tracking, we actually have John Herrick just updated. So we have seen our third hare come through Olympian Hall. Be interesting to see where Adam Loomis comes in at.
Guess what?
Adam Loomis should be there and Harry should be there relatively quickly.
Exactly, and guess what? John has cut the gap between him, Jimmy, and Dave. He was, let's see, 12 minutes back from Jimmy at Dry Lake, 10 minutes back. He cut 2 minutes. Maybe he made that crosswalk.
He didn't. I was gonna say he didn't have to go to the crosswalk.
Well, he had to go to the crosswalk. Rather, he had that red light. But regardless, John has cut the gap to 10 minutes at 51 miles. John's in the hunt. He's not slowing down. He's not giving up. Man, this is exciting.
So if he's put taken the gap down 2 minutes, and we only had 6 miles to go, that's 20 seconds per minute mile faster on average through that section. That's a decent amount of effort.
You know what could have happened is that Dave and Jimmy kind of like, okay, let's just relax here. We're in the lead. We don't have to kill each other. Maybe that's a good thing for them. Maybe they can save that now that they've gotten through Olympian Hall. Maybe Jimmy's making his move. And John is by himself saying, okay, I'm not in the lead. I've got to go get those guys.
Yeah. I mean, if he's specifically a little bit more of a downhill runner, that was his section right there. And that's kind of the fun thing is you get to see everybody's strengths start to play out, and their strength starts to allow them to either chew up or increase whatever gaps they've got in front of them or behind them. So that's where I think we're going to get to see people's strengths play out here over this next 40 miles, and that's always a fun thing to watch.
Absolutely, man. I can't wait for the ladies to come through. Thank you for keeping us up to date on that, Zach.
It's always a fun time.
It does look like John put a little bit of a gap into Adam, about 3 minutes here at Olympian Hall. So he is picking up the pace.
Yeah, we've got eyes on Olympian Hall on our feed.
And that is Adam Loomis, another Utah runner.
He doesn't look rushed. He's not like Jimmy and Dave. He's taking his time. He's had some, looks like soup.
Yeah, now's the time to get some warm fluids inside of you. And he's not going into the lodge, which is a smart idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks extremely patient and just taking a moment there with his parents, who he said in his interview are some of his favorite people to crew.
Yeah. Proud mom and dad right there. Seeing their son on the podium position, cutting the gap, ready to go to battle. We had somebody in the chat ask about the Tortoises. The next time we see the leaders for the Tortoise is at mile 63.9, right here at Olympian. So we have a long gap to wait for those guys and gals. We'll keep you updated as soon as we hear the bells ringing for the Tortoises, or get an update. We'll let you know. See where Bo and Matt and John and William are in that race, along with Stephanie, who's in 7th overall at Olympian Hall for the Tortoises. She's kicking some butt too.
The temperatures up here at Dry Lake are increasingly dropping right now. It's starting to get a really good chill in the air. A really light breeze, so that ambient temperature is, you're really feeling how low it actually was all day now that we don't have that sun beating on us and kind of getting us a little warm through that. So now that that's gone, the ambient temperature is really showing itself. It's cold, it's chilly. If you're not moving well, you're going to slow down even more, because again, that blood is going to start to pull back into the core of the body to try to stay warm and to keep you alive, which means your extremities are not going to have the dexterity, the movement, the proprioception that you want them to have. And so yeah, staying warm right now is going to be key. And especially as they make their way back up here to Dry Lake and they stay up at 10,000 feet for quite some time to the finish line, that's going to be a big, big part of the game.
It sure is. May, June, July. It's a short night. Right now we are almost 12 hours of darkness. We're in Colorado. People are running for their lives because of the prize purse that you have here at Run Rabbit Run. Is when we see some carnage, it's going to be nasty.
Absolutely. And I'm reminded of the last year I ran here. I burnt too many matches too early and ended up being a lot slower up high than I anticipated. And I did not do, as a young athlete, I wasn't smart enough to pack warm clothes up high. I had a really light shell. And when you walk, I can attest to when you walk 2 to 3 miles up here because your body's just not cooperating and you start to really chill out, you will waste 20, 30 minutes at the next aid station just trying to get warm enough to move again.
Yeah. You slow down a little bit, and it's hard to warm back up because the body is depleted. It's running as fast and as hard as it possibly can. People were sweating and hot all day, especially going up, the climb up to, Long Lake. All of those factors add up for a challenging situation if you get worn out in the dark in Colorado in the middle of September up high in elevation.
Absolutely. I mean, you're doing all that work. Your body's trying to offload all of that internal heat, and so when you slow down, your body doesn't quite register that you've slowed down yet, and it's still offloading all that heat, and you lose a lot of that heat real quick, and that's something that you learn really aggressively here at night, which again, Run Rabbit Run being one of those races where you are forced to run through the entire night, and a lot of elite athletes haven't experienced that. You learn hard lessons just like I did back in my last race here.
Again, we got top 4 through Olympian Hall. The gap between Jimmy and Dave and then John and Adam is not that big. It's a 10 to 13 minutes, only halfway through. Adam's looking strong. John is looking strong. Let's see what happens over those next half marathon. The bacon is sizzling here at Olympian Hall. It's making me so hungry.
Hey, Jason, can you bring some back to the Airbnb with you? I'd greatly appreciate that.
You bet.
I've been surviving on aid station food out here all day.
Yeah. Okay, we have another runner Harry is through. He is fifth male. He's 6 minutes behind fourth place Adam. Top 5. There's the money places right there. 7:48, 7:48. 10 minutes back at 7:58 is John. 3 minutes back from John is Adam. And then 6 minutes back, Heroldus.
Like I said, anything that happened in the first half of the race can happen in the back half of the race, so nothing's set in stone yet.
Yeah, it's just incredible to think 5 athletes are through halfway in just over 8 hours. Course records 17 something. Nobody's run under 18 in 7 years. Okay. We have a sleeveless guy
Because it's a
coming
party.
through Drive Lake.
The Hooters up here, dude. That's
Hope he
fine.
gets a shirt on. We're definitely getting close to having the ladies come into Dry Lake any minute now.
Oh,
Lord. We just
829
witnessed a
doing
cartwheel
cartwheels at mile 45.
at Summit Lake, Dry Lake.
Someone is making a party of this course, and they're running it right. I want to have that kind of energy at mile 45.
That is celebrating life, celebrating their race. Cartwheels.
Absolutely. And
Wow.
and speaking of, we just Sean Smith and I believe Stephen Cornelius come through here at Dry Lake. So we are expecting the top female, Christy, should be only a couple minutes behind them.
Wow. And think about this. Steven is in 15th overall. Those ladies are moving up and doing some strong work right now on that run into Summit Lake, or Dry Lake, I'm sorry.
Yeah, things are getting dark here. Things are getting crowded, so it's going to be hard to spot them far down the road. So we're going to have to wait till they get a little bit closer. I imagine the crowd that is lined this road on both sides is going to really start to spark up when they see the F1 come through. It's always really exciting. You got the male hares have been coming through, and they're getting a little bit of a cheer and some excitement. But really, once our top women come through, you guys can't see it, but Dry Lake is a party. I mean, there are so many people. I'm seeing a lot of glow sticks, some fun lights going on, some outfits as we've seen. This place is a really welcomed spark of energy for these athletes coming in, for these runners coming in.
Great party atmosphere. Really fun. This is the magic of Run Rabbit Run right here, is that you get the crews that are there for the Tortoises also cheering for the Hares. It's not quiet and lonely out there so much. You get to see people. It's just really fun. I like that about Run Rabbit Run. I don't know any other 100-miler that has that.
Yeah, extremely unique. Talked to Fred earlier, and for those Tortoises to see the Hares out there is something that he really wanted them to have, because typically it's a second at the start and they're gone.
Yep. Gary is at Olympian Hall. 6th place, Gary Messina. Salt Lake, or Park City guy.
Wow.
30 years old, first 100-miler. One of the most competitive 100-milers in North America.
Wow.
And he's one place away from money. We also have Arlen Blick is in, Sean Van Horn together. All three of those guys, Gary, Arlen, and Sean, are in. It's a race for 6th place right now. And the money is only 5 minutes away. absolutely incredible. This is incredible. You know, we're starting to see the gaps happen. You know, at Olympian Hall, we've had 8 athletes come through. At Dry Lake, we've only had 15. So you can see the separation starting to happen here. And, you know, it's a testament to how fast these top 5, 6, 7, 8 guys are running right now. They're you know, on pace, you know, theoretically for, you know, 16 hours. As we all know, or hopefully know, that, you know, 100-miler, the 50-mile split does not dictate what the finish is. You just don't multiply by 2 is what I'm trying to say. So things are hot and fast. We've got some separation here. It's going to be exciting to see what happens.
I would argue that things are cold and fast right now. I'm the one standing up here at Dry Lake.
Wait till 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 in the morning. Then we can say it's cold.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. And I think to your point, Jason, if we don't see the fastest time on the course today, I think, or I guess tomorrow, I think we are going to see the fastest overall top 10 in course history. So it's going to be a fast year, and I think it's going to be a record year. Either way, it's going to be one of those 2 records, if not both.
It makes me think of the top 10 at Western for the ladies in particular. That unbelievable. Having the same phenomena happen right here at Run Rabbit Run.
Yeah, and I don't think the women's field is too far off of that either. I think they're within shot of that as well.
Yeah, we're just impatiently waiting at Dry Lake to see what is going to happen. This is the kind of fun part of not having GPS tracking at a race. You have to wait. You know, you don't just stare at that little dot and know exactly what's happening all the time. Instead, we got to wait aid station to aid station.
It kind of brings you back a little bit, Jason. You can appreciate this. The old I Run Far Twitter updates.
Yeah.
I mean, Twitter's not even a thing anymore, but I Run Far survived Twitter, so that's a good thing.
Yeah. Instead, we get to hear live right here at these places what's going on. It's fun. It's really fun.
Huge shout out to Jamil and the Aravaipa crew that are really pioneering what's happening here in the sport. I mean, being here, going to Mammoth, Javelina, Cocodona. I mean, what Hard Rock, what Jamil's trying to do and what Aravaipa is trying to do to bring our sport to the masses, I think is such a special thing. And I think it's, you know, we appreciate everyone at home who's being patient with us as we're losing service, and we're fighting with Starlink, and we're trying to make this stuff happen. We're learning, we're growing, and we're making it happen. And we can put a lot of gratitude to the Aravaipa team for making it happen.
Exactly right. And let's do some simple math here. At UTMB, 10,000 runners. At Run Rabbit Run, 400 some. So we're bringing you commentary and being able to put eyes on these aid stations and have these drone shots, you know, because we don't have, you know, an order of magnitude more, you know, participants paying and sponsorships and all that kind of stuff. We're having this kind of grassroots races like Run Rabbit Run and some of these other races that are getting live coverage here in North America that don't have thousands and thousands of runners.
Yeah, absolutely, and it just goes to show that those who love the sport are going to progress it. I think a little shout out to Dylan Bowman and the Free Trail for what they've done, and Billy Yang with Western States and for what they've done. I think this is the new wave of the sport, and it's exciting to be here and see it. And Jason, you've been in this as long as I have. the early teens, late aughts, that, to see how the sport's evolved since then has been so incredible. And we've mentioned, men's times going down, women's records going down, the men's contingency and the women's contingency getting tighter and more competitive. Women in the sport in general have just exploded it over the last couple of years. But it is all because of these little things that people are trying to put together. And, one more piece of the puzzle, Fred, here at Run Rabbit, putting a team contingency together. That is also something new in the sport that is exciting.
It is. It is.
We're getting a little Mike McMonagle in there. I can hear Mikey.
We've got some eyes on Olympian Hall, I believe.
Can you guys hear us down in Olympian Hall?
We can.
Yeah. Oh, amazing. Honestly, that's the biggest win of the day so far. I don't care.
Yeah. My hands are freezing. Yeah, I need it more for the hands.
So are Sean and Arlen and Gary still in Olympian Hall, or have they left?
But I think they may have just left. We're going to keep looking around. It's really spread out down here, so it's kind of tough to see who's in.
Yeah. You've got the tortoises, you've got the hares, lots of cowbells, a lot of fun, good energy.
Yeah, it'll stay warm down here.
Anybody's still here?
This is the lowest point in the race right here for elevation. This is where you can kind of catch your breath a little bit, and recover. When you run at 10,000 feet for miles and miles and miles, it wears you out. And then as these athletes are coming down, they run through town for a few miles. You can actually get that recovery. You can start to breathe a little bit easier. You can bring that heart rate down. That brings more oxygen to the muscles. You recover. You feel good. And, that allows, something like Jimmy did here when he went through Olympian Hall, all of a sudden take off and leave Dave behind. It's a mental boost too, when you can feel good. When you're at high elevation too, the stomach, it's harder to digest your nutrition. You come down to 6,000 or 7,000 feet, all of a sudden those gels start going easier, the drink mix goes easier. You can fuel back up, and so you've got that mental aspect. You got the blood with the oxygen in it, and you can take in that nutrition.
Yeah, because after they come back, there's still a lot of race ahead, and get back up to those high elevations pretty soon. And I wonder what those temps will be like.
And then 13 miles later, they get to come back to Olympian, get that low elevation recovery, and then head up for that high, cold,
massive climb.
Lake tour. Dry Lake, Summit Lake, Long Lake, and then come down, smell the bacon burning at the next aid station down at the finish.
All right, guys, did a quick pan down here, and I don't think we have any of those guys still need.
We can see Leah.
I'm assuming they all.
She is wearing a puffy.
Oh, you can hear me?
It was only, I feel like, an hour maybe ago that she was at 10,000 feet, sweating, and it looked like she could go swimming at Fish Creek Reservoir.
You guys hear me? You're down.
Now we're looking at 12 hours of dark and cold. We now have 17 athletes through Dry Lake. Alex Docta, Michael Worth, Christopher Hames, all through Dry Lake, rounding out that top 17. And then we've got 8 through Olympian Hall. Still waiting for the leaders of the ladies' race. They'll be here at Dry Lake soon. Really excited about that. We can see Zach impatiently waiting. He's probably drinking a Pepsi.
It's coffee. It's coffee. It's instant coffee. It's warm, and it's all I care about at this point. But we did see a runner come in, and there was some good cheering. This might be our lead female up there. It is Michelle Yates. Just pulling through. She has retaken the lead, and she looks determined to rip someone's leg off as she passes them. So men in front of her, watch out.
Classic Michelle, 10 years ago, setting the course record that still stands and is now in the lead. Absolutely
I'm going to hop
incredible.
in front here and go take a gander and see what's happening.
Yeah, let's hear what Michelle is doing.
She popped in that aid station. We've got some cars in the way here. Okay. Can y'all still hear me?
Yes. 8 hours and 24 minutes
Okay,
into the race. Michelle's 20th place at Dry Lake, leading Run Rabbit Run 100. Again.
She's grabbing some warm, it looks like some like coffee or broth here. I'm trying to stay within shot of you guys and give a good view, but there is a very crowded aid station she's working in right now. Looks like she's grabbing some food, some hot broth, it looks like. And she just wants to get out of here is what it looks like.
She is a battle warrior. Her crew, I believe, is her 2 coaching clients that she's
and she's out.
With. Oh my gosh, what a transition. Michelle in the lead. Nobody would have, she wasn't even registered for this race more than a couple weeks ago. She's facing lung disease, and she's done, I think, hip replacement. And here she is in 2023, winning the race.
I mean, if they didn't make him any tougher or grittier than her, I can guarantee it. She is one tough gal. She came in with that tough look on her face that she knows what she's getting herself into. She's been here before. She knows what's ahead of her, and it doesn't look like it phases her at all. She's got business face on. She came in. She probably would have been out of here 30 seconds faster had they been able to get her broth quicker. It looks like she was just kind of waiting in the aid station to get some warm broth and then drink that on her way out of here. But yeah, in true Michelle fashion, she's here to do some work right now, and she's going to run with a little bit of a chip on her shoulder from here on out.
She owns this race. She has the course record.
And she's acting like it. She is acting like this is her course and no one's going to take it from her.
That's incredible. That's incredible. A master runner, just like Dave, over 40, winning the
Is
biggest.
this our F2? It is Christy. 111 just came through. She's got a nice little stride. I'm going to go follow her into the aid station and see what happens.
Okay. Christy, also over 40. First 100-miler. Right behind the course record holder, Michelle Yates. 40.
Where are they at compared to course record pace? Or splits?
That is a good question. We're going to have to ask somebody if we can get those splits.
My fingers aren't working well enough to look at the history there, so I have no dexterity. It is chilly up here. She's making quick work of the aid station. Again, also getting some warm food and getting herself out of here as quickly as possible. We'll keep an eye out And we should expect shortly behind her should be Nicole Bitter. I think Nicole is going to have the opposite problem of most athletes where runners, where it's not the heat of the day that's going to get to her, it's the cold of the night, because being from Austin, that's not her forte. All right, and Christy is heading on her way out here.
Okay, nice work, Christy.
Maybe a touch slower than Michelle through the aid station, but no.
Yeah, it looks like she was getting herself some food. No more than 20 seconds longer.
Yeah, 3 or 4 minutes separating those two athletes.
Which, again, is not a lot to take down. We just saw it happen where a 2-minute gap got eaten up between these two aid stations, so anything can happen.
Very runnable. Go through town. That's the difference between making the crosswalk through Main Street.
Absolutely. So we keep an eye out for Nicole Bitter here. See if we can't get her popping in the next couple minutes.
All right, recap. We have eight guys through Olympian Hall. Jimmy and Dave came in together. Jimmy took off in front of Jimmy took off in front of Dave. And then we have 2 of the
This is a party coming through right now. That is 49, male 49, just leaving through in a party. Having more fun than arguably anyone else on the course right now.
What's your numbers? 627 526.
Okay, I got an update. We have Bo Shelby has come through Olympian Hall 2 minutes ago. He's in the lead for the Tortoises. Mile 63.9. Bo is crushing it. He's almost 2/3 the way through the race at 12 and a half hours.
Hey guys, do I have audio?
Yes, you do. It's good to see
Yay!
you. What's going on down
amazing. Nice to see you guys. We should be awaiting our, I think the rest of the top 10 males in through the Olympian Hall aid station here in a little bit. We had a pretty decent gap between a group of Arlen, Gary Messina, and I believe Sean Van Horn a little bit ago. So we're parked down here, and we'll be awaiting the top female soon, which I think just went through Zach's aid station up there.
Yes, and I think Bo, leader of the Tortoises, has arrived. He might have departed. He got in 3 minutes ago.
Ooh.
Yeah.
We're going to take a peek down here through the aid station and take you guys through some of the action down here as the runners come in.
It's a story of almost 3 races. We've got the male Tortoise coming in for 63 miles. We've got the lead Hares, top 8, and then we're waiting for the women's Hares, all at Olympian Hall. So much action.
Yeah, it's a lot of action down here. It's also a lot to parse through. It's tough to tell who's a tortoise, who's a hare. There's a lot going on down here, but it's a good scene. We got a lot of action happening. They've got inside the building right there. You can warm up, and then outside we got some aid station action happening with some crews as well.
Looks like Michael Mitchell in 24th just came into dry lake.
It's not exactly toasty down here. I don't know.
You're definitely wearing a puffy.
You need a puffy jacket like mine.
10 more hours of cold. Yeah, it looks like Bo might have a sizable gap over Matt. It's at least, well, sizable. 5 minutes he's been in without Matt.
I think our next men we should be expecting down at Olympian Hall should be Patrick Parcel and Logan Williams, our 9th and 10th males, with Sam Collins not far behind them. So I imagine we should see them probably any minute now. They're about 20 minutes behind the guys in front of them, and it's been about 20 minutes since they all passed through the aid station here.
90 minutes.
Logan Williams should be in that mix too. He was in 10th at Dry Lake. It's interesting. I'm curious where Nicole is. We've got Michelle and Christy through Dry Lake at about 8.5 hours. And I'm waiting to see who that third podium position for the ladies will be at Dry Lake.
I'll follow you anywhere.
That's the thing. That's crazy about a lot of
Looks like we've got a hare coming in down here at Olympian Hall. We're going to follow him into the aid station here.
So it looks like the crew's outside and the aid station's inside. Do you have to go inside?
That is correct. I don't think you do. I think everybody's been doing their magic out here. It looks like this is Patrick Parcel with his crew member Alyssa St. Laurent, actually.
Another power couple right there.
So yeah, I think you don't need to go inside here. A lot of the people are making quick work outside with whatever they need. So we're going to go try to get some eyes on his crew.
It's almost surreal to be outside in the dark and then, bam, heated indoor bacon, food.
The temptation might be too much.
I think there's a lot of these hundreds that do that to you. I think like Wasatch and Bear, you always get hit with like a warm aid station at mile 70, which is just a tease.
Way more tempting than just a campfire outside at 10,000 feet like you see later in the race here at Run Rabbit Run at the lakes. Now you can tell, Leah, that like because you have almost 3 different races going on here with the tortoise, hares.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the tortoise men, the hares, and the women. You don't know who is, and you're just trying to take care of yourself and keep moving.
Exactly, and that's probably interesting when it comes to racing tactics. Like you never know who that headlamp in front of you is, so you always got to be pushing a little bit extra just in case they are in the race with you.
You can quickly lose track of your competition.
Totally. This was a pretty lengthy aid station stop. Looks like Patrick went inside here and his crew's waiting outside for him. So he must be getting some warm food in there, I think.
Yeah, it looks like the gap between Sean and Patrick now has moved into almost over 20 minutes. Between 8th and 9th in the men's hares race.
I know. I know. We can never communicate with each other over these live streams. So, hey, how's it going? We're going to get our camera here on Patrick and the aid station right there.
great. Bo is still the only tortoise that has come into Olympian Hall 63.9 miles, 2/3 of the way through. He's got a commanding and impressive lead. It's great to have that shot. You can see eating some soup, still in shorts and t-shirt.
I know. I feel like the night's about to get pretty cold. I think there's quite the range of temperatures out there as you start getting up high, too. So we've been seeing a lot of people maybe put on a long sleeve shirt, but we've seen a couple like Dave Stevens just leave with a short sleeve shirt. So hopefully they've got some warm layers packed in their packs with them.
The challenge is it's dark now. So if you start to get cold, the next time you're going to be down low, the next 63.9 miles, you got to take off your vest, put on a long sleeve shirt, put the vest back on in the dark, in the last, 30, 40 miles of the race. That's not easy.
So, Zach, we saw Michelle Yates go through your aid station up there around 8:24, and it's been taking the runners roughly an hour to get down here to Olympian. So I expect we still have got another 45 minutes or so until we see the top ladies through our aid station at Olympian Hall down here.
We haven't seen that third lady come through Dry Lake yet. Patrick's really taking his time. Doesn't look rushed.
No, I do believe this is his first 100 too. He's had a lot of success at some of the shorter races. I know he does a lot of ski-mo and the vertical races. But I do think this is his first 100. So exciting to see him working with race veteran Alyssa St. Laurent there. She's got tons of 100-mile experience. So I think she's a great person to have on your crew. All right, I think Patrick's that way. There goes Patrick. He is out.
All right, ninth male in the Hares race is off. Almost 50 minutes behind Jimmy and Dave.
Good, buddy.
It's so fun. It's great that they have all these lights to light it up and you see all the action. There's food. You can go inside. You can sit down in chairs.
I know people have some pretty nice setups down here too. I'm getting jealous of some of these chairs. But I feel like if I were to sit down in one of these in the middle of a race at mile 50, I might not stand back up. So maybe I'm not that jealous.
Yeah. When you leave Olympian Hall and you go out into the trails behind there, you run on some fire roads, and then when you come back, you come on single track mountain bike trails. And Logan's coming in.
Yep, I think we got our 10th male coming in. Logan Williams. We'll go get some cameras on him. Yeah. We'll give him a couple hugs to hear. So yeah, Logan Williams. I think he's been sitting around 10th all day here, so he looks pretty good.
Yeah. Steady, strong running.
Looks like he's taken in some never seconds. Those seem to be all the rage these days.
Logan is our first racer under 30.
Whoa.
At Olympian Hall. It's really interesting. You see some people with vests. You see some people with waist belts. And I've even seen, I think, Jimmy had a vest and the waist belt on.
Yeah, Jimmy swears by his fanny pack. So he likes to do the fanny pack with the other pack. So he likes the storage, and I think he's been trying to sell me on that lately, but I don't think I'm going to be converted.
I'm all about carrying things around the waist a little bit, just to keep it off my shoulders and neck. I hate that second half of a 100-miler where your just shoulders are painful.
Yeah, he is shoving lots of things in the naked belt.
Yeah, that's a spare tire right there. Inner tube.
Yep. And we should be seeing Samuel Collins here probably in the next 5 minutes or so. He was about 6 minutes behind Logan at the last aid station. So I'd imagine they're kind of leapfrogging on and off today. So probably about another 5 minutes until we see him.
Michelle and Christy have at least almost 20 minutes over third place. We don't know who that is yet. They haven't come into Dry Lake.
Nice.
There goes Logan. Good spring in his step. He's ready to go. See you in 13 miles, Logan.
We can hear you.
F3 up at Dry Lake. She came in looking like Tara Dower, ready to do some work. Unloading her trash. Putting her waist lamp on, which I find to be honestly the best light source. It casts such a nice light over the trail. So she's got her waist light on. She's replacing bottles, drinking Coke. Unfortunately, not Pepsi.
She's got a whole liter of it. 15 minutes back from Christy. She's sporting
and arguably, I mean, not even arguably, objectively moving faster.
Looks like Devin came in too. Do you see Devin, Zach?
I have not.
She's somewhere in there as well.
And Tara's out.
Fast transition.
Tara is moving much quicker than Michelle and Christy when they left out of here. She's moving very, very well, very quickly. She's got a nice little stride going. So, I mean, I would say she's capable of eating up a lot of whatever gap there is by the time she gets to you guys.
Man, that's stellar for her. I think what a summer she's had after setting the Colorado Trail FKT. I can't imagine coming back and racing a relatively fast mountainous 100-miler. That's incredible. Go Tara.
Absolutely. I mean, not to mention the girl has a base underneath of her right now, on top of the fact that she knows how to go deeper to the well than any of the girls here in the race, just given her recent Colorado attempt. That was an average of 60 some odd miles a day. She knows how to dig deep, and it's going to show here in these later miles.
How incredible is it that Tara and Sarah are both here at Run Rabbit Run after the Colorado Trail? And they're both doing well.
And we've got 109, F109 just going through. I could not get a good read on who that was.
That's going to be Karen Holland.
Oh, nice. Cool.
Yeah, she went through and just kind of marching through here. Quick stop at the aid station over there. Looks like she's getting warm broth. I think every single female I have seen come through here has picked up a cup of warm broth and made their way out of here.
Karen was in
female them through there.
That is the 4th place female that I had seen so far.
She went from 6th to 4th. Nicole hasn't come in.
I have not seen Nicole yet. That's who we were expecting in 3rd, and she has not come through yet.
473.
Megan hasn't either.
No, I have not seen either of them. But again, this is where we're seeing a lot of the tortoises and the hares kind of converging here, and it is dark, and I'm trying to keep an eye out for the right numbers, but it is hard to see. But according to the captain here at the aid station, that was F4.
That's awesome. Yeah, Karen Holland is a Canadian, I believe, and man, she's been in the sport for quite some time. I think when I was first getting into the sport, I recognized her name. I know she's had 2 top 10 run rabbit finishes, so I bet you she's looking for her 3rd one today. So I think she's placed as highest as 4 here, so maybe we'll see her either hold on to that 4th or move up a little higher for a podium spot.
56.
Leah, I never get a chance to say this to you because I'm always like traveling to the next spot when you're on. Your knowledge in the history of the sport and your, I think you have like ingrained ultra sign up into your memory. It is impeccable. It is incredible what the stats you're able to pull.
Oh, that's my favorite pastime is scrolling ultra sign up. So thank you, Zach.
I'm just here to offer the color commentary and be a goofball. You actually give some substance.
We make a good team.
You got to have a little of each, right?
I do think the next guys we should be expecting down here at Olympian Hall should be Sam Collins, Sean Smith, I believe, and then maybe Chris Hammis after that. I think those should be our next 3, kind of in that like 11th to 13th range.
They were pretty tight leaving here at Dry Lake, so I would imagine they're going to arrive there pretty tight as well.
Yeah, I think we'll have a solid group together. Yeah, I'm curious by the end of the race how high we'll see the women work their way up into the men's field. I think, Zach, you were saying that Michelle was about 20th up at your aid station, so maybe we'll see her pick up a couple spots by the time she rolls in down here.
The way that the top 3 females were moving, including Tara Dower, I think they're going to gobble up a lot of those males. Tara specifically, I can't state well enough how quickly she moved out of here compared to anyone else I've seen so far. Not just the females, but she moved out of here with rapid pace.
Man, that's awesome to see. And I think that speaks a lot to her 100-mile experience. I think I was saying earlier today, if you look at her ultra sign up, I mean, every race she's done nearly for the last couple years has been a 100-miler, and she's podiumed in, I think, almost all of them. So I think she's probably learned a thing or two about efficiency and 100-mile aid stations and really how being quick and efficient really adds up over the course of, a 22-hour race or something.
Exactly. Taking the time you need, but not a second more.
Absolutely.
And this is Nicole Bitter here, just popping through the aid station with her super vest, according to Jason Schlarb.
Yeah, who makes that? That's a nice vest.
That light.
I think Ultimate Direction.
Nice.
Yeah, she's got the Ultraspire waist lamp that we're starting to see so often here in the sport, but she does have that giant UD vest, and she's making some work in that aid station, just kind of grabbing some hot broth, trying to keep warm. For a gal from Austin, this is probably frigid winter temperatures.
That is true.
But she looks good. Her body still looks like it's moving well.
Yeah, it's funny because I always think about Nicole as somebody that just excels almost exclusively on those more like desert terrain races, the flatter, faster. But I mean, she's got some pretty burly mountain races to her name. I know she's done the Tushers 70K. I think she's done Madeira. She's done a whole slew of more mountainous races. So I think Run Rabbit kind of crosses the lines of both mountainous but also quite runnable. So I think this is a nice mix for her. But I'm sure the high altitude is definitely probably still challenging.
Tushers is higher, and the fact that
Yes.
she's done that. And then the second thing is that as long as you're feeling all right and you're running and you keep moving, you don't get that cold.
We have female 122 just getting into the aid station. Now I'm getting blasted in the face with headlamps, so I can't see faces. But we are female F122.
Megan Spiker. Megan Spiker was in 6th, and so she stays in 6th, coming in to Dry Lake.
So
yeah,
it
so the
like we
women
still have quite a close women's race going on, especially in that kind of 3 to 5 position.
Yeah, it is still any gal's race in that 3 to 5. I mean, really, even 1 and 2 did not move out of here as quickly as 3, and they were looking a little more worked. So, yeah, it's still anybody's race in the top 10. I think we're going to see a lot of shaking up happening between, I would say, the top 6 women, top 8 women. And that's not even taking into account Georgia Porter, who is notorious for sitting back and then blasting the course the last handful of miles.
You really do.
We'll see in a minute. We're going to take a minute to change some batteries down here, guys, but we'll see you back here in a minute.
Thanks, Leo. Yeah, here at both Olympia Hall and at Dry Lake, you have, at this point in the race, you can hide in the cover of all of this excitement of two different races going on at the same time. You can get away, you can make a move and be undetected. And then now that it's dark, you really don't know who is who.
107, female 107 just coming through.
Brianna Grigsby. So she maintained her 7th position. 7 ladies now through Dry Lake.
Yeah, and she looks pretty good coming through here. Here's a blast from the past, Jason. I just got a text from Chris Vargo saying to give Christy a little shout from us that her and her husband are great friends and she is really strong right now. So if that's coming from Chris Vargo and Alicia Vargo, then they know what they're talking about.
Chris is awesome. I love it. We got a question in the chat. Is Arlen Glick through Olympian Hall yet?
He should be correct.
He's in 7th. He came through at 8:12. So he's been gone for almost 45 minutes. He's in 7th place. He came in with Sean Van Horn and Gary Messina. That's a really tight pack right there. That's the tightest pack in the top 10.
A little update on Arlen Glick. I chatted with his dad very briefly before, a little while before he came in, and he let me know that Arlen's just running his own race, and he knows what this course is about. He knows what side of him to give for the day, and he feels really good about running today. So he's kind of running his own race and keeping everything else out of it, and we should see a really good performance out of him. So, I think he's running really in have a really great result because of that.
It's a smart choice. You know, with Hard Rock on your legs, with Western States, he needs, or he should, in my opinion, it's best that he wait and gradually and patiently makes a move. Dave and Jimmy, you know, they're out there cutthroat. They don't have 200 milers on their legs. They can be a little bit more risky. They can take those risks. Arlen needs to.
Yeah, I mean, High
play
Lonesome
safe.
wasn't that long ago, so Jimmy does still have that on his legs. But you know, Arlen is smart by taking out slow because you don't know what kind of deep fatigue is. That's why it's called deep fatigue. It doesn't just sit superficially. You don't know where it's at immediately, but you don't know what that deep fatigue of the Western States Hard Rock Double really is until later on in the race. So you don't want to hope to have the legs that really aren't there and play your cards early. He's running a smart race, and I think that he recognizes what he has in his legs over the year, and he's waiting to see if they themselves or if it gives them a good day.
And I know Jimmy has sub 18, maybe even course record on his mind, and you don't get those taking it easy and just feeling it out. You've got to be risky. You've got to make some fast splits. There's no room for error.
Absolutely, you're rolling several times and hoping that you don't come up snake eyes if you're shooting for a course record. That can take you from course record pace, a potential win if you would have just slowed it down a little bit. And, it could take you out of the race real quickly if you want to do that. But if anyone can do it, Jimmy can do it here today.
And it certainly helps when you have Dave Stevens, former Run Rabbit Run champ, 1801 to his name. I think that's third or fourth overall all-time to support and push you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Dave is here just to repeat his 1801. It sounds like he also has that goal of dipping into the 17s as low as he can, and so those boys are going to work together to make it happen. And together, they're going to push each other to make it happen.
Okay, Zach. Pepsi. I think they have one. You have one thing going for you. They are leading the charge, delivering their product with Tesla semis.
Okay, I do love that. I love that. Let's give them a win where we can. Also, has anyone tried the Pepsi Nitro? It's so fantastic in a race. It is so good. It goes down so well. I'm just going to throw that out there for it. It's a nice little nitro-infused draft. You crack it, pour it, drink it. It's smooth. It's delicious. It's not too sweet, unless you're Jason.
Does that take out the carbonation factor? Like, Guinness is a little less carbonated and smooth. The Pepsi kind of just...
It does.
Oh, the Nitro's smoother, yeah.
It goes down a little smoother and it full of flavor. So I just posted it on my Instagram just for you, Jason. Called out John Levitt and Aid Station Fireball. I stand by my Pepsi truth. I live my truth, and it is Pepsi all the way. I'm dying on that hill tonight, guys.
If we don't see you with a Pepsi on the live cast, I'm not going to believe any of what you're saying.
I'm coming tomorrow morning with a Pepsi. You just wait and see.
Sam Collins.
I actually already drank one in the car.
Sam Collins is in Olympia Hall, 9 hours, 1 minute, 11th place. Second guy that's under 30. Right in front of him is Logan Williams, also under 30.
Looks like the gap grew between them quite a bit, between that lattice aid station.
Yeah. The biggest gap we see is between Sean and Patrick, I think. Almost like almost 20 minutes. I can guess, Dave and Jimmy left here at 7:48. They've got about 13 miles back to Olympian Hall. Maybe at 9:45, 10 o'clock.
Nice work.
We get to look forward to seeing the ladies, top 3, coming into Olympian Hall. We've got 11 guys in. Michelle was in 20th. So we only have like 8 or 9 more guys to come in before potentially we see the women's leader of Run Rabbit Run at mile 51.2. Most likely under 10 hours.
So through here at Dry Lakes, so far, just to recap, we do have Michelle Yates and Chrissy Knecht. They are 1 and 2 with less than, they literally have a 40-second, just a few minutes split between them here at Dry Lake. And then after that, we're working with Tara Dower, who moved herself into 3rd place. And then we have a Karen Holland, Nicole Bitter, Megan Speaker, Brianna Grigsby, and we are awaiting, I would assume, Celinda Hinel, and Sarah O, Natalie Bond, all kind of right there. So let's see what happens. Hopefully we see them in the next little bit.
I think Michelle. I think the top 2 ladies are going to be at Olympian Hall well before 10 o'clock, maybe 9:30. The course record, Michelle's course record, is 20 hours and 16 minutes. Addie Bracey 2 years ago ran 20:23. Courtney DeWalter, 2017 ran 20 hours and 38 minutes. And Nikki Kimball, legend back in 2013, the second running of at 21 hours. So these ladies are, under 10 hours. The course record's 20 hours. Top 4 under 21 hours. So we can kind of guess what we're seeing for performances in the top ladies from that.
Schlarb, I'm just gonna call it out right here. That right there is
it's empty.
Is my empty Pepsi from earlier. I
you
drank
lying?
it earlier. that is my. Anyone who knows me knows I cruise with Pepsi Zero all the time. It is my fuel of choice.
I'm gonna go take a nap.
Don't worry, I'll bring you one tomorrow, Jason.
No thanks. We still haven't seen the second tortoise come in. Matt, who is in second place. It looks like Bo has at least a 38-minute lead on Matt at almost 64 miles. So it looks like Bo's really crushing the tortoise race. This guy's incredible. He's under 30 years old. Really doing some amazing stuff out there.
4-2-3.
Yeah, looking into these times, he really put quite a bit into them, because last time when they came through Olympian, they were only 10 minutes apart.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing way more.
He's tripled that gap at least, and he's not here yet.
8:30, 9:30. I think we're at like 7 or 8 girls right now. 7 women. I'm in good job.
I really hope Courtney comes back next year to Run Rabbit Run.
Never met.
You know, she's put a top time twice. She's done all the other hundreds. She's got to come back, go for Michelle's course record.
4-5-1.
You know, at this point, what does Courtney do at this point? Where do you go from here, other than take some real rest?
Yeah.
And looks like we do have some movement on the Tortoise side. Actually, a Jacob Warnke has moved into second, and Matt Brinsky in third. About 40 minutes behind Bo. That's quite the lead.
Wow. Those two guys are working together. Equipped with the poles.
And it looks like Celinda Hinel just came through, made her way in for women's 8th place. And I think we're going to see a tight little pack in the top women, the rest of the top 10 of the women, I should say, coming through here right now or shortly. It looked like they were all very, very, very close at Dry Lake. Or sorry, Summit Lake, and some gaps have been formed here on their way to Dry Lake.
Yeah, I really.
Celinda left through and made quick work of that aid station. She is literally ran right through it and is on the trail again, running more like Tara Dower, who is actually left here with some steam in her legs. So we'll see. Hopefully that means we'll see her be moving up here through the ranks. She's got a lot of time to make up. She did drop back a little bit from where she was in terms of how close the gaps were. They're now spreading out here on the women's side.
Sarah Ostazuski.
Yeah, that puts her 13 minutes behind Brianna Grigsby.
Sarah Ostazuski was only a minute behind Celinda at Summit Lake, so maybe she'll be coming in. I really thought that maybe Sarah, Corrine, and Zoe Rom were going to be moving up the ranks, but the ladies have kept pushing. Nobody's faded too much.
No, I think they're maintaining positions, even though the gaps might be getting a little bit bigger. They are maintaining kind of where they've been at most of the day. So, we're seeing some move through. I imagine, given what I've seen come through this aid station, I think we're going to see a shakeup in the women's top 8, really.
On your way out.
So that makes Celinda put herself in 8th place, female up to this point. And so we are awaiting 9 and 10. And last we saw it was Sarah O and Natalie Bond for 9th and 10th. We'll see if they are still holding on to that 9th and 10th place.
So your hands cold, Zach? Is it getting really cold
chilly.
up there?
It's very chilly. I'm struggling to hold my phone without shaking at this point. I have little to no dexterity left. I wish I was running just so that I could stay warm. But yeah, no, it's chilly up here. I think we're getting into, the cold ambient temperature that we had felt all day, but was kind of masked by that thermal temperature of the sun, that radiance temperature of the sun. Now that the sun's gone, you can really feel how cold it has been all day with those little breezes. And there is just ever so slightly a little breeze up here, which, as you know, if you've got any kind of chill in the air, if it's moving across the skin, it's going to chill you to the bone very quickly.
Top 11 Hares have come through Olympian Hall. And we have top
I think
8.
we have our next 2 women coming through. Again, super dark. I'm having a hard time seeing, but I believe this is one, if not both, of our women coming through.
Maybe Sarah and Natalie.
No, that was Corinne Chalvoy.
Go Corinne!
Yeah, she has moved herself up considerably, actually. She was, I believe she was up around 12. So she moved up 2 places. Nice. Yeah, she's moving very well, very smooth. Not the fastest female I've seen come through here yet. She is moving very smoothly and consistently. I think her experience is going to really start to show out here, and the years that she has on her legs of running is really gonna shine through.
She was running with Zoe. Last we saw her on the drone shots. Maybe Zoe made a move too in front of Sarah and Natalie. We can find out soon.
Is she finding her pacer? Her crew? Turn her around. Course is back this way.
My guess is that we're going to see Dave,
Go right,
Stevens,
to the blue
or
light.
Jimmy, or
Blue light on
both
the
at,
right up through here.
It's been an hour and a half.
Good job,
13
Corinne.
miles, that's 10 pace. It's really, unlike, going up,
Yeah, we got her. We got her turned around. So Corinne Chalvoy ended up going straight down the road, and no one bothered to turn her around, so I had to sprint down and catch her. But she is now on course.
That's tough.
It was only about 15 seconds, but we turned her around. She's good. Whew.
Good work,
That was
Zach.
exciting. That was fun. It warmed me up a little bit, so I'm okay with it. I mean, I wouldn't call me a hero or anything unless you really want to. I hope everyone knows I'm completely facetious about all of this. I just speak nothing but BS this late at night.
It's the Pepsi. It's all right.
Oh, hater. How about this, Jason? How about this? I wager you right now, we pick who we believe is going to win. Loser has to drink the opposite person's drink. I will drink a Coke. You will drink a Pepsi.
Deal.
Do you want to wager this?
Let's get those picks.
I will let you pick the male, and I will pick the female.
All right. Deal. Look, somebody's coming in fast
Nice
here.
work. Nice work. That was Sarah
Sarah.
O coming through right there. Yeah, she's moving very, very well. She has a good urgency in her. Let's see if we can get an eye on her in the aid station. Let's see, and out of here, absolutely out of here, moving super well. Yeah, it's interesting. The last 4 or 5 females actually moved out of here a little more quickly and a little more smoothly than our first couple females outside of Tara Dower. Tara raged out of here very, very well. So yeah, I think we're going to see some movement in the women's field. That is really exciting to see.
Looks like Zoe has registered to being a dry lake.
Let's see. You are correct.
So we've got some separation. They were running together earlier. Now they're kind of by themselves, pushing. We got the top 7 through dry lake. Zoe is 7th. Natalie Bond 6th. Corrine in front of her. All within 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, Zoe must have snuck through here because I did not see her make her move through there. So, she just popped in. She's right in front of us.
Awesome. Let's see.
She's getting crewed here, taking some time, throwing getting her pulls taken out off her vest.
Out of the quiver.
Yeah, it looks like she looks happy. She looks good.
Awesome.
She's drinking some nice yerba mate there. No Pepsi, no Coke. She's a alternative drinker.
I'm curious if she's going to put on some warmer clothes.
She's asking about an extra layer. She does have the extra layer in there. They just put another jacket on top. So she does have some warmer clothes with her if she needs it, but she's opting not to put them on now. She's just putting them in her pack to take off with.
Yeah, she only goes down in elevation, runs across town, and then she can put on more clothes at Olympia Hall.
Nice work. Yeah, she went out of here again. You guys saw it. She went out of here really, really excited, looking great. And behind her,
Sarah's already taken off. We saw her leave.
That was not Sarah O. That was actually Natalie Bond. I could not see in the dark. I got those two mixed up. So
okay.
Yeah, it looks like Natalie Bond for 10th, Zoe for 11th, and Sarah should be coming in any minute now.
Gotcha. Top 11 ladies with
Becca Org just popped in and out. We saw her just a minute behind Zoe, so she is now 13th place. 12th place. We're seeing what happens with Sarah. We have not seen Sarah yet.
We have Jace Ives into Olympian in 13th place. Sean Smith in 12th. They're pretty close to each other.
Jason, we're going to wait here until we can see Sarah O come through. Once we see Sarah, I believe we are going to call it a night here from Dry Lake. And I'm going to go get some sleep so that I can see you bright and early in the morning with a Pepsi.
Sounds great. We'll have to discuss our picks.
We'll do this off air. We'll make the official bets off air, and we'll make it happen. Oh, and Georgia here coming in. Dude, she's cracking jokes. She's happy. She's looking fantastic. This is exactly what we thought Georgia would do, sit back and then just pick her way through the field. She has objectively the fastest speed in the women's field, and we're gonna see that play out here.
So a lot of flat running between Dry Lake and Olympian Hall in those 6.5 miles. So she can use that speed.
And again, also moving very well. Again, moving better than, in that top half of the ladies. A very smooth transition. She's literally just telling stories, eating and drinking. So you can tell she's just got that smooth game plan.
Yeah. What a crew!
And she definitely wins for funnest crew. We've been listening to them all night, and they are great.
Christopher Hames is through. Olympian Hall 16th. Coloradan from Durango. Jace Ives, like I said, is through as well. Party and Steamboat. again, I think that we see either Dave or Jimmy any minute coming through over 100K. Let's see if that course record pace is going to continue or maybe cause them to slow down.
That happened in 30 miles.
Georgie, you're crushing.
Oh, thanks, man.
Pulling a great race.
Yeah, I can't go any faster, but I can go this pace all day. So that's what we're
all
gonna
you
do.
need to do.
I think that's what you're supposed to do. It's just crazy. I've never been this far back ever in a race. It's insane how fast. I feel like we're
Even a war of attrition.
Top 14 men are through Olympian Hall. At Dry Lake, we got the top 13 females through there.
Do it with your foot and then
Never took a course. Ever.
Georgia there really taking her time with the crew, but looks like we're about to head out. Got Zach out there directing.
Someone's got to direct traffic. Someone's got to play a hero. Yeah, so from her, I got the news that she said that she's can't really move much faster right now, but she can hold this pace all night, and she knows that that's going to move her up the chain eventually. So she's sitting back, just biding her time, waiting to feel a little bit better. Hopefully, she can turn it around. If not, she feels pretty confident that what she's doing will move her up a handful of spots. And she did throw out a huge shout out to Becca Org that she's going to move up incredibly hard. She's like letting us know that she's going to move super well. And here's Sarah O. Nice work, Sarah. Good job.
How are you doing?
Doing great. How are you? Yeah, she's great. She's asking how I'm doing. She's doing fantastic. She's got a big smile. She's happy. That's a lot to be said at mile 44. Again, another athlete that's biding her time, playing a smart race. Again, we're going to see a lot of women shake up here in the top 15.
Yeah, it's a very tight race and not even hitting that halfway point yet. So it'll be interesting to see what they do on that flat land, moving over here to Olympian Hall.
Exactly. And, Jason, you've been in this spot before where you've hit lows that you didn't know if you were ever going to come back out of and then ended up finishing really, really well. That's happened to me several times out here. That's kind of the fun of the 100-mile distance is it's never just like, I'm not feeling great, my race is going to go to crap. It's I'm not feeling great right now. What do I need to do to turn it around? And then you end up having a phenomenal, final 30, 40 miles, and you end up moving up several spots. Ludwig Pomeray comes to mind with his 50-something place halfway through UTMB, feeling like I don't think I'm going to do well, and then ends up winning the race years ago. And that's a testament to things can always turn around in a 100-mile race. And we're only at mile 44, so anyone who came through here not looking their best still has a lot of race in front of them to do very, very, very well.
Absolutely. Looks like she's taking some time and getting some aid there.
Buddy.
Yeah, she's in there getting some aid done, getting herself out of here, doing the smart thing. Again, it's giving up a few minutes to save hours. And we're going to watch her disappear, and then we at Dry Lake are going to shut it down for the night. I myself need to go get a little bit of rest before y'all have to hear my voice again in a few hours at the studio. We've got the top men have come through. We've got the top 12, 13, 14 women now. So it is still a race to be had for that top 10. A lot of women still in shot of that money. They're going to work for it. It's gonna be fun to watch the women's race. I'm kind of anxious to go to bed and wake up and see what's happened here in the women's field specifically.
Yeah, and we're only, I don't think more than 15, 20 minutes away from seeing either Dave or Jimmy, who came in at 7:45. It's now 9:28. It's 12 some miles, maybe 13. We're going to be seeing them fairly soon. Thank you so much, Zach, for all of your coverage out there. And
braving the cold.
It's always a blast. I mean, if I can't be in the middle of the race, I'd rather be here, watching it happen unfold at the front for both men and women, and the Hares and the Tortoises. It sounds like there's exciting races on both sides. So this really is the best place to be.
it sure is fun. It sure is fun. There's no, there's not one lady or one male that is just like, crushed the field. There's a lot of working together, jockeying for position, movement in the ranks. It's really exciting. It's really fun.
True racing happening through 100 miles, and not just a Jim or a Courtney running away with it, but really the exciting parts of real racing that back in the day we would never know until we watched a tracker and it would blip up and we'd see numbers and we wouldn't know the drama and the details that are happening here at the aid stations and what's happening in between. And it sounds like Leah has some stuff going on there.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Zach.
Yeah, Sarah is going out. She's getting ready to take off. So with that, we're going to throw it back to you guys. Thank you so much for joining us here at Dry Lake. We'll see you in the morning.
Cheers. Get some rest.
One thing I've been thinking about after, it's gotten dark, it's getting cold. You would think that some of these top men and women, they're racing for, $15,000, $10,000, $8,000. One thing that I think people would be surprised to know that once you're into the, halfway through a 100 miler, that actually you're not thinking about the money as much as you would think. You're starting to think, oh, this is really tough. It's hurting. Can I keep going? I just want to get through this. I want to get to the next aid station. Am I going to puke? How's my stomach doing? Just gratitude for being able to be in the position you're in, and less about winning money. And it seems like that's too touchy-feely, nice. But in actuality, it starts to dissipate. It starts more being about running well and surviving.
At what point do you think they do start planning that vacation, that warm vacation as they're up on the lake trails there?
Not until you're starting to descend the ski area. That's when I at least started thinking about it.
All right, we're going to go over to Leah, who's here at Olympian Hall. Let's see what she has going on. Hey there,
Hey
Leah.
guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yay. We just had Michelle Yates roll through here very quick, made very quick use of the aid station. She's probably been out of here for at least a minute or two now. But I do believe at the last aid station, Christy was about 3 minutes behind her. So I'd imagine we'll be seeing Christy here very soon as well.
Wow, so they did not run through town together. And Michelle is leading 9.5 hours at approximately halfway through. That's incredible.
Yeah, she looked great. She looked really, really focused. I think she was eating some potato chips as she walked out, and just serious, focused. And I think she knows what she needs to do from here on out. So, yeah, really, really cool to see her looking so strong at this point of the race.
Wow, what a beautiful, fantastic, uplifting story of Michelle Yates, battling through this lung disease that she's been diagnosed with, hip replacement, and, to go 10 years later after setting the course record, and here she is in 2023 winning Run Rabbit Run. Wow.
Yeah, how cool would that be to see Michelle Yates do 2 wins here 10 years apart? I think that'd be pretty amazing, especially given the day and age of women's ultra running right now.
Yeah, and it's been a while since Michelle's run a 100-miler. To do it here at a place that she considers home for her racing, that's inspirational.
And I'd imagine, our second place runner, last we checked was Christy Necht out of Mammoth, California. I believe she's a mom, she's a nurse, she's even represented Team USA at a 2017 World Championship. So she's been in the sport for a while, but I do believe she's running her first 100-miler today here at Run Rabbit to celebrate turning 40. So that's a really cool story to get behind as well. So excited to see either how close this race is whenever Christy rolls through here.
Wow. 2 Masters runners running for the biggest prize purse in mountain ultra running in the world.
4, 6, 5. What's your big number?
When Christy left Dry Lake, let's see, Tara was in 3rd, and she was at...
Oh, we've got Christy here now in the aid station.
Oh my gosh.
She's going to go take some time with her crew here, I think. She took a minute there to check in at the timing tent and then ran a little jaunt back uphill to go see her crew.
Fantastic. Getting the hugs, finding the crew.
Okay, so that looks like about a 7-minute gap then between her and Michelle at the aid station.
She's got the waist belt light and the headlamp. Lots of runners doing that.
Yeah. She looks good. She looks happy, having a good conversation with her crew, taking some time here.
Yeah, smiling.
Yeah. We're right by the
Masters ladies commanding the lead here at Run Rabbit Run.
Love to see it.
And here we go with another layer change. Probably a smart move right now.
I think that's a good move. She's got a good spread there. Got some Coke, got some gels.
Yeah, and she is focused. She's not sitting down, taking a break. She's fueling, getting all the things she needs to do this 13 miles or so back to Olympian Hall.
Yeah, and I think she's had some of the most stout training that I've seen in my little Strava perusing, putting in 100 to 120 mile weeks this whole summer. So I think living in Mammoth, it's pretty easy to get good mileage and good vert like that. So I think she knows what she needs to do to have a good performance out here today.
And incredible altitude training. Mammoth is really high up there, so she's probably, that helps keep the stomach happy. Her blood is thick with oxygen. Incredible.
Looks like we're
And I know
doing
she does a good bit of training with our good friend Danny Moreno.
Oh, what a training partner.
Yeah, you're in good company.
Changing that. Is that an Ultra Spire?
Yep, doing a
waist
battery
mic?
change on the Lumen 600, it looks like. Seen a lot of those out there.
Yeah, and then the NAO Petzl headlamp is going on too.
Just taking some potato chips.
Yeah, halfway,
This is
9.5
such a good
hours.
spread here. Yeah, that's a solid halfway split too. I mean, I think some of our fastest women's times are, just under 21 hours. So, yeah, she's looking at, both her and Michelle are looking at really stout times right now.
Michelle's course record is 20 hours and 16 minutes. Addie Bracey 2 years ago, 20:23. Courtney DeWalter, 20:38 back in 17. And then Nikki Kimball, legend, right at 20 hours and 59 minutes back in the inaugural year, same year, not inaugural year, same year that Michelle set the record in 2013.
Wow. Yeah, those are some solid times, and from really historic women in the sport too, which is really cool to see.
Yeah, it's incredible. Annie Hughes.
So she's definitely
last
taking a
year-
minute here, but I think that's definitely a good move at this point.
Yeah, she's getting everything taken care of. Last year, Annie Hughes won the race 21 hours and 26 minutes. So these ladies are under 9.5 hours into the race at about halfway.
Off the road, please, guys.
Definitely taking a lot more time than Michelle took.
Yep, yeah, Michelle is pretty much in and out down here. Quick visit with her crew, but yeah, it seems like Christy's definitely taking a minute here, getting all of her gear together, headlamp batteries renewed, I think a dry shirt as well.
Do you sit down, Leah, in a big crew aid station?
No, that's one of my 100-mile things that I try to vow not to do unless I'm changing my shoes. So, and I think the only times I have sat down at 100 are if I'm changing shoes, because I have a feeling once I sit down, it's going to be pretty hard to get back up.
Yeah, that fear of cramp, that fear of kind of maybe just like relaxing too much. When you're standing,
Totally.
You're in race mode, you're getting your gear, you're getting taken care of, and you're on your way.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Christy has her poles stowed away too, so I wouldn't be surprised if she probably pulls those out another time or two in the second half of this race. Not seeing a ton of the top runners with poles yet. Good job, Christy. Yeah, she looks
There
solid.
she goes. Yeah, I think the poles, going back to Dry Lake, when you're going up in Summit Lake, it's a little bit steeper. You got a lot of mountain bike trails. It's kind of personal choice, but not too steep. So I think that's why you don't see, even though you're allowed to now, the Hares are not using poles too often.
Yeah, Christy's moving out of the aid station actually quite well. The aid station, when the runners leave, they go up this slight uphill, and we've been seeing a lot of runners hiking that. But she's moving pretty decently up that. So not a ton of people moving quite like that at this point of the race so far.
Fantastic. In years past, Fred and Paul had us go up the ski jump hill, which is not friendly. It sucks. It was off trail.
Oh, man.
I bet they appreciate not having to do that.
Yeah, that sounds brutal and unnecessary.
Fred and Paul liked the unnecessary. No pacers, no poles. You had to start later.
Yeah. No frills.
Thank you, Leah, for giving us insight into that transition, and great to see how she's feeling, how she's doing, and inspirational. Christy doing her first 100-miler and is in second place, not far behind the course record holder, Michelle Yates. It's going to be a race. I can't wait to see.
I know, yeah. What a fun 100 to choose as your first one too, especially if you can come out of it with a little bit of cash at the end of the day too. It's going to make all your other 100s seem a little lackluster after that.
Yeah. Never hurt. Probably can't be far from the lead men coming in. We're a couple minutes away from 2 hours since they left. What do you think, Jason?
That is a good point.
Yeah. If you do, just 12 miles, if they do 10 pace, that's 2 hours. 10 pace is maybe a little bit aggressive, so I'm expecting it at about 10 o'clock. That's my best guess. But we're talking about Jimmy Ellum and Dave Stevens. They might be faster.
Yeah, and I think in our projected splits for planning for the race, I think we said probably lead male around 10:30 through Olympian here. So sounds about right, Jason.
Yeah. That's the advantage of Jimmy and Dave running, since Fish Creek, right with each other all the way to Olympian Hall at 51. That makes it, you push each other. You go a little bit faster. You don't say, hey, I've got the lead. I'm not, I don't have to try to get rid of this guy.
Yeah, that was actually a really cool exchange to witness down here at Olympian was, Jimmy and Dave had been running together for a large portion of the day. And I think Jimmy kind of saw this as his opportunity to make a little bit of a move. So Jimmy, he headed out of the aid station and made a quick little move before Dave could even see that he left. So I think that was his plan. Jimmy, likes to play some games and races and likes to be a little tactical, and I think that's exactly what we saw right then and there. So pretty cool to see, because I think that's what makes some of these races fun, is when you're duking it out with another runner and leapfrogging a little bit, going back and forth. And yeah, I'm sure we'll see some changes by the time they roll back in, but yeah, always fun to be in the mind of an ultra runner.
Yep. Jimmy did that at Dry Lake too. We saw him escape Dave and run down, and then the drone showed us Dave caught back up and holding hands and talking and having a good time. Get to Olympia Hall, and then the real icing on the cake for the game playing is that's right when it got dark. And it's extra hard for Dave to know where Jimmy is. And we talked about this earlier. That's an opportunity for a really fun game for Jimmy to go hide.
Yeah, put him in the driver's seat, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, and I think coming into this race, those were the two guys that I felt like their training was pretty similar. They're both very at home in the mountains. They like high altitude races. This is something that they're going to feel both pretty comfortable on. So I'm excited to see that it is playing out that way, and that they were still together last time through this aid station. I kind of hope they're still together when they roll back through here, because that makes for a really fun race.
I think it makes for a fast race. If you've got somebody that, nobody wants to slow down, so therefore you don't.
Can we check in on the way out? Nope, you're good. Have a great day.
We got a little bit of a view of inside Olympian Hall. I would probably avoid that. It just looked too comfortable, looked too warm.
Those benches. Oh,
there's definitely bacon.
Yeah, I would need somebody to go in there and get the bacon and bring it outside for me, because I think the second I'd go in there, it'd be too easy to lay down.
Update, 23rd place, Jose Cervantes, men 50 to 59. He's in 23rd place, and he's over 50. He's the first one over 50 at Run Rabbit Run in the top 20.
Dang.
That's
nice.
I'm sorry,
That's
23rd.
awesome.
23rd. He's 23rd place.
That is.
550.
That's amazing. I want to be still doing this when I'm in my 50 to 59 age group.
Heck yeah. Yeah. I think that's
the goal of a lot of us.
Yeah. I really look forward to running with my partner, Whitney. I want to run a race with her when I'm old. I'm already old. I'm only like 4 years away from 50.
Oh, guys, we got Tara Dower into the Yates station down here. Oh, wow, she looks amazing.
All right.
She is cruising.
7.
She's got a warm hat on.
Yeah, I want to see her fast crew exchanges here because I think, she knows a thing or two about efficiency.
Yeah, let's see if she goes faster than Christy.
You get that when you do it. She's in a rush.
She got 2 people.
Yeah, she's got a pit crew right here. She's got her crew filling her pack, wearing her bright orange beanie. She's easy to spot. Bottles
Smiling.
being filled. Yeah, smiling. I think that's the most important part right now. Look good, feel good.
That's more important than a fast transition. If you're smiling and you're feeling happy, that is the ticket to running fast. It looks like she's beating up her legs a little bit.
Yeah, it does. And I think, I do think Tara actually still has another race on the calendar this year. So I think even after Run Rabbit, she's not quite done.
Wow.
A big year.
Yeah. 3rd place.
Man, she is in and out.
Fantastic.
Looking good. There she goes.
NASCAR.
That was pretty quick. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great transition.
Yeah, looks like she's maybe taking a minute, maybe get some food down on this little climb here. But yeah, that was pretty quick.
Yeah. She's coming from Virginia.
Oh, man,
too.
that's going to be a fun race.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Tara Dower, she lives in Virginia Beach, which is like about as flat as you can get in Virginia, too.
In 3rd place at the biggest prize purse race.
Another cartwheel. Here we go.
This is her second one.
Cartwheel. I don't think I could do that at mile 52.
Wow.
Oh, man.
I noticed that Tara was wearing Ultra Red Team jersey, not Ultra Elite. And here she is, that's a different team. She is in 3rd place, under 10 hours at halfway at Run Rabbit Run. That's incredible. She's having a race of her life. Wow.
Yeah, and I think last year, some people might have seen it as a surprise when she raced her way up into that 2nd place position late in the race. But, she's just really solid. She knows what she's doing. And I think her background with through hiking and just really taking care of herself, I think, shows in these 100-milers. I think the longer it gets, the more you got to control the controllables. And I think Tara's somebody who does that exceptionally well.
Indeed. And she was smiling.
Yeah, and she was happy.
Yeah, very interesting. She's actually running with her teammate, Drew Antonese, who came into ultra running from through hiking as well.
Yeah.
Looks like their last 2 stops were right with each other, so we might actually see a team working together.
Yeah.
Dang. Wait, how's the team race going right now that I think about it? So I know early on we had wasn't it Tara Dower and Jimmy Elam, and
Correct.
then Georgia Porter, Dave Stevens. So it seems like the Jimmy Tara team is probably up top right now.
That's correct.
I kind of forgot that was going on.
Yeah, we get so excited about this top 10 men and women.
Yeah, so
Jimmy.
if one of these guys wins their race, that'll be a $17,500 paycheck. Wow. Because they'll get $15,000 for a win and then $2,500 for the team win. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah, last year we had Annie Hughes take that home. First place female, and her and Peter Mortimer, the Coca Donuts as they called themselves, ended up winning.
Wow, that's fun.
Yeah, that's a good day. So I
very
do
big
believe
day.
our fourth place woman was Karen Holland last time we got an update. And then I think fifth place was Nicole Bitter, not too far behind her. So I'd imagine we should see those two gals coming through here probably in the next 10 or 15 minutes.
All right, we get to see how they do their transition.
Six, 8, 9. Did you get that?
Do we have any notable DNFs out there throughout the course of the day that you guys are getting any reports of?
Samuel Collins would probably be the one that surprises me the most.
Oh, yeah. Darn it, that's a bummer.
Yeah, it looks like he dropped at Olympian just about an hour ago.
You know, I was thinking Mike and I had quite a long drive when we were out at Longs Lake aid station earlier before coming back here. And we were saying this is probably a race that, you know, some of the people who might think about dropping sometimes might have some inspiration to stick it out because of the prize purse. So, you know, you might be sitting in that like 10th place, not feeling too hot halfway in, and it might be easy to call it quits, but knowing that you've got a carrot dangling in front of you of some cash if you break into, you know, those cash positions might be a little bit inspiring for some people who are considering dropping late in the race.
Perfect usage of carrot too for Run Rabbit Run. I agree with you. And the second one, Leah, this is a hard rock qualifier. There's not a lot of hard rock qualifiers in the world. So there's a lot of athletes that is part of the motivation for them.
That's a great point. I feel like there's some people out here. Actually, one of the guys, Chris Hammis, who's I think around 15th place right now. I saw on his Strava a couple weeks back. He's like, oh shoot, I forgot that I needed to get a last minute hard rock qualifier. So he put his name in. So I feel like there's a lot of people that are feeling that way with lottery season rolling up.
Yeah, and Chris, you know, he lives 50 miles from the Silverton start line. So the hard rock is something special for him too.
Yeah, I saw he has his partner and his dog Cashew out here crewing him this weekend. So one of the cutest ultra dogs out there, I think.
Yeah. Chris, Jimmy Ellum, and I were all three on the podium for Tushers. And
that's
not
a good
too
group.
long ago. And I think it's, you know, the Tushers is a beautiful, amazing San Juan mountain kind of really steep, isolated, remote kind of race. Here they are at Run Rabbit Run. Chris is going to get that hard rock qualifier. You know, he's doing well in the top 15. Makes sense.
Yeah, really cool. Really cool to see some of these guys getting after it. And yeah, I think that we did see a common trend among a lot of the men and women we're seeing in the top 10 with like really participating in the mountain ultras out in Colorado. We're seeing a lot of people with Ouray finishes, San Juan Solstice, High Lonesome, the Bear, Tushers. So it seems like these types of races attract similar people.
It's the circuit. And those are the
Totally.
Those are the most fun, high altitude, steep. That's you know, if that's your jam, then you show up at those kind of races. Those are great ones.
Absolutely. Oh, I think we have a fourth place. I think this is Karen Holland. I think. Yes, that is. Wow, she looks awesome. Yeah, I think Karen's been in the sport for well over 10 years. Has done a lot of East Coast races. I think she resides in Canada. Had a Western States finish last year. I think that was her first time running that. Mhm.
807. Nice job, you guys hit it.
Yeah, she looks like she's eating some. Yeah, it's my kind of midnight snack, except it's not quite midnight yet. 10 o'clock. Oh, Jimmy and Dave, hello.
Whoa.
Wow. Together.
We caught him.
Incredible.
Oh,
Under
man, that was a
10
good moment.
hours.
Okay, we got our eyes on Dave right now. He's got doing a shirt change. I think he's got his wife and their small little baby crewing him. What troopers? My goodness, it's a little chilly tonight too, but looks like the baby's taking a little nap.
This is the exact spot that Rich Lockwood caught up with Avery Collins last year,
that's
and they
cool.
were sharing the lead at this exact spot last year.
That's cool. Mike just said this is the exact spot where Avery Collins and Rich Lockwood were sharing the lead last year, and they rolled into this aid station together too. So must be something about Run Rabbit in these close races at this point.
Yeah.
We have the camera on Jimmy. Jimmy is out in the lead, and we've got Dave here. He's just doing a couple little things.
Fantastic. Looks like they're smiling. Doesn't look like Jimmy's taking his poles. First and second place, 63 miles, 100K into the Run Rabbit Run, and they're still together.
Still together. We've got Dave still here taking an extra moment. Jimmy's probably got about 30 seconds on him now, and I'll give you guys notice whenever Dave leaves.
This is the third time Jimmy has left the aid station, 3 aid stations in a row, with the lead, and Dave just always catches up.
Yeah, I can't believe it goes soft last night. Yeah.
Looks like Dave just went inside quickly for the inside aid station.
You can see Jimmy, he's running well. He's thinking, okay, third time's a charm, I'm gonna leave Dave.
This is my move. It's gonna work this time.
It'll stick, I promise.
Just stay here. Hey, Mike Leo, what's up?
Hey, we have third place. Looks like we have John in the aid station too. Do you see John? And
do we? I don't know about that. Do we? Are you seeing a time split?
Sorry, I'm just trying to see what. Maybe I saw the wrong thing. Dave and Jimmy.
Yeah, and I think we still have Dave on the inside. Okay, he's coming out of the aid station now. Dave is. And looks like Anthony Costalis. This is hilarious. Anthony's crewing Jimmy, and he's helping Dave up the hill here and helping him with some crewing. Hey, Leah. Hey, Karen. Go crush it.
Karen's out. We've got eyes through the drone on Jimmy.
And then we got Dave heading out here right now. Probably about a minute and a half behind Jimmy here, I'd say.
I would think that this is the biggest gap of the three last aid stations, that Jimmy's kind of gotten a little bit of a buffer.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens
this time. This is pretty cool. See, I was hoping that would happen, and I got my wish.
Fantastic. Yeah, I want them to stay together.
Makes it more fun for all of us.
Indeed.
pushes the pace, gets every last ounce of speed out of both of these runners.
Yeah, I think when you got somebody pushing you, that's definitely when you're at your best.
Hey, by the way.
Hearing from Chad, this lawn car, that the hurricane is due into Olympian Hall soon.
I believe they're referring to Stephen Cornelius.
Yeah, Florida guy moved, transplant to Run Rabbit Run Steamboat.
Love to see that dedication towards this race.
Okay, we can see Jimmy running down the bike path or the sidewalk. Gonna take a left turn here and go out to Main Street. Can he get away from Dave this time?
Man, what a battle.
He's ready for that 20-mile douche grade.
Yeah, I think Jimmy said something in his pre-race interview about just no one likes douche grade climbing more than he does. So I guess we'll see about that in the last. Oh, nice. We got Bree Grigsby here. So that is F5.
Wow, top 5 through Olympian Hall now for the ladies. If you're watching
That's
the feed,
Bree
you can
Grigsby.
see, look at the Christmas lights lighting the way for Jimmy.
So we got our camera on Bree Grigsby here. She's F5 into Olympian Hall. Not too far behind Karen Holland, who probably left here maybe about maximum 5 minutes ago, but probably more like 3.
You can see her smiling as well. Lots of people in great spirits.
Looks like she might take a minute here. I know she's tried to focus on a little bit more mountain running this summer. She just competed in the Tushers Marathon just a couple months ago and got 3rd place there, representing Aravapa Racing Team today.
I saw Jimmy look back for Dave. It's a rule of mine, you don't look back.
He's running scared.
Well, because he's been caught the last 2 times out of the aid station. Okay. You know, it's incredible. You know, we're at mile 50, mile 63 for the men, and we haven't seen almost any of the top men and women looking shitty. Nobody's puking. Nobody's dropping out.
Smiles all around.
I think that attributes maybe, you know, just the great weather, the fact that it's a Hard Rock qualifier, and there's so much money on the line. Just nobody's going to quit.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, we really haven't seen anybody looking in a bad way yet. Like, nobody's really taken a long seat here, taken a minute. People are in and out in less than 5 minutes in most scenarios. So, yeah, I think there's something to be said about the great weather that they had today. I mean, I think it was perfect ultra running weather. And it's cold tonight, but, I mean, this is pretty much about as cold as you expect it to be in one of these higher altitude races. So I think they all know what they're getting themselves into. And we're seeing most people just leave here maybe in like a long sleeve shirt and some gloves.
We can still see Jimmy via the drone, and Dave is nowhere in sight. So he hasn't closed the gap in that 90 seconds quite yet. It makes me think, Leah, you know, UTMB, Courmayeur, half the elite field in many, many years has dropped out there or absolutely died. Run Rabbit Run, here we are, 50 miles or 63 miles, and we haven't seen any carnage.
Yeah, man, that's interesting. You know, I think at something like UTMB, people race each other into the ground. And I think here we see racing, but I think everybody's doing a little bit more of conservative racing. I think that they want to survive for the money. They want to survive for like a top 5 position. So they're not willing to go to the well as early as people tend to do at UTMB for whatever reason.
Okay, Jimmy is approaching the crossing of Main Street. Will he get the light, or will he have to wait here? This is a big moment because this is about a minute or two if you don't catch the light. And
Uh-oh.
all right,
That's
Jimmy is
make or
crossing
break
the road.
right there.
Jimmy made it perfect. He stopped for like 3 or 4 seconds. Dave's not there. He's crossing the road. If Dave doesn't catch the light, that's a big difference. That's another minute or two that Dave loses. It's funny. It's humorous, but this is a big moment in the race.
All right, we got F6 into the aid station down here. That's Megan Spiker.
Awesome.
Right. And then we got our camera here on Bree Grigsby, who is still in the aid station. She's taking a minute, eating some food, using the bathroom. So I'd imagine these two ladies might kind of leave the aid station either together, or maybe we'll see Megan slip ahead of Bree here.
Wow. Going back to UTMB versus Run Rabbit Run and the carnage that we see at Courmayeur, I think that part of it also is the fact that it's so international. You've got 2,000 people. It's just a different dynamic, and I feel like the North American trail culture is maybe a little bit less cutthroat, and it's a little bit more friendly and laid back mountain hippies or whatever you want to call it. That maybe that doesn't cause as much carnage.
I think so. I mean, I also think just like the beating that your quads get at UTMB, I mean, it's kind of unmatched and it's hard to compare in the States here. So I think a lot of people come into Courmayeur with already wrecked quads, whereas I don't think people are coming into Olympian Hall here with quite wrecked quads just yet. They're doing a lot of running out there.
Good point. Okay, we've got the drone shot again. Can you tell if it's Dave or is it still Jimmy?
Not sure on that one. I know looking at the tracking, Jimmy's didn't seem to update, but we can confirm he left first.
Yeah, indeed.
Yep.
I think that's Dave that we're watching right now.
Yeah, that's
based on his stride. So he's a good ways back from Jimmy. Yeah, I think that's Dave.
We got you, girl.
Yeah, Steve Josepher on the chat says that's Dave. Longer stride. You're absolutely right. Jimmy's got that kind of, higher cadence. It's hard to completely tell in the dark here, but with a good drone shot, I would say that Jimmy was moving a little smoother. I would think that he has maybe 2 to 3 minutes, which he hasn't had in the last 2 aid stations. So maybe we have, maybe we've got a gap. Maybe Jimmy's going to run away for a while.
Okay, I think in the chat we see that Dave is 2 minutes back, almost to the second. So that's good. Close race still.
Yeah. But man, they are, 64 miles into it. Every mile you go further, it's a little harder to attack. Dave has attacked, come back multiple times now. And they've been running together since, 15, 16 miles into this race. That's exhausting. It's emotionally exhausting. It's mentally exhausting. All that pressure. Maybe Dave's not going to chase as hard.
Nicole.
Oh, guys, we got Nicole Bitter coming into the aid station here. So she's F7 right here. But we've still got 5 and 6 both in the aid station. So Bree Grigsby, Megan Spiker are both still in the aid station, and then Nicole just got here, and she's still wearing a tank top.
Austin, Texas. 5, 6, 7 are all at the aid station at 51 miles.
That's pretty cool.
Who's gonna lead? Who's gonna leave in that 5th place money spot?
Oh, I'll keep my eyes on it. You know, guys, I bet you we should be expecting our 3rd place guy here in his 2nd time through pretty soon as well, because I think Jimmy and Dave had about 10 minutes on him. So that should be probably happening in the next 5 minutes or so, I'd imagine.
That's if
And I
John
think
didn't
that was
That's if John
yeah,
didn't fade.
exactly. Because I bet you Dave and Jimmy are racing each other, or we're racing each other pretty decently on this last section. So I'd imagine they probably put maybe a little bit of time on them.
They were running together. John's by himself. You know, that's a little bit harder. We're watching Dave on the drone. He hasn't made it to the crosswalk. Is that right?
Yeah, not that I've seen.
And just for reference for time, guys, last year when Rich Lockwood ran 18:01, he was through Olympian the 2nd time at 10:28. And I think we saw Jimmy and Dave through here right at 10 o'clock or so. So they're about 30 minutes up. Nice. Okay, so they're exactly 30 minutes up on Rich's time through Olympian last year at this time, and Rich ran 18:01. So I think we're looking at a sub-18 time this year for sure.
Yeah. I wonder too, though. It was really rainy. The weather was crap. You know, that could have given Rich a disadvantage or an advantage, having, the weather turn better or also having to suffer through the rain. So who knows how that affected his pace. But 30 minutes ahead of Rich at 63 miles. That's a big chunk of time.
That's pretty good. Let me check and see what Dave did this in. So when Dave won in 2021, he came through here also at 10:29. So yeah, exactly 30 minutes up on his own time from that year when he also ran 18:01. So him and Rich ran pretty identical.
Wow, that would point towards the opportunity if Dave and Jimmy can keep the effort. That maybe we'll see a 17:30 or 17:15, a 17:45, something exciting like that. Nobody's broken 18 in 7 years since Alex Nichols
That's
did.
cool. Okay, so we got the cameras now on the 5th female. That's Megan Spiker leaving the aid station. Then Bree Grigsby is about 10 seconds behind her. So that's 5 and 6. And then we still have Nicole Bitter here in the aid station, and she's our 7th lady.
Yeah, I'm just gonna check and make sure we got that.
Fantastic. See Dave running through the dark. No Jimmy. But he's moving well.
Yeah.
I feel like he's started to run a little bit faster than he did, 3, 4, 5 minutes ago now. I can see Nicole. Looks like she's about to leave. Nicole is wearing less than anybody I've seen at Olympian Hall.
John. All right, guys, we got John in 3rd rolling through this aid station. Looks pretty good.
18 minutes back from Dave and Jimmy.
Yep.
That's not a ton.
Not too bad.
That's still also faster than Dave or Rich Lockwood's 18:01 times.
Yep. Yeah, and I know we've talked a little bit about course changes today and whatnot. So this course is the same as the 2021 and 2022 course. Before that, they've used a lot of the similar trails, but not the exact same course. But I think times are pretty comparable.
Do you feel like you're than last year's course?
Oh yeah, we do think that this course this year is slightly faster than last year's, because I do think there was a slight reroute or a course change in some of the early miles. Yeah, Nicole is leaving the aid station here in 7th, and yeah, she is no jacket, tank top, like a Austin, Texas.
But she has the battle headband on. That's what's
Yeah.
keeping her warm and charged.
And she's got some arm sleeves on too, actually.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Arm sleeves are so convenient. I love arm sleeves. Yeah, we're still looking at Dave cruising through town and onto that double track. I see two guys, people in front of him, but I think those are hares. I mean, tortoises.
490.
We're going to get the camera on John here in third place, only 18 minutes back from Dave and Jimmy. So, yeah, still anything can happen. If somebody falters up in that first or second position, if they race a little too hot, I'm sure we could see some movement on the podium here.
And John is changing his shoes. He's putting on some lube on his feet as well. Nothing like dry, clean socks at mile 64. Those are like slippers.
Perfect.
I think we're getting.
Man, he's another. Oh my!
I think we're seeing a live blister pop.
Oh, guys, we got Arlen.
All right.
Wow. Quite the move for Arlen.
Yeah.
Fourth place, Arlen.
6, 2, 7.
He's moved up 2 places. He came into Olympian Hall before 6. Now he's in 4th place. He's been second here. Let's see what he's going to do tonight. That's incredible.
Dang, that was some big movement there.
Yeah.
Got a picture of the camera here on Arlen's Darlings.
What a crew.
They're so solid. They have been everywhere with him.
So much love right there and so much support. That is performance enhancing right there. Moving up the field, getting into 4th place or 3rd place. No, 4th place.
They're both here right now, so he might leave in 3rd.
Well, with the tracker, we got Jimmy. It shows that he didn't leave. So we've got Jimmy and Dave already, and then John and Arlen.
You guys over in the grass, please.
And I don't think Arlen's going to pop a blister. It doesn't look like he's going to. So he might leave here in top 3 podium position. After really being a ways back, back at...
He was 13 minutes back at Dry Lake from John Herrick, and then 14 minutes back from John at the last aid station the last time they were here. So, I mean, he put 14 minutes on, moved 14 minutes closer to John on that last section. So that was a big move.
Wow. Moving strong. There it is, Coke, not Pepsi. I hope you can hear the Zach.
Yeah, actually, so looks like Arlen ran that last section from Olympian back to Olympian faster than both Jimmy and Dave did. So Jimmy and Dave did that section in 2 hours and 10 minutes, and looks like Arlen just did that in about 2 hours and 7 minutes. So that's a good sign.
Arlen is hunting. He's got 1/3 of the race to go, and he has moved up 3 places, and he's running faster than both Dave and Jimmy. Wow. You can see just so much fun here at Olympian Hall. This is the place to feel good.
All right, and Arlen just left the aid station in 3rd, and he's moving. He is moving quite fast. Oh, and looks like we've got another female into the aid station. I think this is our 8th place, and I believe this is Celinda Hinel.
By the end, it was
Real fast.
Yeah, we've got our cameras there on our 8th place Celinda, and then here's John Herrick here. Arlen just left maybe about a minute ago, so I think we'll be seeing John leave here soon in 4th. And John's no stranger to these higher altitude races. I think he's had a strong performance at San Juan Solstice, and I think a win at High Lonesome as well. So maybe, was it High Lonesome? I might be wrong on that one. He's done lots of Colorado races. Oh no, he won. Yeah, he won High Lonesome in 2022.
Yeah, just last year. That's impressive. He knows how to do the hard mountain races.
Standing shoe change there for our
That's impressive.
runner.
That's some talent. I said I only sit down for a shoe change, and she won't even do that. This is impressive.
No sitting down. She's at work. She's got the poles. Maybe after she gets across town, those will come in handy. Big smile.
This is such a cool crew, too. I think these are all 3 of her kids, which, I mean, man, that's some family goals right there. Being able to compete in the sport and have your kids helping you out, man, what a dream.
Yeah. I'm kind of hoping that she leaves the sunglasses, maybe.
Would you like that other glass out of your room?
Just too tight?
No, that's perfect. Thank you so much, babe. You are the best.
Mommy?
I hate being this my neighbor.
No, you are not my neighbor. Don't even. I can take that.
So this
That
water.
one in the bin. Pass around.
This is wholesome. This is so good. I think this is performance enhancing. This is so good. Go Celinda. All the love with the family there.
They're so hard. Let's just take it out. Maybe I'll get it later.
Fresh from watching UTMB, you just don't, you're not allowed to have this at the Yates stations. And man, I'm just smiling nonstop, being able to see these people doing amazing things and being able to have their family to support
Amazing.
You pull my jacket, and then I'm just going to throw my mom's picture out there. Actually, I'll just put here my shirt. Alright, let me just. Whoa, I can't believe I just bent over. Oh, that's it.
Right there.
Alright, everything you need in there?
Yeah, you have nutrition. Thank you so much.
Mom's got her hat on?
You guys are going to be like the Courtney Dauwalters.
Mommy, would you like this?
I am good. I am so warm. But when I come back out of here, I might need more. I don't have to go, guys. You're amazing. I'll take it with me. Thank you so much. I love you too.
Anything else,
You're amazing. No, you guys are just seriously. Thank you so much. I love you too. Yes, we do.
Can't stop smiling and enjoying listening to Celinda and her crew.
This is my best one I haven't run yet.
Inspiring that next generation of ultra runners.
Yeah.
Watch them helping out, putting the bottles in, hooking the vest.
It's awesome. Yeah, support your mom like this.
Oh, wow.
I love you. Remember, open mine on it. 502.
I love you.
There she goes.
I think the sunglasses stayed.
Yeah, they did. Mom power right there. All the love.
Oh man, I'm like in near tears over here, you guys. That was so sweet.
Yeah. That was great. That was great.
Oh
So
man, what
happy for that.
a true family affair. That is awesome. Man, Celinda, she said this is the best she's ever felt here. Best run rabbit yet. And I think this is her like 7th time lining up here. I think she's had 3 finishes, a couple DNFs. So really, really inspiring to see a little family crew session there.
She's going to take that love for the next 36 miles, and she's going to be able to see him again, I bet. And then, man, that's so wonderful. I'm happy for her.
And stories like this are really one of the best things about having this live stream. We can highlight all those unique experiences that ultra running brings up that, new people to the sport just haven't had quite the chance to see yet.
Yeah. You don't see that at a tennis match. You don't see that, necessarily soccer, football, baseball.
Yeah, only in ultra running.
Yeah. I love it.
Looks like we got another female hare coming in here. I think this is our 9th place woman. Let's see who we got.
Maybe Corrine or Natalie?
Ooh, it might. No. Maybe Natalie. I think it is. I think it's Natalie. Let's see here. No, 102. Yeah, I think this is Natalie.
Bond.
Natalie Bond. Yeah.
We're coming from
Nice.
Missoula, Montana. Such a great running community there.
Way to go. Oh, we're good. Yeah, how are you?
Good. You guys were like a nice little boost.
Oh, that's good to hear. You're crushing it.
They're like driving all over the place.
Honestly, that wasn't that fun. But
What?
I said that wasn't that fun. Running looked more fun. Oh, this is Becca Org.
Okay.
Bib 114.
Thank you, Leah.
Yeah, and I wanted to be. Yeah, I wanted to get that like a bit more.
Another runner coming in with very high spirits.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, you're not seeing anybody pouting. Amazing, stomach. Everybody seems to be able to eat and drink and see all of the great food that she's drinking. Great stuff here.
Oh, I think we got our Adam Loomis is coming in now, guys. So Adam Loomis is in fifth place, I believe. Looks pretty good. He looks pretty focused.
Yeah, doing great. In the money, 4th place.
He might be 5th here. I want to say John. I believe John. Yeah, John left. So we had Jimmy, Dave, Arlen, John, Adam.
Yeah, I'm still not seeing Jimmy after checking out of Olympia. Thank you for that.
Oh no,
We're
of
asking
course.
for a card, and he he never got one.
Looks like Adam's taking a seat here, eating some food. So Adam, like Jimmy, they're both prior Bear 100 winners. I think Adam won Bear 100 back in 2021 in a pretty stellar time. Both him and Jimmy have top 10 times there, so kind of used to these higher altitude hundreds, and looks like he's taking his time here. He's having a good day. I know he was coming back from a pretty significant string of injuries this last year and hasn't done as much running as I'm sure he would have liked to, but honestly, he's looking pretty great.
How's it going? Good. Yeah. Not yet. No, it's just like not.
We got the camera here on Becca as she's eating some noodles and heading out of the aid station.
Oh, that's awesome. So good.
So we wanted.
And she's on her way back to the other side of town. It's kind of comforting, you know, when you can have those mental checks.
Oh wow, we got Gary Messina rolling through here real fast right now.
Oh, there.
So Adam Loomis is still here taking his seat, taking his time, and he's in 5th, and now we got Gary here at the same time, and he's in 6th, and we're going to try to get the camera on him.
Gary.
Mm-hmm.
To me, whenever I get their number.
Looks like Adam's
Looks
back
like that
on
was
his feet, ready to go.
I was going to say that's like the kick in the butt Adam needed there was to see Gary rolling through here. So he's up and at him. And I think he's about to get out of here.
Yeah, when you see 5th place come in, you say, "Oh, there's a few $1,000s. Let's go."
Yeah. There's no time to waste. Oh, it looks like we got Georgia Porter coming in here. 10th place female now. She looks good right now. We ran into her earlier, and I know she was dealing. Oh, there's Zoe too. Number 11.
Right.
She looks high energy.
Zoe's got her poles.
Nicer, Zoe. Go, Zoe! Dang, she's cruising. Yeah.
First time you go out that way.
Yeah. You're in 10th. Let's go.
Right.
Oh. I don't know. I think we might have. Oh yeah, we have another hare female here, rolling out of the aid station as well. So this is bib number 102, and there goes Georgia. So that's 10 and 11 are out. So Zoe in 10th, Georgia 11th, and then we got 102 here, who's in 12th.
Zoe went through there really quick.
Really fast. Okay, so that was Natalie Bond then in 12th. So she's in the aid station right now, but she's right on their tails.
Yeah. Good moves. Good moves. That's
Ooh.
awesome.
Yeah, this is some good energy.
Captain breaking it down.
Yeah. Just a lot of ladies bunched together between like 8th to 12th. You know, just constant stream through here. It's great to see all of the energy, a lot of the family, a lot of friends, you know, and you get to come here twice. You know, that's, you double dip into that wholesomeness, that good support, you know, and that's a key element, I feel like, in being able to have that second half, you know, go a little bit better, to have that positive attitude, knowing that you get to come back down, lowest point in the course, all kinds of oxygen. It's just great, you know, and this is nice. This is something to look forward to in the race, coming through here twice.
I think that can be seen in their energy. You know, they're obviously excited to get here and see their crew, and
yeah, it's hard not to smile not to feel
It's
good.
quite nice to just be able to hang out here for a little bit and not have to leave because your runner comes through here twice in a row.
Exactly. Everything can be laid out, available, and you can dial those things in. That, you know, my experience with crewing and being crewed is that when you're rushing, you haven't slept a lot, it's easy to miss things. But when you have this 2 crew back to back, you can really help your runner and dial everything in and have everything, all this, that, you know, the 3rd, 4th, 5th thing that you want to help that runner with, you know, ready to go.
8, 7, 2.
It's now 10:38 at night. We're going to start to be in that period of time where you can feel the fatigue. It's bedtime, you know, and everybody's been running for a long time. You know, it's 10 hours, or, you know, for the tortoises, you know, even longer, you know, and that's when the caffeine comes into play. Maybe the stomach starts to hurt.
Yeah, and I think that's when, like, even running up slight uphills becomes really, really hard. Is late at night, you want to be done. You know, it's a climb that you could normally run, but you're exhausted. So I'm curious to see how much these runners can will themselves in this latter part of the race.
And maybe, you know, the change of rules for having poles for the hares, maybe that will help. This is where you want that. You know, you can kind of lean onto the pole.
Yep.
Kind of, you know, do that, save the legs a little bit. We're lucky to not have, you know, I'm not outside, Leah. But
Oh, wow, look at it. We
it's
just
windy.
got Gary. Gary is sprinting out of this aid station. He is moving faster than anybody's moved out of here yet. So that's Gary Messina leaving in 6th place. I think he's on the hunt for some money.
Yeah. That's a key place right there that you want to make a move.
Yeah, and I will say his energy definitely looked a little bit better than Adam's rolling through here. I think Adam is normally like a pretty calm, cool, and collected guy, but he was definitely pretty mellow here, taking his time, and Gary looked like a ball of energy. So might just be different racing tactics, but could also be showcasing how they're feeling right now as well.
Yeah, and then, you know, we also have the blister popping. You know,
forgot about that.
that might make it a little bit less able to run fast through town. You know, that starts to pain.
So I think we still haven't seen Sarah O yet, have we? So that's about 12 women through here, and I don't believe we've seen her yet. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'd imagine we'll see her, Corinne Chalvoy. I feel like they might be the next couple that are on my radar that should be rolling through here.
Yep. Rebecca and Sarah. I just keep thinking about running Cocodona, winning that, and winning Uray 100 with 40,000 vert. It's just, she's amazing. I hope she feels great, but that's tough to do.
Big year on the legs, no doubt.
That's a big season. I can't fathom doing it. Ugh, that sounds hard.
I can't fathom doing either one,
I know,
let alone all three.
I agree. Sean Van Horn? Sean Van Horn? Is that Sean Van Horn? Maybe? What's the bib number for Sean Van Horn, you guys?
75.
Okay, so we got Sean Van Horn taking his time, moving kind of slowly out of the aid station there. So that puts him in seventh. So not moving quite like Gary was.
We got 45 minutes back from Dave and Jimmy coming through as well. We're starting to see those gaps get bigger.
Yep, so that's our 7th male through here at Olympian Hall. It's Jimmy Elam, Dave Stevens, Arlen Glick, then John Herrick, Adam Loomis, Gary Messina, and then Sean Van Horn to follow him.
Next is Herodas, if he keeps his position.
Yeah.
Number 66.
And he did have quite a gap, about 28 minutes or so ahead of Patrick, so see what he comes back with.
Yeah. Yeah, that was one of the biggest gaps, or the biggest gap maybe in the top 10. You know, that motivation of that top 5. You know, all of a sudden you get a place or two away. You know, it becomes a little bit more difficult to keep pushing fast and hard. But it seems like with the ladies, though, Leah, you know, we've got a big old group, you know, between...
It's tight. That is extremely tight. And, you know, I think we saw something pretty similar to this last year. The women were packed up most of the day, and it wasn't really... Like, Annie Hughes went off the front a little bit later in the race, but, you know, 2 through 8 or so, they were packed up, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing. I think there's still a lot of time for some movement with the women, and I'm pretty curious to see... how they run through the aid station the second time around.
Yeah. How long will that pack stay together?
So what's the next split that you guys will get for our lead men after Olympian here?
It's about 7 miles, you know, and so they came through just before 10 o'clock. So they've been out for 45 minutes. If they're running, you know, it's flat through town, you know, so you got a couple miles of flat, and then you got the climb. So, you know, if they're doing 10, 11 pace, you know, that's an hour 15. So, I mean, we could see them coming back to Dry Lake maybe at about 11 o'clock, 11:15.
Looks like we got
15 to 25 minutes.
Harold rolling through there. So that's he is in, I believe, 8th place right now.
That's right.
That's Harold.
Relatively close to Sean.
Yep. And they're moving pretty similarly. I feel like these guys, these last two, have looked a little less sprightly than the few before them.
Yeah. It's getting late. But I keep saying that...
It's getting late.
Heroldus, maybe he's going to do something.
Are you
special
speaking for yourself or for the runners, Jason?
Both. I can say confidently. One with certainty. But I'm hoping that Heroldus, coming from Alaska, that maybe he will do something special in the cold, because they're about to enter winter conditions versus the, you know, summer in Colorado weather that we saw that when you were wearing your T-shirt up there at the lake, Leah.
Yeah. It was a nice life I was leading earlier today. Now I'm bundled.
You just don't want the wheels to come off in winter, you know, with a T-shirt. And that's what, you know, most of the people are wearing, a T-shirt or a long sleeve T-shirt. And it just gets a little scary. You can see some carnage.
Yeah, do not
Looks
want
like we
that
got
happening
another.
after the climb.
So got another runner coming through here. It's number 39.
Let's see.
39.
Michael Huntington. Big moves, if so.
What place was he in? Coming in 39.
I'm seeing him at 38.
Yeah. And now he's looking to be what?
9th?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. This is a big move right here. Let's see if we can get eyes on that bib.
Yeah, some confirmation would be nice. Seems almost too big to be true.
Correct. I don't know if you move up 20 places in 8 miles or something.
79 is what we're hearing, so
Okay.
maybe Logan Williams, that would make a whole lot more sense. 10th to 9th.
Okay. Yeah, Logan, under 30 runner in that top 10. Let's see how he's feeling. This is where it gets gritty. You know, you can even hear, you know, at Olympian Hall here, things are kind of getting a little bit quiet. People are wearing the big coats. There's puffies out. You know, everybody is getting into the second half of the race. This is where you got to dig deep. This is where you got to force the smile. This is where you got to force the laugh. You got to be, you know, not thinking, oh my gosh, I've got 50 miles or 40 miles left. You got to be thinking, I got to get to that next aid station.
Yeah.
How long till I eat that next gel? Am I taking in enough water so I can keep a happy stomach? Those are the kind of things that you got to be thinking about now. You know, not, you know, some of the stuff before. You don't get the views. You don't get the beautiful lake. It's, you know, it's you start to get into your head. You start to really have to, you know, question your why. You know, and especially, you know, maybe for, you know, some of these runners that have moved back a few places, you know, okay, you know, maybe I'm not going to get money. Maybe, okay, I'm going to go and I'm going to run as fast as I can and show up. Can I do that? That's a tough thing to do. It's kind of a transition period here.
Yeah, start reassessing those goals for sure.
Reassessing and then like keeping that stoke to keep up the battle.
Yeah, and earlier we were seeing a lot of people coming in at the same time. I feel like things are breaking up a little bit. Most of these lead men runners are probably all alone.
Mm-hmm. They are. This is where you get into the, you know, difference between a 50-miler or 100K. Now you've got, you know, an all-night battle. And is your armor, your personal armor of, you know, staying strong, keeping the pace that you are, and not slowing down, not quitting, it becomes tough. And then, you know, you combine that with the fact that, you know, there's at least 20 to 30% of this field, you know, in the hares that are going to have some kind of GI issue. There's going to be some puking in the woods in the dark at 1 a.m. And to be able to react to that and keep going, that's when we see some wild things happen, when we get some DNFs. While most everybody else on this live stream are going to bed.
Might be soon for us too.
Yeah, I almost feel guilty saying that. Warriors. A lot of warriors. All warriors out here. It's time for the last 30 miles, the last 40 miles, the last 50 miles. And then let's not forget about the tortoises that are, not at Olympian Hall yet. And, the fact that they're going to see a sunset tomorrow. That's incredible.
Interesting here on that tortoise side, unless we maybe miss some tracking, it actually is showing that Matt Brinsky may have taken the lead. Now, he did come in with about 40 minutes behind Bo, so yet to confirm. That would be quite a big move there, too, for that section.
He got into Dry Lake at, just a minute ago. So, but Matt, if this is correct, has taken the lead over Bo. Another master in the lead of the race. The tortoises. Here at Olympian Hall at 63.9, we only have 27 tortoises through the race. There's Bo, 1 minute behind. They're together at 70 miles. That's awesome. That's some powerful synergy there, I'm certain. But like I was saying, these guys are, there's only 27 people that have come through 63. At Olympian Hall, we've got, almost. It's taking a while to scroll down. We got 249. So there's a big group of people between 50 and, 70.
Yeah, gosh, that one to make up 40-something minutes almost in that 7-mile section to Dry Lake is probably going to be pretty telling. I wonder how Bo's night's going.
Yeah. When you get up to Dry Lake, you've made it to that high altitude point, and now it's a matter of going across and up and down, and then having that final descent. You can start to maybe a little bit think about, hey, I get to be done. So hopefully that's motivating Matt and Bo. Maybe they're going to run this together. Take that kind of synergy together. I've got a feeling that Dave and Jimmy are not going to be together at that mile 70 Dry Lake. I think that Jimmy had quite a good lead, not a great lead, but it went from 0 minutes to 2, and I didn't see Jimmy made the light. we don't know for sure if Dave did. And, yeah.
Yeah, we've seen Dave bridge that gap each time. It'll be very interesting to see if he did it again. Let's see.
Is that Patrick, or is that?
I'm thinking so.
Yeah.
Yep, looks like he just updated 2-3 minutes ago, so.
Doing a retie maybe, or is he taking his shoes off? Just tying them back up. Yeah, still shorts and t-shirt. At 11 o'clock, that we're going to see people putting some clothes on really soon. I don't know how many more t-shirt runners we're going to see. Yeah, Yep. So we've got almost 10 of the Hares through mile 63.9. And then we've got 14 ladies through Olympian Hall for the first time at 44.5. Sarah being the last one to come through, 14th place. Still holding strong. Despite Uray and Cocodona, she's not going to quit.
So many miles.
So much vert.
Yeah.
That's a lot of mountain climbing right there. Yep. Patrick had a 8-minute lead over 11th Logan Williams before. We haven't seen Logan. Yeah, what an exciting time at Olympia Hall.
There we are, back to the inside. If only you could smell it.
I swear, it's permanently in my nostrils.
Yeah.
I can smell bacon nonstop for how many hours? And all I have
so patient
is mountain mix right here. Like I'm eating one raisin at a time. M&M every 2 to 3 raisins.
Very great nutrition plan for your live streaming.
I can't even remember if I ate dinner. Yeah, I mean, some of the highlights, you know, seeing Jimmy and Dave come through Olympian Hall twice together and a dry lake in well under, 18-hour pace. And then to, include John in there, running faster than Rich or Dave did in their 18-hour runs. We got 3 guys that are, on pace for sub 18. And we haven't had somebody under 18 in 7 years.
What a year.
That's absolutely incredible. And then we think about Michelle coming back 10 years later in the lead. That's incredible. And then we got Nicole, right up there mixing it up as well. Mm-hmm. Coming from Austin, Texas, and running Run Rabbit Run. High altitude, 20,000 feet of climbing.
Yeah.
And fighting for that podium spot. Or, even a win. Michelle has, the challenges that she does physically, who knows who we'll see
come
at
through
Dry
next,
Lake
yeah.
or Olympian Hall. Yeah, and then we had Arlen, with the family, and then we had the other, who was it with the 3 kids? I mean, that really, made my emotions just so big. That was great to see. I think that a lot of magic happened here.
Yeah, extremely touching
Hall.
moment between the family members and.
Yep. So it's almost time.
Guess we're about to sign off then, huh?
Yeah, I think it's past 11 o'clock, Andy. So I'm going to come back somewhere around 5 o'clock in the morning, which is 3 hours before. So it's that's 17 hours. So hopefully I will be over here and maybe we can see one of these guys go low 17 hours. That would be incredible. we see in the chat asking if there's a real person crashed out on the igloo cooler. I see. That's a real person.
I'm right here. In the green room.
We get back he's alive. Sure is.
We haven't seen the 10th guy come through, but the gap is almost an hour between 1st and 9th, with a half an hour gap between 1st and 4th. So there you go. I think we're going to hand it over to Chris and AJW to take you through the night as you wake up intermittently to check and see what's happening. They'll be there. Or maybe we've got some of our European friends waking up and ready to hear what you guys have to say and tell us how things are going. We've got 4 guys at Dry Lake for the Tortoises within 8 minutes. 1, 2, 3, and 4 at just under 15 hours. That's an incredible pack too. Let's see how that turns out as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when those two cross.
Yeah. All right. Have a good night. You're in good hands with these legendary guys.
Welcome to our world, where forward-thinking running apparel brings us closer together. We build for the long run, producing durable gear responsibly, and collaborating with emerging artists around the globe, giving back to clean water initiatives. We are Janji, and we run differently.
How do you sweat? Are you an armpit hider, a forehead wiper, or even a head-to-toe drencher? Smartwool's new lightweight and breathable activewear is made for anyone who sweats. With naturally performing merino wool made to beat the heat, the sweat, and the stink. No matter how you push, persist, or play, get out there with activewear made thoughtfully so you can live unapologetically. Smart Wool Activewear, made for however you move, designed for however you sweat.
Beautiful day, huh? Dinner time!
Time for another?
Oh yeah.
My name is Jeff Vierling, co-founder of Tailwind Nutrition. We make drink mixes for athletes to help you fuel, hydrate, and recover for all sorts of outdoor activities. Running, cycling, hiking, climbing, any sport where you're working up a sweat. We manufacture our own products in Durango, Colorado, and we test and use them on the trails of the beautiful San Juan Mountains. Our mission and our passion is to help athletes achieve their goals and to feel great while doing it. We couple proven nutrition that's simple to use, easy on your gut, and tastes great with encouragement and education. You can think of us as your support crew. We're right there with you doing whatever it takes to help you get across the finish line with a smile on your face.
We live in an altered state, cultivating calm in the chaos, pushing the edge of performance. We're redefining the future of fit. We make the best gear better. Fast, effortless, precision fit. This is Dialed In. We are BOA.
Welcome back. We are here in Steamboat
right.
Springs, Colorado, and it is Mountain Outpost After Dark. I'm Chris Warden. This is the legendary Andy Jones Wilkins. And for those unfamiliar with Run Rabbit Run, what we've got going outside is amazing. The energy, the stoke, the vibe. What are you seeing when you look outside the window, AJW?
Oh man, it's fantastic! What a brilliant setup by Fred and the race organizers to have the runners come down here, not just once but twice. The convergence of the tortoises and the hares, the crews, the pacers for the tortoises. We've got Leah and Mike out here. Leah and Mike are taking a break.
Yes.
We've got Jamil out there.
They're relaxing out there, actually. I talked with Leah and Mike and threw the flowers that they so wholeheartedly deserve after their work this afternoon and evening. We're approaching, or actually we're just after 11 p.m. here locally in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. It's in the low 50s, but it feels, I think that the vibe and the energy make it feel several degrees warmer.
Yeah. But let me just finish that. We've got Jamil out there with his camera, and we've got a static cam in the aid station, which, I mean, I had flashbacks to Brighton Lodge at Wasatch. For those of you who've not been to Wasatch, around mile 68, you come into this ski lodge that looks a lot like this. Random people sleeping and eating food. You can see on the stream right now, volunteers ready to help out. We just went down and got some coffee, and there's a as Schlarby was saying before he went off the air, a aura of bacon smell coming through our studio here. So we are Mountain Outpost After Dark. Outside, I would say there are probably 250 people.
For sure.
Crews, pacers, runners coming through. The parking lot is packed. As you can see, the aid station is full busy. So welcome, Mountain Outpost After Dark.
Yeah, it's kind of a tale of, to compound upon what you were saying, it's kind of a tale of two aid stations. As you could see the indoor aid station where people were going in to get hot food, people maybe trying to get in from out of the weather. It's pleasant to us, but we're not 60 miles into a run.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas outside, if we can actually, Jordan, possibly show people the overhead view. Do we not have that? Okay. So the view on the other side, if you were to basically do a 180 on the camera that you're seeing right now, is where all of the outdoor crews and pacers are set up waiting for their runners. And the runners that are outside seemingly are a little bit better geared and better prepared. That's where I was able to talk to several crews outside. For instance, I talked with Zach Bitter, talking about Nicole's race. I talked with Arlen and his family, and I talked with Sarah Ostaszewski briefly as well. And it's a unique situation.
There we go.
Yes, that's the outside aid station area, just outside the hall. As you can see, there's a lot of people out there, a lot of crews set up, and I would say that represents about half of the setup out there, perhaps.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But getting back to my point, the idea is that we don't have a lot to report other than where people are at in the race. There's not a lot of carnage. Everybody seems to be in good spirits, good shape. Of the four runners that I tried to get some, juicy dirt on, there was really not a lot of juicy dirt to be had. Yeah, everybody looked like they were feeling good, and when I spoke to crews, I wasn't trying to mine for any sort of serious scoops or anything like that, but as I mentioned, I spoke with Nicole's crew, Sarah's crew, Arlen's crew, and also Zoe Rom's crew, and their response was, my runner feels good. My runner is great. And I would look at them and kind of agree.
Yeah.
They looked good.
100%. 100%. Hey, this is Mountain Outpost After Dark, and I know that we have a few intrepid souls here checking out the coverage, and let us know where you're from in the chat, what you're up to. Perhaps you're in Europe or Asia, and you're starting your Saturday, or you're on the East Coast of the United States, and you can't go to sleep. Or you're in the Mountain Time Zone and you're just checking out the broadcast. But let us know where you're from, what you're up to, what you'd like to hear about. We always have a little bit of a different vibe at our After Dark broadcasts. But on the race, we are looking forward to seeing lead woman Michelle Yates come into the aid station here for her second time at Olympian. We, as Jason told us all, there were 9 men through. Last through was Patrick Parcel shortly before 11 p.m. So we're just about to have our top 10 women through. Leading the way are, as they have for most of the day, Jimmy Elam and Dave Stevens. For those of you who are following on the tracker, we're not exactly sure why, but the tracker has Jimmy Elam split through here, at least incorrect. We know that the first time through Olympian, he and Dave were step for step at 7:48, and then Dave and Jimmy made it back about 2 hours later. So we'll probably get some fresh splits through Dry Lake, but that's what we have for the race. The aid station, as you see, we'll try and get the camera shot there again. What'd you think of that, Chris?
I actually was pretty impressed. The inside area's got plenty of room. They're working hard to actually almost have a concierge service style situation for the drop bags, so people don't have to rifle through them themselves. As you can see, plenty of bench space for the runners. Perhaps as we get further into the night, it might fill up even more, and space might be an issue. But for those who don't need to be inside, there's plenty of room outside. It's a very neatly organized area. The runners come in basically, as you're looking out from where we're sitting, left to right on your radio dial, and then they head on out. At least the first time they come in, and they hit that out and back section, and they come back the other direction. And as you mentioned at the top of the men's race, it is Dave Stevens and Jimmy Elam. The tracker is not quite correct there. Those two have been in lockstep for most of the day. They have been in and out of the aid stations among the top 2 or 3 from the jump. And, again,
while the course has changed a bit over the years, they both are on ahead of course record pace, which would be around 17:15, which would get them to the finish, about 5:15, 5:30 a.m. We'll get a better idea of where they are in relation to that at Dry Lake, which is, again, mile 70.8, so just about mile 71.
For sure. And one of the things about the race this year, and everybody you talk to out there, whether it be crew, pacers, the other people on our live stream teams as they're out there on the course, is that the weather is wonderful. It's so perfect. These runners couldn't ask for better conditions. Now, obviously, at 7,000 feet, 10,000 feet, that can turn on a dime, and all of a sudden all heck can break loose. But right now, the temperatures, the weather. When Nicole Bitter came in, you're talking about an Austin, Texas runner. I was kind of waiting to see how she got ready for her next stretch. She left the aid station here in a tank top.
Yeah.
Still in a running singlet. So, it goes to show that the elements are largely in the runner's favor. So hopefully that'll enable them to challenge some of those long-established records.
Yeah. So. Michael T., Anchorage, Alaska, welcome. Travis Loncar, the Electric City. Aid Station Fireball, still hanging around the chat at 1 a.m. Toronto time. Ethan Herring right across town at the Double Diamonds Bar and Steamboat Andy Man Videos in Anaheim, and Buckeye Jen from Northeast Idaho. I suspect one of Arlen's darlings, letting us know that his split on the last section was the fastest, and he is on the hunt. I suspect he is. When they left Anaheim, when they left Olympian, he was about 21 minutes in arrears of Dave and Jimmy. So anything can happen, and Arlen is a closer. So we'll see how his Western States Hard Rock legs hold up.
And I spoke with Arlen's crew, his sisters. For those who are not familiar, his sisters have been crewing him for years now, and I've gotten to know them. And they said that he is feeling better now than he was at this point in the race last year. At least that's what my interpretation was. They said that he was taking down calories and he was feeling good. I mean, he looked like he was working hard, but who isn't at this point?
Yeah.
So. Yeah. I saw somebody, Michael T. from Anchorage, Alaska, about to wrap for the night, wanted to see how your brother was doing. Is your brother our Alaskan runner who went on Heroldus?
Yeah, is it Heroldus?
I'm kind of curious there because being one of the few Alaska runners in the field, perhaps it's him. But Heroldus had us on our toes there early on, scrambling for information at that first aid station.
Indeed.
Yeah, Travis, I agree. I thought Arlen looked pretty good. It's hard to decipher when he's fighting through something. Like, I have to watch him run for a couple moments in order to really be able to tell if he's not right. I've seen enough of him to know.
You tell that story of seeing him at Desert Solstice
a
few years ago toward the end, and it looked like he had some sort of terrible limp, and someone who knew him very well was like, that's just Arlen.
Yeah. And then it came out that he had been battling some sort of injury, that was just kind of nagging him. So,
on the Tortoise race, I know that many of you are tuning in to check out how the Tortoise race is going. There are 5 runners. All men so far through Dry Lake, mile 70.8, within an hour of each other. Bo Shelby got through Dry Lake at 14:14, and our latest Tortoise through there at 15:17. So I would say all 5 of them well under, comfortably under 24-hour pace, at least as of now.
Yeah, if you're able to get through this race as a Tortoise in 24 hours, you probably should think
time
about
to bump up.
Yes, time to level up and think about if you're going to run this race again, joining the Hares at noon rather than having to wake up early.
Yeah.
Although that does present itself a different set of circumstances. I mean, you've run plenty of 100-milers. Have any of them started as late as noon?
No, the only one I've done, Grindstone, a handful of times that starts at 6 p.m.
Okay.
So similar to, say, UTMB or something. But
yeah.
No, the latest in the day is 10 a.m., which is Bighorn. I thought that was annoying. It's just late enough that you get antsy, but it's not late enough that you can do very much. I think the noon start, it's interesting to how do people manage those. Let's assume they get up at a normal time, like 6 or 7. How do they manage those 4 or 5 hours before it's time to run? But Fred wanted to, and the race organizers from the start, I was talking about this with Jason, was just to make everybody experience running through the night. And they wanted to make it a little bit more of a test of individuality by not allowing pacers. And for years, they've changed this now, but for years didn't allow the Hares to use poles. But they've changed that now, so they can use poles, but they still can't use pacers. They still start at noon. So our front crew in the Hares race will probably finish just before dawn, I would guess, if unless the wheels completely come tumbling off for all of them. But for the rest, certainly for the women's field, they'll be rolling into, tomorrow and the sun rising on day 2.
Well, the nice thing is that we have a half dozen or more runners on the men's side. They're within 45 minutes of one another. So if one or two end up maybe, making missteps along the final 35 miles, there are plenty of other runners to pick up the slack. So maybe if we don't see people push towards that elusive 17-15 area, maybe, still sub 18 is in the cards for some of these runners.
Travis Loncar in the chat pointing out Cruel Jewel's noon start. Yes, there is that name of that race is well deserved. The entire thing is cruel. I've got to tell you, but yes, the noon start in the humidity and heat of May, 106 miles, 48-hour absolute cutoff. If you're an East Coaster, you know well that Cruel Jewel is no picnic, and if you want to test out yourself on some of the most challenging terrain United States has to offer, get down to Georgia and check out the Cruel Jewel 106 miler, or the baby accompanying race that does start in the next morning, the Cruel Jewel 56. Our colleague Zach Marion has weighed in and thanking you, Chris, for doing away with the Sun Devils shirt.
I did do laundry. I mean, the shirt is clean, so don't be surprised if maybe for our third shift I go back to the representing my alma mater. So forks up.
Well, Zach is very a loyal Utah Ute. So, and Zach has done a wonderful job out there doing coverage for us today, and we'll hear a little bit more from Zach as the day wears on.
Yeah, Zach has been doing a wonderful job out there, being out there from the very beginning, having spent some time on that first climb that the runners undertake up Mount Werner, and from there heading out to some of the other aid stations on the course. Love the work that he's doing. Our first time working with Zach, I believe, was Black Canyon this year, and his desire to paint the picture as a narrator out on the course. He's so excited about it, and he conveys that, and he shares it with the audience. So we're happy to have Zach as a part of our team.
Nice shot, by the way. Jamil has set up his camera. Here at the aid station, you see some tortoises coming through. Jamil's getting set up for the night. He's got a table he's going to bring out. He's wearing his standard Andorra puffy, Ronde Les Sims, a brutal 100-plus mile race that he ran years ago. Unfortunately, it doesn't exist anymore, but ran across the entire country of Andorra. And Jamil will be out there all night as Leah and Mike get a little bit of rest. And this is fun. This is really good.
And Jamil he has a limitless tank of energy when it comes to this coverage.
Yeah.
I mean, from the very first time we covered a race, Jamil would maybe go and take a nap for 30 minutes here or there to see what kind of energy and what kind of intent he has when he's putting together these events. Back when we were, in order to track runners, putting cameras on computer screens because that was the technology we had at the time, and the idea of bringing drone coverage from these remote areas was a pipe dream. Obviously, the barriers to performance when it comes to live streaming have come down significantly, and now we're able to do things. Obviously, right now it's kind of tricky to fly drones at night, and if we did, we wouldn't want to bring them out too far anyways. I mean, we'd be out filming headlamps moving in the dark.
Yeah.
So, we kind of have to keep things close to town because, number one, we've got a good signal. Number two, it's where we can see what we're doing.
Yeah.
So part of the fun of doing the Mountain Outpost after dark is that we're really just kind of anticipating those headlamps when we see them coming out of the dark. And because we've got tortoises and hares in the race, we don't know. It's like Christmas every time somebody comes off that hill. It's like, okay, who is it? Is it Arlen? Is it a local running their first 100? We don't know.
Yeah.
And if they could be a tortoise, they could be a hare. It's part of the fun.
And back on Jamil, I think one of the things as I've been around the live streams now for about a year and a half is it requires sort of that unique blend of absolute impeccable planning. You know, our good friend Matt Feldick, who's at home in Flagstaff, Arizona, kind of waving his magic wand over all this. Impeccable planning and organization when it comes to gear, equipment, the schedule, the staffing, the transportation, and an ability to improvise and think on the fly and take what the day gives you. It's very much like running an ultra.
Yeah.
When you run 100 mile, you've got it all planned out. You've got it all, you've got your drop bags in place. You've figured out what your pace chart is and everything else. And then the race starts and things change. And so whether it's working on the fly like we saw Mike and Leah do with literally filming with the actual laptop to
that was classic.
Right now, Jamil going out and changing the lens on his camera to get a little better shot out there, to having to sort of improvise with commentators as somebody might get in traffic or have a loved one sick and not able to make it or oversleep or things like that. So it's just brilliant to see what Jamil has created, and with starting with Bandera and then again with this race and next weekend at the Mammoth Trail Fest for Aravaipa / Mountain Outpost to branch into covering races that aren't just part of the Aravaipa family has just been a wonderful step for the company and for the sport.
Yeah, one of the things that I would like to also piggyback onto that is, some of our commentators are giving it a shot for the first time, and I have to give major props to Jason Schlarb. He probably learned that commentating an ultra can be at times as taxing and exhausting as running one, because he took on a fairly long shift out of necessity, and we're grateful because it gave AJW and I a chance to recharge our batteries this evening, and we're going to try and bring it through the night, and hopefully while we're here we're going to see the first men cross the finish line on the hare side. We'll probably see some tortoises get closer to finish as well.
I think so.
Both the men's and women's side.
Liam, Aid Station Fireball, was asking about the split through Dry Lake for the leaders. Yes, we expect them any minute. They're over an hour and a half from when they left here. It's a little bit under 6 miles. It's not an easy 6 miles. We know we had decent splits coming in from Dry Lake the first time they were out there, so we expect that the information we get will be accurate. But again, as usual on these things, we are up to we're at the whims of what the race has. Thank you, Zach. AJW knows all about technology advancements. He started his first 100 with an oil lamp.
I was actually just going to respond. I can visualize you carrying that as you're heading up the escarpment.
Close enough. It was, in all seriousness, it was a large handheld flashlight with D batteries, 4 of them.
And it lasted a good 45 minutes to an hour.
The old timers back then with the flashlight of choice was a flashlight used for scuba diving, a diving light with 4 D batteries, and you could fashion a strap around it and strap it to your hand, much like you would a handheld water bottle. So yeah, for my first several Western States and Wasatches, I went with a good old fashioned 4D battery diving light.
That's amazing.
Right up there with an oil lamp.
Well, you think about the advancements that the sport has made in general. I mean, we talked about the live streaming aspect, but even the running aspect. Think about the changes in everything. You weren't running at that level that long ago. Like, it was not, like, we joke about it being a while ago, but it was 10 years ago since your last top 10 finish at Western States.
Yeah, it was about that,
give or take. And, in the advancements, talking about everything from carrying hydration to flashlights to shoe tech. I mean, comparing
lube.
Lube. the flat Coke, we joked about earlier.
Yeah.
Having to, basically stir the carbonation out. Well,
I 100% agree that all of our times, for those of us who ran back in all of our times should be adjusted. They should be adjusted, and I should be credited with like sub 12 hours Western States.
So when you look at Strava and they say age graded performance, you mean like the Stone Age, Bronze Age, Silver Age, Modern Age?
Exactly. We need Stone Age times.
Yeah.
Kyle Paitari, aid station splits from years past. Should be able to get them on the race website, Kyle, using the timing company. I know that they go by Can Do Timing. It's spelled with a K, but check out Can Do Timing. I think you can find past splits. Yeah. Oh, and we also hear from Jordan, our producer,
that has the past splits?
That it's pinned in the chat.
Okay, because I knew we had the current tracking through that site, but I didn't know if we had the historic splits.
Yeah.
But then again, also, I was speaking with some people who know people, and they said that there might have been some slight alterations to the course, which was resulting in some of our surprisingly brisk runners coming through the first 30 miles. Yeah. So,
thank you, Zach. Zach has a new term for it, a gap adjustment. Geezer adjusted pace. I'll take it.
Geezer adjusted pace.
Geezer adjusted pace.
I love it.
This is some nice footage. You can see Jamil has changed his lens and getting some great footage. So again, runners coming in and out of this aid station twice. Once at mile 51, again at mile 63.9. The Tortoises can pick up pacers, so that gentleman with the yellow number just to the right is getting ready to pace, but I don't think he's going out anytime soon, as the fellow with the orange jacket is finding himself a chair.
And one of the cool things, actually, I can tell you, that was bib number 703, Joseph Vigil, coming in to, looks like Olympian for the first time. So taking a quick break there.
Yeah.
One of the cool things about where we're set up just outside or just inside the Olympic Hall is that we can hear in the background of our headphones whenever the crowd gets their cowbells going and their excitement going, whether it be for a high-level elite runner or for a local maybe who happens to have a lot of friends hanging out. And also what's really cool is that we're staying a third of a mile away. We're a third of a mile from like a very vibrant scene
100%.
On a Friday night. So I kind of wonder if we might get that random wandering energy over that you get at a place like Ouray or something like that in the middle of the night where a couple people might have tied one on and, what's going on? Why are the lights on over at the ski facility?
Area.
Yeah. And come over and see that there are hundreds of people hanging out cheering on runners, and then they start to ask questions, and they say, oh, wow, these people are running 100 miles? Are they nuts?
Yeah.
All at one time?
Is somebody making them do that?
Yeah, the questions that we all get, and whenever somebody asks, I mean, personally, I've gotten to the point where I just say, yeah, I like to hike.
Yeah.
I don't even call it running or 100 milers anymore. I just kind of keep it nice and ambiguous.
Kyle Paiteri still looking for splits from past years. I can't help you there, but I can't also help but wonder how wonderful it was when you came on the scene and you were able to take over my mantle of being the world-class puker. If any of you have ever seen any videos of Kyle from Western States, the guy could puke like it's nobody's business. And I assume when you talk about that horrible race in 2018, that's something you mentioned. But Kyle, good to have you. I know you've been working your way back from injury, and hope things are going well. And thanks for staying up late and joining us here in the chat.
I love Kyle's perspective talking about 2018 as a horrible race when he ran 20 hours and finished fourth.
Right.
I
exactly.
love that perspective. It shows the kind of expectations that he puts upon himself as a world-class runner. Of course, he came back and won the race in 2019.
Indeed.
But Kyle, love having somebody with your experience in the chat. Glad you're joining us.
Our 7th runner on the Tortoise, as we await runners hitting dry lake on the Hare side, our 7th runner on the Tortoise side is through dry lake. So we can count on good data from dry lake, at least according to our tracker on the splits for the Tortoises.
That's exciting. It's good to know. And we've got 9 people back through Olympian that are on their way between Olympian and dry lake. So we'll be keeping tabs on those runners.
There's the scoreboard for Joseph Roberts noticing the static. Jordan's working on the static right now, so we're sorry about that. So there's your Tortoise on the women's side, top 10. I know some of you are eager to see how the Tortoises are going. So clearly the paths have not crossed yet. In other words, the Hares have not caught the Tortoises. I did some historical data research on that, and usually in past years it would come around between Summit Lake at mile 80 and Long Lake at mile 89, where the Hares would potentially catch the Tortoises. But I tell you what, some of these front-running Tortoises, they might hold them off.
Yeah,
I mean, if they run a 20 hour or 21 hours, the winner would have to run 17 on the Hare side, and that may not happen.
Yeah, last year the winner on the Tortoise side ran in 22:23.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and these guys, at least the first 3 who went through dry lake sub 15, are significantly ahead of that pace.
Yeah, so if the Tortoises started 4 hours back, there was only a 20-minute difference between Richard Lockwood's 18:01 and Eric Wright's 22:23.
Mm-hmm.
So
right.
One of the interesting aspects of this race, as we mentioned, is the fact that this is where the Tortoises and the Hares kind of converge for the most part. I mean, it happens before this, obviously. The faster Hares and the back of the pack for Tortoises obviously met far earlier on the course, but in terms of large numbers, we don't know until we see the runner in the bib number. The Tortoises have bib numbers in the 300 and above range. The Hares have, I believe, 200 and under. So, just kind of keeping an eye out to see what numbers runners are carrying in order to figure out who they are.
As we get Jamil's camera, and he's moving it around, as you can see, the crews are bundled up. We see some of the runners coming in. You mentioned Nicole Bitter with the tank top, but look like some of these runners, these Tortoises, coming in with jackets, still keeping the shorts on. It's probably in the upper 40s, low 50s, at least down here. We're at the absolute low point on the course. So certainly as they wander back up into the mountains, it'll cool down a little bit. But it's pleasant, very little breeze, just a beautiful, beautiful evening for a run.
Travis mentioning he thought that the static was a Radiohead song playing in the background. It could also be some sort of Mike Patton composition as well.
And Zach Marion is accepting the static over my good friend Brian Powell driving back and forth into service with his BlackBerry to tweet out the results. That said, I mean, I Run Far's race coverage is still the best in the business. They've done it. They had an incredible summer of doing Western States, Hard Rock, and UTMB. Travis just picking up the people's champion, Steve Cornelius, the Florida man. Unofficially, we've learned that he's a DNF.
That is unfortunate because Stephen was moving very well for a long time. We'll see if we can get some.
Yeah, if anybody has some
details.
intel on that, we'd love to know. But again, if you missed the story, he did this race last year. He's a Floridian, and he relocated out here in the spring and has lived here for the better part of 6 months, living and training. He goes by the nickname Hurricane, We understand from his friends in the chat, and he's living to fight another day. But at least according to our sources, he is calling it a day.
Yeah, it looks like he is showing on the tracker as having dropped. We can go through the hares who have dropped at this point. I'll give us a quick rundown.
Oh, great, yeah.
These are the names that we're showing as having dropped. Jason Adams, Reed Burrows. I know that was somebody that the chat was following pretty closely. Matthew Caldwell, Ryan Casey, Samuel Collins, another surprising name who was looking good early on. Stephen Cornelius, Sean Craig, Jesse Lang, Michael Mitchell, Devin Olson, Eric Wright, Kyle Young, Caitlin Young. So only one woman dropping to this point. So just like the most recent mountain race we covered, Hard Rock, the women playing it smart this year.
Yeah.
Although the guys seem to be playing it pretty conservative out here too. And that was one of the things that Leah Yingling had brought up earlier for those who weren't watching when she and Mike were filming through the aid station. Leah mentioning that everybody seemed to be kind of wanting to stay on the course because there's a lot at stake in a race like this. Not a lot of North American races with a cash purse. This one has one. So, number one, you want to stay on because your chances of finishing top 7 and finishing cash are greater. And number two, to piggyback on that even, if you're part of a team, because we have 19 teams as part of the roster, you've got a teammate that you want to make sure that if they happen to have, a knockdown, drag out amazing race, you got to stay on the course in order to help, bring home the bacon there, no pun intended.
And again, $5,000 split between the two runners, $2,500 each. So that's no chump change.
No.
There's a festive aid station volunteer dancing. Good to see. Again, keep in mind these athletes on the hare race are all competing for a prize purse of over $75,000, $15,000 each for the first male and female, $8,500 for second, $5,000 for third, $3,500 for fourth, $1,500 for fifth, $1,000 for sixth, and $500 for seventh. On the team, it's $5,000 each. $2,500 each for the winning team. Second place, they split $2,500. Third place team splits $1,000. And again, with these DNFs that Chris just read off, some of them are part of teams, and that's unfortunate for the other runner who might still be out there. But for those teams, as we predicted, especially with our lead men, who are both members of teams, Dave Stevens is partners with Georgia Porter, and let me take a quick peek at Jimmy Elam is partnered with Tara Dower. Both Georgia and Tara are in the race. At last sight, Tara was a bit ahead of Georgia.
Excuse me. Jordan, can we pull up the women's leaderboard on the hare side? I want to take a look at that really quick. I am actually impressed with the fact that Bree Grigsby is up in the top 6. I'm not saying that Bree's not a great runner. She is extremely talented, but this is the highest I've seen her perform in a field this stout to this point. Bree has run everything at a high level from golden ticket qualifiers up to Cocodona. So she's done it all, and she works very hard and has done a lot of mountain training, but I'm glad to see her holding up pretty high. Actually, I think the Air Viper Racing team has 4 of the top 10 at this point on the women's side. Michelle Yates, 3-time winner, currently in second place.
Christy Necht, third. Tara Dower, fourth. Karen Holland, fifth.
And at the top of the race is a name that we probably didn't expect to see at this point. Megan Spiker, As we mentioned earlier during our previews, Megan has run extensively in the Rockies, two-time Never Summer finisher, 2021 finishing 5th, and taking it down in 2020, but not somebody we necessarily expected to be at the top of the women's leaderboard at this point. So this could be a breakout performance.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, we've still got a ways to go, but acquitting herself very well in a fairly solid field on the women's side. Leah Yingling giving us a heads up. Jimmy and Dave through Dry Lake together.
Oh, thank you, Leah. That's good to know. We're the tracker may be a little behind or a little bit off, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's one of those refresh and cross your finger kind of games.
And of course, Leah's supposed to be getting some rest, so instead she's just keeping up on the race.
Yeah, I literally
she can't help herself.
I spoke with her and Mike out there, and I was, giving them the love that they deserve for all the hard work they put in today, and they said, "Oh, we're taking a break," and they were off camera hanging out, and then all of a sudden they're out there and dropping intel and news bombs. They can't help themselves.
Liam and Zach in the chat chatting about the news that our leaders are through together, and are they going to hold hands and tie through the finish line? Guys, there's two kinds of people in this world: people who tie and people who don't. And I'm in the latter camp.
Yeah,
I think if they do the hold hands across the line tie thing, Fred'll DQ them.
Oh, we're gonna have a word with our on-course correspondent, one the only Jamil Curry.
All right, let's hear from Jamil.
Jam, we gotcha.
Just getting him set
We
up.
got video.
There he is.
There we go. We got audio.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Hey guys, can you sound all right?
Yeah, you sound great.
Sweet. I just figured I could tell you some things sometimes, just like Blake Wood just came through.
Oh,
Blake Wood just
fantastic.
came through. Nice.
Did he come through with his daughter, Margaret?
Didn't see that, but I think he's still here somewhere, so she might have already come in. Who knows?
Blake Wood, for those of you who don't know, legendary 23-time Hard Rock finisher, and great to see him having a good day halfway through Run Rabbit Run.
One of the few, the proud Barkley finishers as well.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. How's the vibe down there, Jamil? From our perspective, it sounds festive, but as it often is around midnight, maybe some people sleeping, some people hanging out, but the runners look happy.
Pacers happy, or volunteers happy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think it's starting to get to the early hours, so people are kind of tucked in a little bit. I think I see Sarah Lavender Smith over here too.
Sarah,
yeah, it's good energy.
Sarah's run steady all day, one of our Masters runners.
Yeah, she's been moving very well. Among the early starters, she's been pretty much at the front of that pack. I think we determined 8 runners go with the early start in the Tortoise race, but she has been at or near the front of that group the entire day.
Yeah, she's at 16:45, second time through Olympian. Sarah, a resident now, long-time Californian, but currently living in Telluride.
Yeah, she's still the first early bird to hit Olympian for the second time. We'll keep an eye out to see when we get Dry Lake splits for Dave and Jimmy. They currently, on the tracker, it shows Jimmy down around 6th place, but he's in a virtual tie with Dave Stevens.
Yeah.
So that's what we do know. And John Herrick in 3rd, Arlen Glick right behind in 4th, and then about a 10-minute gap between them and the rest of the top of the field. Adam Loomis, Gary Messina, Sean Van Horn, Haroldus Subertus, Patrick Parcel, and a new name to our leaderboard, at least since you and I came back to the broadcast, Tomonori Onitsuka, Japanese runner. We'll have to start doing some digging on Tomonori so we can give him the credit he deserves for acquitting himself very well in this competitive field. Yeah, it looks like the temperature might have dropped a few degrees out there because everybody's migrated from hoodies to puffies over the hoodies.
Yeah, I'm thinking about putting some pants on here in a little bit.
Yeah, Jam's got his puffy, but he's also wearing cargo shorts out there.
Yeah, no, I'm just wearing running shorts right now.
Oh.
But Tomonori, 43 years old from Japan, third place at Mount Fuji. Also had a win at Waldo 100K.
Oh, wow.
So definitely want to check him out. I did reach out to him to do one of our pre-race interviews. Unfortunately, he does not speak English, and we could not find an English to Japanese translator to do the interview in person. So I think if we get another chance at it, I'm going to definitely try and make that happen.
That would be awesome. Yeah, there aren't a high number of international entries here this year. It's been a very busy season, obviously, internationally. UTMB just recently happening. Hard Rock brings in people internationally as well. So not as many international runners here this year, but Tomo having himself a very solid race.
So with the news that Jimmy and Dave are together again, for those of you like us who are following along the intrigue on the team competition, Jimmy is paired with Tara Dower, Dave is paired with Georgia Porter, and at last checkpoint, first time through Olympian, Tara Dower held a slight lead, about 45 minutes actually, over Georgia.
So that could get very interesting down the line as well. If the two men are neck and neck, it comes down to what their partner brings. Although, if you look at it, Nicole Bitter is. Can you pull up that women's leaderboard again, really quick, Jordan? So Nicole is neck and neck with Tara and Georgia. They're all fairly close, with Arlen third on the men's side.
Yeah,
that team competition could really get close.
Yeah, the Flatlanders holding in strong.
Yeah, but it's hard to call them Flatlanders when you've seen them succeed. I mean, Nicole Bitter having plenty of success here, Arlen having success at Hard Rock. I feel like it's almost tongue in cheek.
Well, yeah. So the lead men, again, Dave Stevens and Jimmy Elam, we have reports at least that they're through Dry Lake, which is mile 70.8. The next checkpoint from there is Summit Lake, full 10 miles from Dry Lake. With a fair bit of running. But also about a 1,500-foot climb.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, no, so we'll see. I'm pretty sure, anyways. It's the only way I've seen anybody come in. So. Okay.
Our man on the ground, fearless leader Jamil Curry, is coming in to get another layer on. Not getting any warmer out there.
Yeah, he's got the puffy and running shorts, and
that's right.
That's not going to fly out here tonight. It's going to get pretty cool. I'm going to pull up a forecast actually and verify, but earlier in the week, the overnight lows for Steamboat Springs were supposed to be in the upper 30s, and we'll see if that's changed.
And thank you, Adam, in the chat, letting us know Dry Lake to Summit Lake is the most technical section of the course. So while it does have some runnable bits, I understand it's got some technical bits as well.
So we're talking
probably take a little while for those guys to cover that section.
Okay. For what? Oh. Unless you can pull it up from there. Looking right now, the current temperature in Steamboat Springs has dropped down precipitously. We're at 44 degrees.
Oh, yeah.
It's about 9 degrees cooler than it was 2 hours ago. And we're looking at overnight lows of 35. Clear skies, though. That's a plus. At least in the, quote, low country at 6,800 feet.
And hopefully not a lot of wind. On those high ridges, the wind will be the worst adversary.
It looks like Adam bringing some course expertise and mentioning that the Dry Lake to Summit Lake is the most technical section of the course. I guess that there are a couple of sections that have kind of taken that moniker on, because I know that Jason Slarb was also mentioning that the area around Fish Creek Falls was pretty technical as well. And one of our guests earlier on, Sarah Pizzo, mentioned that she thought that was pretty technical too.
Kyle being a little bit more descriptive in the chat, calling that section a nightmarish blur.
I love when people, whether it be Adam, Kyle, Sarah earlier, I believe Amy as well in the chat, those who have that tactical knowledge, that firsthand knowledge of the course, thank you very much. We love having that kind of input because it helps make us better and more knowledgeable. I mean, we can see on the video, and even if we were to go and take a car ride out and chew some of the dirt, we're not going to have the whole vibe of the course. And that's one of the things about covering some of these races. Every race is different. The course is varied, and we're a bit limited in the time. We can't go and scout the whole 100 miles a lot of times. So it's great when we have that familiarity, but we depend on our audience to help educate us as well. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and Kyle going on to say dark, cold, high altitude, just a tough section. They've been out there 12 hours. Our Hares, we just hit midnight local time. Of course, the Hares started at noon local time. The Tortoises have been out there 16 hours. And as we've mentioned a couple of times, we've got about 10 runners in the Tortoise race that are through Dry Lake. All under 16 hours. So again, I would put at least those who went under 15, the top 4, all in range of, still in range of a sub 21 finish, if they can make it through that nightmarish blur without too many nightmares.
Yeah, we can go back to the camera if we decide to pull up some course maps. Perhaps we'll hear audio.
Yep.
We lost our monitor over here, but there we go.
There they are.
Perfect. Great job, Jordan. Way to recover.
No, just now.
Good morning, Dances with Slugs. Checking in the chat from Sweden. Our European friends might be awakening on Saturday morning, making a fresh pot of coffee, settling in to the live stream for the next few hours.
I don't know.
Update, we are still awaiting our lead women to hit Olympian for the second time, mile 63.9. Probably within half an hour, 45 minutes.
I got a little bit of the story.
See, yeah, there's still a couple hundred people out there
Yeah.
hanging out at the aid station. Love seeing the energy. I'm sorry? Yeah. Yeah, the runners hit this aid station twice at mile 50 and again mile 70-ish.
64, 63.9. So it's literally about a half marathon with some significant climbing from the first time here to the second time here.
Yeah, Jordan, if you want to pull up the iPad now, we'll just do a quick flash of the map. And the fun thing is, actually, let's stick race side because it looks like Jamil is. Oh, we lost Jamil. Let's go to the map then. When we have Jamil, yeah, there we go. So the runners are actually at Olympian Hall. That's where we're at right there. So we're just to the west of the town of Steamboat Springs. And the runners coming in have to head out and do the Lane of Pain section.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things about this course, when you look at it, having conversations with Jason Schlarb earlier, 3-time winner of this race, he said when this was first unveiled, people looked at it and said, "What the heck is that?" A very unique race course. The runners actually start down below at the start finish right here. They head out, climb up Werner, head down to an out and back section at Fish Creek, and then they make their way on a western spur up past Long Lake. And then they make their way west towards the Olympian Station, which is where we're at now. As we mentioned, a large section of the runners are basically between Dry Lake the first time and the Olympian Station. So that's where most of the tortoises seem to be.
In that
Yeah.
Emerald Mountain section.
Yeah. All right, we can go back to the cameras outside. I love the view of the aid station. I think that's where I get most of my energy from, seeing these people out there running. And also, they're not feeling great. They still seem to be, moving and, having some energy out there on the course. Those of you just tuning in from around the world, thank you very much for tuning in. This is our inaugural Run Rabbit Run live stream here on the Mountain Outpost channel. I am Chris Warden, and to my right is Andy Jones Wilkins.
Good to see you all.
We are just inside the Olympian Hall aid station. We're actually looking at a camera that is set up directly below our feet. So they're on the floor below us. We're on the upper level of the Olympian Hall. The bottom floor has been converted into an aid station. And then the outdoors area is also housing runners as well. I think we're, as I mentioned, going to see more and more bodies make their way inside as time goes on.
News from the tortoise race. Our first female tortoise, Stephanie Rose, has hit Dry Lake in 16:02 elapsed.
Nice.
Just hit it right around midnight. Stephanie Rose has run steadily all day. And looking solid in 16 hours at mile 70. Interestingly, as those of you who are following on the tracking, we're getting very up-to-date information from Dry Lake on the tortoise side, but for reasons that are not entirely clear to us, we're not getting them on the hare side. So we'll look into that, but we can only do so much. We do have word from our ace sleuther, Leah Yingling, that Dave Stevens and Jimmy Elam did come through Dry Lake mile 70.8 running together.
Yeah, the two lead women on the Tortoise side, Stephanie Rose and Meredith Merkley, have been kind of bouncing back and forth all day long. It seemed that Meredith was ahead in the first 30 or so miles, and since then Stephanie has begun to take a lead, but it's been back and forth, and at last check, it looked like Stephanie had about a 15 to 20 minute lead on Meredith. We'll see how that shakes out, but both still moving very well. A sub 24 finish is not out of the question for either one of them. We'll see how things go into the night. I'm not familiar with them, not sure if they are stronger at night or very familiar with these areas of the race, but we'll be following, and whether they finish sub 24 or after, we'll be here to cover it.
Yep, I mean, they need to traverse the final 30 miles in 8 hours. Not an easy task, especially given the terrain, as we've learned from Kyle and Adam. They've got a big climb, a lot of high country running, and then the screaming final descent off of Mount Werner at the end. So keep an eye on that. But 10 runners are through. Actually, sorry, now 11. Connor Cole has just hit 11 Tortoise runners are through, including Stephanie Rose, first place female and 10th place overall.
Jordan, can we go to the iPad really quick? Yeah. So what we're going to show here is the elevation profile basically for the remaining part of the race. For those runners coming in right now to Olympian for the first time, they're actually back at one of the low points of the race, and that's about 6,800 feet. Each one of those bands represents about 500 feet, I believe. So they'll actually be climbing out of here for Lane of Pain, and from here they will actually, when they come back the second time, head back up to Dry Lake, and will eventually crest out at Summit Lake about 10,500 feet. Stay at high elevation until they hit Mount Werner one more time, and then it's a screaming downhill about, as we mentioned at the beginning of the race, 3,500 feet of elevation drop at mile 95 as they finish that race. So
that's going to wear on the quads no matter what.
It sounds great in theory to have a downhill at the finish, but to have a downhill that is that steep, your quads had hopefully left something in the tank.
You got to save something for that.
All right, we'll see if we can go back to the aid station cam and watch some of the runners come in. Beautiful. Thank you, Jordan.
We are getting some data now from Dry Lake. Adam Loomis went through in 12:08. Adam was about 33 minutes behind Dave and Jimmy when they were here at Olympian the second time. We're assuming, again, given that we're not precisely sure on how the trackers work in there, that we've got Dave, Jimmy, John Herrick, Arlen, and possibly Gary Messina through Dry Lake. But again, if anybody out there has additional information for us, we'd love to have it. But as of now, we do know Loomis is through at 12:08. We know that Stevens and Elam got through together probably around, we're thinking around 11:30 elapsed. 11:35.
I'm gonna guess and assume that John and Arlen either have hit Dry Lake or they're close as well, because
I'm going to guess that too. Yeah,
because they actually had 15 and 12 minutes respectively on Adam at Olympian when they left, which means we'll hopefully get a slew of data coming in from Dry Lake, because that would mean that the first half dozen or so men are either at or close to Dry Lake.
Yeah,
and at that point they've got less than a 50K to go.
Yeah. but as we understand, a somewhat challenging 50K.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the entirety of their race from this point is going to be, 10,000 feet into the last couple miles. So,
and it being just about the autumnal equinox, we're talking about a 11.5-hour night. They've got plenty of darkness still left to navigate. It's just a little bit after midnight on some technical terrain. Perhaps getting a little bit sleepy with the noon start. So lots left, and this is part of the design of the race. Everybody runs through the night, and we have our lead men doing that right now.
Navigating that noon start, as we mentioned, creates its own little set of circumstances that you have to deal with, because a lot of times people aren't used to starting a 100-miler at that time. There are a few races, as were mentioned in the chat, Cruel Jewel being the most notable name that comes to mind, or other races that start at 6 p.m., such as UTMB. But a noon start puts you out there climbing hills at probably the warmest part of the day.
Yeah. Yep. And unless you're super fast, you like a couple of our front runners, you're going to be going at least a few hours into a second day.
Yeah.
Yep. So a few more of the men's hares have hit Olympian 2, where we are, kind of a group together. Christopher Hams, who we've been following for much of the day, Sean Smith and Logan Williams all came through 12:11, 12:12 elapsed.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably in the aid station right now, or getting some warm clothes on and heading on out back into the night.
We'll be paying close attention to see whether the men's or women's course records are going to be threatened here. It's really too early to say on both sides. It's possible. The men's record is currently held by one of our co-hosts, Jason Schlarb, which is, it's so cool that we've got him with us. That is 17 hours, 15 minutes, 20 seconds. And on the women's side, one of our competitors holds the current course record, and that is Michelle Yates in 2013 with a time of 20 hours, 16 minutes, 54 seconds. Actually, both the men's and women's course records were set in 2013.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it makes me think that maybe the conditions were favorable that year, perhaps. But we've got largely favorable conditions this year.
Yeah, and it's been a decade. I mean, that's a long time for a course record to hold in this current state of the sport.
Yeah, in this current environment, that's an eternity.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever something lasts more than 5 or 6 years, it's we start to whisper, is this ever going to come down? And it's like, it's only been 6 years.
Yeah. But certainly certainly our front pair were tracking on course record pace for the men, and I think we'll get a better idea on how the women are playing it when Michelle and Megan get back down here to Olympian for the second time, which we expect will be in relatively short order.
We're gonna head out to Jamil. Is that what I heard? Or who came up? Oh, okay. That is the checkpoint at Olympian Aid right there. The runners hit that twice, just about the halfway point of the race, and also again about, as AJW mentioned, about a half marathon later, about mile 64.
64, yeah.
It'll be interesting to see which of our women hares come through first, because there's been a lot of movement in that side, mainly because that whole group has been fairly tight knit. Is that correct? Bryn Shalvoy has moved up to second. That would be interesting. I mean, that whole group is fairly close knit. I mean, nobody has really taken. Is Corinne back through for Olympian 2? Okay. I was going to say, because that would be a huge move on her part.
Yeah, it would be.
We'll have to verify which women have come through Olympian for the second time, because if that is true, then that is we got ourselves a very interesting race at this point.
Megan Spiker was through here the first time at 10:08, so we would have expected her to make it around by now, or very soon. 2.5 hours, 3 hours, so not quite yet. Not quite yet. Spoke too soon.
I'm sorry? I mean, Corinne Chauvet has been kind of in the ranges of the top 7 or so here most of the day. So it's really been a 10-horse race, so to speak, on the women's side. And everybody brings something different to the table. Some of them have experience on this course. Some of them are faster, more pure speed runners. Others are mountain goats. Some have more balanced game. Some of our runners who are used to going out in front are holding back. It's a really interesting race to follow on the women's side here.
Adding to that, some of them with tremendous 100-mile and even 200-mile experience. Others tackling the 100-mile distance for the first time.
Yeah.
Really a fascinating look. And first time through Olympian, that top 9 or 10 was only about an hour. It was only about an hour. We're getting information now from Jamil that Corinne Chauvet is actually a DNF.
Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, wow. Tom Minori was, we believed, 10th to Olympian the second time. Tomo calling it a day. And yeah, that's unfortunate about Corinne. Looks like her day has drawn to a close at the 51-mile mark.
Mm-hmm. Yep, those are a couple updates on the Hare DNFs. Sean Smith as well is coming in as a DNF as he got back here to Olympian. Called it a day. We're going to verify that.
Yeah, we're trying to cobble together the status of the runners hitting Dry Lake. As we mentioned, the Tortoises, their information is coming through crystal clear.
Yeah.
But the Hares checking in at Dry Lake is a little bit more inconsistent. We mentioned that Dave Stevens and Jimmy Elam, we know, have hit Dry Lake. We're operating under the assumption that several others have made it there as well, such as John Herrick, Arlen Glick, Haroldus Sibertus. But the only ones that we have registered there are Adam Loomis and Sean Van Horn, who have been in the 7, 8, 9, 10 range for much of the more recent part of the race.
And they both did that section, the 6.5 mile section between Olympian and Dry Lake, or I'm sorry, 6 mile section, in about an hour and 30 minutes.
Is Tara our first confirmed woman to return to Olympian for the second time.
She is tracking at 12:20, which is just about 2 minutes ago. Tara Dower into Olympian 2. Traversing that
13-mile
section
stretch in about 2:30. That would make sense.
2:30.
The nice thing about questions on Olympian is that we literally can just send somebody outside.
Yeah, we
and say,
can send
hey, go
somebody
find
outside, see
go find this runner. Okay, so actually Adam saw her on camera. I didn't catch Tara when she came through.
So we're also seeing Christy Necht coming in as the second place woman here to Olympian 2, just a minute and a half behind Tara. So they're here in the aid station at the same time.
Yeah, just a couple minutes or less than 2 minutes separating them. And Michelle Yates was only 2.5 minutes behind Christy, so we could expect to see her here very quickly as well.
And definitely surprised to not see Megan Spiker yet.
Yeah. So if tracking is correct, then Tara made up 15 minutes on Christy over the last 13 miles.
So see you at the 10 miles.
We have a James Ranger Elam in the chat. Am I safe to assume that you are Jimmy Sr.? From what we know, Jimmy is out in front, running along with Dave Stevens, and they've cleared Dry Lake mile 70.8 about 40 minutes ago.
I see Jamil has taken the camera out onto the course at the aid station.
Timing checkpoint.
It's what? I'm showing on my end 2 hares at Dry Lake, but I know that more have hit there based on our intel from Leah.
That's my like get out. Like my lunch and door. I don't think. Yeah. I may or may not have taken a digger.
Yeah, those are the ones that I'm showing.
A quick report on the team competition. Now that we have confirmation that Tara Dower and Christy Necht have hit Olympian 2, we got a race. Tara and Jimmy Elam are in the lead with 23 hours flat, their combined time through Olympian. And second place, Christy Necht and Patrick Parcel, just 16 minutes behind at 23:16.
Yeah, Patrick has been in the top 10 for most of the race recently, so that's a team that is offering up a surprise here at this point.
Yeah, and we're still waiting on Celinda Hinel and John Herrick, who were 10 minutes behind Necht and Parcels at Olympian the first time around. So we know that Herrick's through. We're waiting for Celinda. And fourth place, Georgia Porter, Dave Stevens. And fifth place, the Flatlanders, Nicole Bitter and Arlen Glick.
What? Okay. Looks like we've got a follow cam. I'm not sure who we've got here, but
This is fantastic.
see if we can figure out. Do we know where that runner is?
This is
Who's
cool.
on the cam?
So the beauty of live stream, we've got a follow cam out there sending their information back to us. Don't know who they are, don't know where they are, but some good footage here in the middle of the night.
Great, great visuals out there for being in the middle of the night. Looks like there's a couple of runners out there. I have sent through our internal channels, our back channels, to see if we can figure out who's on the camera and who we're following as well.
Again, as we get to 12:30 Mountain Time, Andy Jones-Wilkins and Chris Warden with Mountain Outpost, our first ever live stream of the Run Rabbit Run 100-miler. Hares race started about 12 and a half hours ago. Tortoise race 16 and a half hours ago. We have over a dozen tortoises through the Dry Lake Aid Station at mile 70.8. Actually, quite a bit more than that. It looks like 18 runners through. And we're estimating around 8 or 9 runners on the Hare side through Dry Lake.
We're getting a little bit of a choppy feed there on that runner cam.
Follow cam.
We'll see if we can. Okay, so that's
Dan Ryan.
Oh.
I know Dan is out pacing, so he was probably filming his
Gil Sandoval.
Right on. Dan is, among other things, the social media director for the Hard Rock 100. So if you like what you see on the Hard Rock Instagram page, Dan gets the credit. If you don't, Dan gets the blame.
And props to Dan for starting a new undertaking here recently, as we talked about at dinner the other night, talking about his new podcast.
Yeah.
So looking forward to a race that has a lot of mystique to it and a lot of history. So, shout out to Dan and the work he's doing in that regard.
Check it out. It's called Hard Talk. Hard Talk. He's had a couple of episodes, one with legendary Hard Rock finisher David Horton and a more recent finisher, Jeff Browning. So probably lots of good content coming across the podcast airwaves from Dan on that Hard Talk podcast.
As we mentioned, this is Dan on a follow cam for the runner that he is pacing.
And they're on the section. They are through Olympian 1, so they're between Olympian 1 and Olympian 2. So that section that we've been talking about a lot between mile 51 and mile 64.
Gil Sandoval, bib number 656, is the runner that we've got on camera right now.
And got an all-star crew in addition to Dan doing the pacing gig. Dave Koblenz, 12-time Hard Rock finisher, former chairman of the board of Hard Rock, all-around fantastic ultra guy, is Gil's crew. So I can tell you one thing, Gil's not dropping.
Yeah. Can we bring Jamil's audio on? Awesome. Jam, what do we know? Perhaps we can bring the Camera back.
Quick thanks to our sponsors. While we have a moment, La Sportiva, BOA, Honey Stinger, Smart Wool, and Ultra Spire. We could not do this without their support, and we really appreciate it. All 5 of those companies, long-standing supporters of ultra trail running.
I bought my first pair of La Sportivas in Silverton this year.
That's right, out of necessity.
Yeah, and when I found out I was coming up here, they were the pair that I packed. I'm glad that I can represent if I decide to actually go out and run this weekend.
100%. I ran my fastest Western States back in 2011 in a pair of La Sportivas.
Nice.
And I love the Honey Stinger chews. Oh, the texture is just perfect. And
did you see the station they have set up downstairs?
Yeah.
Like, it looks like a Honey Stinger buffet.
Yeah, it really is.
They're doing themselves proud. That setup and the options that they have down there in the indoor aid station here at Olympian Hall. Fantastic selection of Honey Stingers.
Again, we've got a good shot here of Dan Ryan. It's chopping in and out, but that's getting you an idea of the nighttime conditions on that 13-mile section between Olympian 1 and Olympian 2.
It's a bit of a lollipop segment.
I think so.
A very oblong-shaped lollipop with some climb.
Emerald Mountain.
Can we bring a camera back into the aid station? Awesome.
Just again, an update. Women's Tortoise race. We mentioned a short while ago that Stephanie Rose was through Dry Lake in 16:02. Meredith Merkley, who's been running, close by her most of the day in the Tortoise race, is through Dry Lake as well in 16:17. So Stephanie's enjoying about a 15-minute gap on Meredith at mile 70.
Looks like a couple minutes ago we had Michelle Yates come into Olympian for the second time at about 12:30:56.
Okay,
so
just
about
5 minutes ago.
About 10 minutes back exactly from our leader, Tara Gower, and about 8 minutes back from our second place woman, Christy Necht.
Oh, that's excellent. So Michelle is very much in range. She knows what she's doing. She did lose a little time on Christy and Tara on the 13-mile loop that we've been talking about. But again, on the more technical mountain stuff, you're likely to see Michelle make a little bit more time. And as we know from Kyle and Adam in the chat, there's some technical stuff ahead for these runners.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see all this shake out because the top 10 women, when they came into Olympia the first time, were all separated by less than an hour.
Yeah.
And that's at the halfway point of this race.
Yeah, Jamil's indoors, we understand, in the aid station.
They let him in?
No, Michelle is in the aid station. No, they're keeping Jamil outside. They got to keep the riffraff outside.
He has a camera actually set up outside the aid station. It's cool that when we had the visuals of the aid station inside, the camera's actually outside.
There it is.
So we are window shopping with this view right here. You wouldn't know it because it's such a great shot, but I guess the telltale sign would be the upper right-hand corner little spot of glare. But yeah, this is a great view. So sounds like Michelle Yates is in there somewhere amongst the group of people there.
Again, just downstairs from where we're broadcasting from.
Yep. We did sneak down and grab some coffee before our shift.
Might do that again the next ad break. Can't see Michelle. She usually has her trademark double braids and tall socks, but I can't see her right now. And yeah, down in the side box, we see Jamil's camera as well as runners are coming in and out.
Jordan, can we flip those? Okay. Well, keep an eye out for the next women to hit this aid station, which should be in the next few minutes. We'll keep an eye out.
Yeah, but a 10-minute gap in the podium right now is anybody's race. We would expect Karen Holland, Brianna Gerigsby, Megan Spiker, Nicole Bitter, Celinda Hinel, all relatively close together in that, well, let's just call them a chase pack. Although they're not likely in a pack.
Yeah. Yeah, when I saw Nicole out there, it was about, I guess it was a little bit less than 2 hours ago. So
probably got a little time.
Yeah.
And as we see these runners, it's cool. It's not a balmy evening. Lots of jackets, puffies. Jamil scanning the area. Another runner coming in with a lightweight puffy on. Could be a pacer. Nope, runner.
That was bib number 103. That is Tiny Debo. Denise Barasa.
Ah, Tiny D.
I believe that Denise is the oldest woman in the hair category this year.
And Chrissy Mail, a Chrissy Mail sighting. She looks to be crewing Tiny D. Chrissy, former UTMB winner. Fantastic figure in the sport.
That's one of the cool things about this sport, AJW, is that when you go to these races, it's not just the athletes that are on the course. You have UTMB winners, crewing people. You have 3-time champions as part of the team on the call. The amount of talent that comes out to celebrate and support the other runners is amazing.
This is fun. Jamil's got a nice, look like Chrissy just calmly chatting with Tiny D, talking things over. Yep, Denise looks good. We're working to try and get audio. So Denise is coming indoors to the aid station. Again, Denise is in the Hares race, 53 years old. I would guess that Denise is in the front of the pack for the 50 and overs. There's a little prize money for that.
Of course, her teammate in the team competition, Dan Barger, Team Elder Buns.
Mm-hmm. Used to live in Auburn. Now Dan lives here in Steamboat. And among other things, during COVID, did a Western States 200.
Looks like we've got possibly our 4th woman to hit Olympian for the 2nd time, Karen Holland.
Okay.
Karen was in 4th on the way in, and looks like she might be 4th on the way out.
Unless Michelle hasn't left yet, although Karen's not necessarily leaving.
Yeah. She looks pretty composed, not really stressing anything at all.
Yeah. Again, this is Jamil Curry out there with his camera.
The jam cam.
literally 50 yards from where we're sitting. Runners are coming through this aid station twice. This is Karen's second time through.
Yeah, she looks very composed, relaxed for being 100K in. We'll see if she heads inside. Looks like she's... Yep, looks like she's heading inside, maybe to get some hot food or warming up.
Chrissy's helping everybody. Not sure who that runner is in the purple, but I'm sure someone in the chat knows.
Looks like she's got a pace to show it's somebody in the Tortoise division.
Okay.
Okay, number.
A Chrissy selfie. Great footage. Great footage, Jamil. Thank you.
So the story right now is that we're keeping an eye out for our, I guess, the middle of the top 10 Hares division on the women's side coming into Olympian for the second time.
Yep, we know that we have the top 3 through. And now with Karen Holland, top 4. And that's Tara Dower, Christy Necht, Michelle Yates, and Karen Holland. We would expect relatively soon Brianna Grigsby, Megan Spiker, and Nicole Bitter. There's Denise Barassa.
Hi there. Oh, sorry. I'm just like spying all weirdly out here.
Hey, we've got Jamil's audio.
Hey guys, I was looking for Michelle Yates because I hadn't seen her leave yet. I thought she was inside maybe, but I've lost track of her. So
And that was Karen Holland you had as well, right? That was putting a fresh jacket
correct.
on. Okay.
Yes.
Karen looked so chill, like she didn't have a care in the world.
Yeah.
And then Denise is inside right now. I don't know if she's deciding on whether she should go back out or if she's just warming up for a little bit.
Yep, talking to her partner, Tim Lambert.
Whenever we've got video of that indoor section of the aid station, I feel like we're just kind of window shopping and like looking inside at a restaurant where people are enjoying a meal. And it's a very interesting dynamic with that shot, like this right here. As we mentioned, that camera is actually not in the aid station. It's outside looking through the window. Because that room right there is harder to get into than the hottest nightclubs.
Yes.
Like you have to be, part of you either need to be racing or pacing. Otherwise, they're not going to let you in through that door.
You absolutely must be with the band.
Yes.
Lots of Tara Dower fans in the chat. Good morning, everybody. Tara is running really well. She
Having
was
a great race
through this checkpoint and making her way up to Dry Lake. She was here almost half an hour ago, with Chrissy Necht 2 minutes behind, and Michelle Yates another 8 minutes. And another 7 or 8 minutes to Karen Holland.
As you can see, Jamil kind of getting some crowd shots of the crewing area. People tending to their runners, anticipating other runners coming in. Every so often you'll hear the cowbells in the background from our feed giving us information that that some love is being shown in the aid station. And one of the things, we talked about it earlier, but to circle back around, everybody looks so good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, very little trail carnage to speak of at this point. You know, only a couple notable drops coming to this point.
Yep, and also just the footage we're getting from Jamil, and as well as the camera going into the aid station. Just runners that look calm, cool, collected, problem solving. Here's a runner right here working on her feet.
Thanks for keeping it a wide shot. We don't.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we don't need the foot close-ups right now.
More runners coming in. I mean, between the two two divisions, you're looking at over 400 runners, close to 500 runners that started this race. I haven't checked to see how many drops we've had on the Tortoise side. Looks like a couple dozen, 2-3 dozen, perhaps just kind of eyeballing. Most notable drop on the Tortoise side would probably be Joe Yuhan at this point. Familiar name to people who have been around the ultra scene for years.
Oh, sorry.
Do you want to take that now? All right, we'll take a quick ad break, get the bills paid, keep the lights on, and we'll be right back with more coverage from Run Rabbit Run from Steamboat Springs.
The mountains you climb, maybe stairs. The records you set, maybe personal. The fans you inspire, maybe family. No lights, no camera, just action. You don't have to be a pro. You just need Honey Stinger.
Welcome to our world, where forward-thinking running apparel brings us closer together. We build for the long run, producing durable gear responsibly, and collaborating with emerging artists around the globe, giving back to clean water initiatives. We are Janji, and we run differently.
How do you sweat? Are you an armpit hider, a forehead wiper, or even a head-to-toe drencher? Smartwool's new lightweight and breathable activewear is made for anyone who sweats. With naturally performing merino wool made to beat the heat, the sweat, and the stink. No matter how you push, persist, or play, get out there with activewear made thoughtfully so you can live unapologetically. Smart Wool Activewear, made for however you move, designed for however you sweat.
Beautiful day, huh?
Dinner time!
Time for another?
Oh yeah.
My name is Jeff Vierling, co-founder of Tailwind Nutrition. We make drink mixes for athletes to help you fuel, hydrate, and recover for all sorts of outdoor activities. Running, cycling, hiking, climbing, any sport where you're working up a sweat. We manufacture our own products in Durango, Colorado, and we test and use them on the trails of the beautiful San Juan Mountains. Our mission and our passion is to help athletes achieve their goals and to feel great while doing it. We couple proven nutrition that's simple to use, easy on your gut, and tastes great with encouragement and education. You can think of us as your support crew. We're right there with you doing whatever it takes to help you get across the finish line with a smile on your face.
We live in an altered state, cultivating calm in the chaos, pushing the edge of performance. We're redefining the future of fit. We make the best gear better. Fast, effortless, precision fit. This is Dialed In. We are BOA.
Mountains you climb, maybe stairs. The records you set, maybe personal. The fans you inspire, maybe family. No lights, no camera, just action. You don't have to be a pro. You just need Honey Stinger.
And we are back.
We're back.
Chris Warden, Andy Jones-Wilkins. It is after midnight. It is Run Rabbit Run 100. We are approaching the 1 o'clock hour, which means the hares have been out there for about 13 hours, and the tortoises 17 or 18, depending on if they took the early start. What you're looking at right now is the aid station just below us. This is Olympian Aid. Runners at 2 points in the course are actually hitting this aid station. They could be at mile 51 or they could be at mile 64.
I was just down there scaring up a cup of Folgers, and I did see Denise Barassa, Tiny D. She was contemplating her future.
Oh.
But Denise is a very experienced runner, been around this sport a long time, and I'm sure she's thinking through her next move. But she looked fine. If she's going to call it a day, it's for no other reason than just live to fight another day.
For sure. And somebody with her resume and knowledge of the sport knows when she needs to make those tough decisions.
And again, this aid station runners are hitting it twice, mile 51, mile 64. Right now we've got the tortoises and the hares sort of blending in with one another on the first loop or the second loop. Crews are in here, a great group of volunteers. This is one of those aid stations that's really can be bring people back to life. They can go to an indoor rest room. They can change clothes, shoes, socks, the whole outfit if they want. So great feature of the Run Rabbit Run 100 is this setting here in Olympian Hall. We've been talking about it all day and all night. A city, a town known for producing winter sports Olympians. Fantastic tradition in Nordic skiing, alpine skiing, ski jumping. We're sitting, actually, the offices are just right across this building, offices of some world-class ski coaches. There's a flag sitting above the kitchen from the 1956 Winter Games in Cortina, Italy. So just full of history and endurance, athletic excellence here in Steamboat Springs. And the town, as we've talked about all day, really embraces this event. Oh. Not surprisingly, a town filled with athletes would embrace an event like this.
Two what? Two flags? Okay, I just see the one.
2 Olympic flags we're learning from our producer, Jordan.
And we, like many of you, I'm sure, are furiously clicking and refreshing the runner tracking to see if we can get some more juicy intel on what's happening on the course.
Yes, what we do know is that in the men's race, Jimmy Elam and Dave Stevens were running together at Dry Lake mile 70, right about an hour ago. And assuming that form was holding, John Herrick, Arlen Glick, Adam Loomis, Sean Van Horn, and Gary Messina, possibly Heraldus Zubertus and Patrick Parcel, were also through that aid station. But we're just speculating at this point.
Well, we'll have to see about getting this updated because, as we mentioned, Tomo Onitsuka has dropped from the race. So, yeah. And on the women's side, we'll have to also see about getting that updated as well because Corinne Chalvoy has decided to call it a day as well.
Here's our camera from the porch right outside our broadcast station. The numbers are thinning a bit out here. A couple hours ago, this was a couple hundred people, but there'll be people here all night.
Yep. As a lot of these runners are hitting this aid station for the first time, the crews just kind of hang out for the 2.5, 3 hours that it's going to take for their runner to get back here. Actually, if they make it back here in 3 hours in their tortoise division, they're moving pretty well.
Oh, yeah. And there may be a few establishments in town still open if they wanted to kill a couple hours in town. But
Barley.
Yep. Yes, I made a little trip to the Barley this afternoon, and wow, if you're a beer drinker, a beer aficionado, the incredible beer list at the Barley.
You liked it?
I loved it.
Yeah, I was a big fan. I went in there on Thursday night and had myself a couple beverages.
I got a flight. I got to have a nice 6-beer flight. Just a really nice way to unwind after the morning of broadcasting, and then a little nap, and back here to the studio. But I suspect I might make another trip to the Barley tomorrow. We'll see.
Oh, I think that come 8:01 tonight, we might be making our way over that direction.
Yeah, I might need to warm up one of those stools.
Yeah, we've talked about it several times, but it bears repeating just how cool of a town this is.
Yeah.
You know, Steamboat Springs is a gorgeous place, and I'm truly enjoying spending time here, having fun being on the call and being around the race as it's going on, but also just walking up and down the streets. For instance, before we came over here, I ran over to the convenience store and grabbed some coffee for us at 9:30 at night, and you could see it's a vibrant bar and restaurant scene in this Old Town area.
Adam Priest commenting if we're at the Barley at 8:01. I think we're talking 8:01 p.m.
Yes.
Yeah. Although I don't know if they were open at 8:01.
Well, we're off the air at probably about 5 or 6, so
yeah.
8:01 a.m. might track too. Did you go and grab some dinner around somewhere in town, or?
I just got a sandwich at the place upstairs from the Barley. Forget
Okay.
the name. A nice curry chicken salad. It was good. Good enough.
I had myself a platter of ceviche from Vaqueros.
Oh, that'll
It was
do.
excellent.
Yeah.
I'm a sucker for ceviche. When I see it on a menu, I almost always order it. So. Yeah, Adam, if the Barley would have us at 8:01, we would make our way over there. Don't think they're open quite that early. But there are several other cool places that we can go as well. Like one of the places that where we're staying, it's literally right across the street from, what's it called? Is it Sun Bar?
Let me just jump in here because Wyatt Yates has just let us know that Michelle Yates has dropped here
Oh,
at
wow.
Olympian. As I talked a little bit with Schlarby earlier in the broadcast, she has been battling a breathing issue, and Wyatt tells us that she just was having trouble breathing. She says as long as she'd gone without supplemental oxygen in the last few months, Wyatt assures us she'll be fine, but our 3-time champion Michelle Yates, one of the legends in this race and of the sport, 2013 Ultra Runner of the Year, has called it a day here at Run Rabbit Run.
Yeah, Wyatt, we're really sorry to hear that happened. We're grateful for you giving us a heads up. Thank you very much. That is the biggest news to this point in this race. The fact that you have a 3-time champion, in my opinion, even though it had been a while since she had finished atop this race, still the name to beat.
Yeah.
Michelle had been moving very well through the early stages of this race.
Yeah, but she's experienced and tough and knows herself really well.
Absolutely.
I'm sure she knew coming in, she was a late registration. She probably had expectations, but was also willing to make a decision like this and not really think twice about it. So
I'm sure a tough decision. Yeah,
absolutely. But we wish Michelle well. She seems to have 9 lives. She bounced back from several hip injuries over the years, surgeries, now this latest medical issue with her breathing. I have a feeling Michelle will bring herself back.
That's what the great ones do.
Yep, for sure. For sure.
Still has plenty of career ahead of her still. Just 41 years of
She's
age. I believe?
41 years old.
So keeping an eye on the Olympian aid. I did find the name of that place, Sun Pies Bistro.
Sun Pies. Okay.
Just right across the street, easily identifiable by the neon signs in the window.
Good old dive bar.
I've been known to frequent those every so often in my
You
travels.
have. We have a fair number of them in our hometown of Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah, I think I've found them all.
At least the ones that let you in.
This is true. So the ones that don't know me very well. Hoping to see maybe our 4th, 5th, 6th women hitting the Olympian aid for the second time here shortly.
Updating that top 3, Tara Dower, Christy Necht, now with the Michelle Yates drop. Moving into 3rd place is Karen Holland.
Hopefully, possibly seeing our first Tortoises hit Summit Lake at mile 80-81.
And we also would expect to see Brianna Grigsby, Megan Spiker, Nicole Bitter, and Celinda Hinel here in the next little bit. They're hitting right around the 3-hour range since they left Olympian the first time. This camera shot is our still cam just outside the window of the Olympian aid station. Mile 51 and mile 64. Drop bags, crews, Tortoises can pick up pacers here.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye out for runners as they're coming in. We'll see if we can identify some of them. Of course, when we went down there for coffee earlier, we happened to bump into Sarah Ostaszewski, who has been running an interesting race to follow because last year she was leading the women's Hares race for much of the race. I would say probably the first 60, 70 miles, and ended up still finishing in the top 7, still finishing in the money. But when she went out this year, outside of the very first 3 miles, she's been kind of hanging back. It's going to be interesting to see how the race unfolds for her. But she kind of shared with us downstairs that she was just kind of out there letting it happen. Wasn't trying to push the issue.
She was in good spirits. She was calm. She was, she reminded me of similar sort of temperament that she had at Cocodona.
Yeah.
At least for much of the first half of the race, where she just worked her way through the field. So there's still a lot that can happen in the final, 60K of a 100-mile race.
Absolutely.
Again, updating you on the team competition. My favorite thing to follow. So far, 2 teams. Just 2 teams are officially have both athletes through the Olympian the second time, and they are Tara Dower and Jimmy Elam and Christy Necht and Patrick Parcel, both through, and they were only 16 minutes apart. Dave Stevens, who we know is running out front with Jimmy Elam, is partnered with Georgia Porter. We expect Georgia through here in relatively short order. Arlen Glick and Nicole Bitter, and John Herrick and Celinda Hinel. So certainly when Celinda, Georgia, and Nicole get here, as well as Zoe Rom, we'll have a little bit more update on the team competition. But again, there's money for that. $5,000 for the team that wins, $2,500 for second, and $1,000 for third.
Yeah, I think that, in some cases, perhaps that keeps the runners on the course a little bit longer than they anticipated if things aren't going their way. You can't be letting your teammate down.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to. Might be another little bit of an incentive to get up off that chair, get back out there into what is undoubtedly a chilly and dark night.
Yeah, it's definitely dropped in terms of the temperature here in Steamboat Springs. Looks like we're down to 41 degrees, anticipating a low of 39 here in town, and that's at 7,000 feet. These runners, before they finish this race, are going to get up to 10,000 feet. So you got to figure they're looking at low 30s, maybe even high 20s in the high country.
Oh, it's got to be. Yeah, when they get up on that high point.
And it's exposed up there once you get to the very top.
Yes, Summit Lake, that ridge they run along between mile 80 and 85. I mean, for some of them, it might be daytime, but certainly for this front group of 5 or 6 runners, it's going to be, as Kyle has told us, it's cold, dark, and lonely.
Of course, the runners have until, in the case of the Hares, they have 30 hours, which means they would have to finish by 6 p.m. Saturday. And the Tortoises have 38 hours, which means they would need to finish by 8 p.m., with the exception of those who took the early start, which they have 37 hours to finish.
Yeah. And as I mentioned in the intro, in an interesting little twist, as this is one of those double qualifiers, you can qualify for both Western States and Hard Rock here at Run Rabbit Run. Just finish at any time. So 37 hours for those 50 and 60-year-olds, 36 hours for everybody else will get you a lottery ticket for Hard Rock. But for Western States, you'll have to finish in 36 hours. Most of our, and I think you're checking it, most of our early starters are doing fine and are well on track for that sub 36.
Oh, yeah.
And as we've said repeatedly, we'll cover every finish that we can, where we'll have our team on the ground back at the start finish area all day tomorrow. And we'll try and document as best we can every finisher of the 2023 Run Rabbit Run 100 miler, both the Tortoises and the Hares. And if possible, get a few of them in to chat with us if they come back around or if they feel like coming back around.
Yeah, it looks like nearly all of the Tortoises have hit Olympian 1, which would be just past the halfway point in about 17 and change. So, those that are still on the course look like they're definitely still on pace. There has been higher percentage of drops in the tortoise race than I would have expected, but this isn't easy. The first half of this race is pretty tough.
Yeah, I'm just gave it a quick peek. The absolute cutoff here at Olympian Hall 1 is 2 a.m. So for those few tortoises who are still coming in here, they've got about 45 minutes.
And that's for the first time through.
The first time through, yeah.
And then,
so as you mentioned, at least as we're looking at it, there may be 20, a little bit less than 20, who are still on their way. But if they get here by 2 a.m., they can move along, and then they have to get back here by 7 a.m. So they have 5 hours to do the loop. I would guess that the 2 a.m. would be a tighter cutoff to make than the 7 a.m. But for those that are still out there, I'm sure their crews know they've got about 42 minutes to get in and out of this aid station the first time.
And just as we're on hour 23, they've got to be out that second time. So.
Mm-hmm. Crowd's thinning a bit out there. Probably folks maybe getting to their vehicles, taking a little snooze.
Warming up.
Still a long day for everybody tomorrow.
Yeah, if you think about it, this is basically the halfway point for some of those people that are going to grind out those 36-hour finishes.
Mm-hmm.
They started at 8 a.m.
A friend we've been following, Telluride's Sarah Lavender Smith.
Yeah.
We have data that she's come through Olympian a second time. She was an early bird starter, but 16:45 elapsed through 64 miles. She's well on her way to a successful finish here.
Absolutely. Looking good out there.
One of the best and longest tenured writers in the ultra running space. Has a wonderful Substack newsletter about running and life. Well worth a read.
Yeah, hopefully we can get some updates on our runner tracking so we can
have something to talk about.
A little bit, yeah. It'd be kind of nice.
Maybe the runner trackers are sleeping.
Must be nice.
Yeah. It's as we've talked about a bit. We know even as early as Olympian the first time or second time through. We had some challenging timing issues. It's, we're out here, even this aid station essentially in town, it's not easy tracking everybody. There's between the two races over 550 runners here, so occasionally people slip through. But we do know we've probably got about 12 men through Dry Lake, at least 4 women through Olympian 2.
Yeah,
we
we'll
had
have to check to see.
Most notable recent drop of Michelle Yates, 3-time champion here.
Yeah, it's huge news.
Just an issue with her lungs that she knew could potentially be an issue coming in.
Other notable drops to this point include Reed Burrows, Samuel Collins, and Stephen Cornelius.
There we go. We have a scoreboard.
Asked and answered.
DNFs are fixed.
So Megan Spiker, Tara Dower, Krista Necht, Karen Holland, Bree Grigsby, Nicole Bitter, Celinda Hinel, Georgia Porter, Zoe Rom.
Okay, so that's just updating in terms of removing the DNFs. Okay.
Can we get the men's back up? Are those through Dry Lake?
Looks like it. Okay, so that might be where we're at right now then. Elam and Stevens basically in a virtual tie at this point. Sorry? Where is this data on screen pulling from? Because I would assume the source data is the same, but
When you say over here, where is that?
Over here at the front.
Uh-huh.
Results over here are
So we're getting more accurate from our Aravaipa. Yeah.
are we hauling Starlinks around?
Can we get a link to that? The one that's pinned at the top. Huh, I don't get it.
Yeah, that's what I've been
When I
following
click
and
on that one,
refreshing.
it just has those two guys through dry lake. Sorry, everybody. Those of you who are bearing with us, we're
Troubleshooting in real time.
Yep. Okay.
Oh, I didn't realize we were using this platform.
Now we know where Leah got her information.
Do we know which aid station this is? Oh, this is the Dan cam. So Dan Ryan, friend of the community and also very well involved in Hard Rock 100, is pacing a friend of his, Gil.
Mm-hmm.
And that would put them... Yeah, Gil Sandoval. Yeah. Thanks, Dan. But we're going to take a hard pass on that one. I believe that Gil was leaving here, so that maybe that's Dry Lake.
No, it might be that remote aid station halfway through the loop. All right. Well, this is very helpful. We now can confirm that Jimmy Elam and Dave Stevens got through Dry Lake together around 11:12 elapsed, followed by Arlen Glick about 20 minutes later, John Herrick 12 minutes after him, Gary Messina right around 12 hours flat, Adam Loomis 8 minutes after him, John Van Horn at 12:18 elapsed, and Patrick Parcel at 12:30. Harold Subertus is still on his way to Olympia Hall. Is still on his way, to Dry Lake from Olympian Hall. We know Megan Spiker leading the women through here, Olympian Hall at 11:27, followed by Tara Dower and Christy Necht. At this point, those are our three women through Olympian Hall.
For the second time.
For the second time. Yeah.
Of course, that excludes Michelle Yates, who had actually made it back to Olympian 2, but decided to withdraw. Looks like we've got some footage from back to Dan. Hanging out at one of the remote aid stations.
Still got the bacon going. It might be remote, but they got bacon.
All you need is a pan and some heat.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Eggs? Hard-boiled eggs. I don't personally eat eggs, so I would just completely miss that bowl right there.
This is an aid station, remote aid station. I just looked it up, called Lane of Pain. Lane of Pain. It's mile 53 and 56 and a half.
Okay, so when Dan brought Gil, he was bringing him out for that stretch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yep.
that
On
makes
that
sense.
half marathon loop.
That's a great quality of shot. I don't know how remote this aid station is, but Dan
And by
bringing
Run
us-
Rabbit Run standards, in their course description, they describe this as a minimal aid station. Looks pretty maximal to me.
Yeah, for a minimal aid station, I'll take it.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
we
I
would
think that
expect
the data on the live Aravaipa is actually matching what we've got on the can-do timing. Yeah, I think.
And we would expect Jimmy Elam and Dave Stevens, who were through Dry Lake, mile 70, about an hour and 45 minutes ago, to be closing in on Summit Lake. It's a 10-mile, as our friend Kyle told us, a brutal 10-mile stretch with a lot of climbing, but I would expect somewhere in about the 2-hour range for our two front running men. And in chase mode is Arlen Glick, who got through Dry Lake about 24 minutes after the lead pair of Jimmy and Dave.
So the top five men got through Dry Lake 12:01 or under. That's mile 71. Which one? I'm using the Aravaipa tracker.
And you can't filter out the tortoises, right? You have to look through them both.
Oh, you can. What you do is.
There it is. Thank you.
So if they're at mile 70 with 12 hours elapsed, 17:15 is probably going to be a tall order.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking
but
about
I had them through an 11:15 elapsed.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I was thinking about the back end.
So that would be a 6 hour or a 5. Don't do public math. 6-hour 50K.
Yeah, almost exactly.
Yeah.
If Jimmy and Dave run the last 30 miles in 6 hours, they will be flirting with the course record here.
Yeah.
We'll have to ask the current record holder how he feels about that.
Dan Ryan back out with his runner cam. His good friend Gil. So they're leaving Lane of Pain. We're not sure if it's first time through. You hit Lane of Pain twice on the loop from Olympian back to Olympian.
On the Blair Witch cam?
Yes. And updating the women's race, Megan Spiker has left Olympian Hall. She left here about 11:30. Followed by Tara Dower at 12:20.
Is that right? She's built almost an hour?
Yep.
Wow.
At least according to our latest data. Christy Necht, just 2 minutes behind Tara.
Impressive.
And that, to this point, are the women through Olympian Hall 2. Just those three. A little bit more information about Megan Spiker, because I know we've spoken about her a couple of times, and this is an impressive performance. 38 years old. As far as we can tell, her first 100-miler. She has had tremendous success at the Never Summer 100K, one of Nick Clark's races. Division first place in 2020. At Never Summer, another first place. A fifth place in 2021.
I kind of want to press pause on that because her splits, according to that, would mean that she went from Olympian Hall 1 to Olympian Hall 2 in an hour 19.
Oh, that can't be.
Yeah. So we're going to have to kind of hold up on that. I don't think she's doing a 6:17 pace at night through the Lane of Pain.
Yeah, you're right. It is showing, if it is indeed true, that she did a 6:17 pace around that loop. So let's hold pause on Megan Spiker.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with the can-do timing tracker for the time being until we can confirm. We almost had some carnage on the broadcast side here from that, though.
Megan Spiker's still a good runner and
absolutely
has some great results and is performing well in her first 100-miler for sure. Just not 6:17 pace.
No,
through the mountains.
We'd be making some phone calls if that were the case. Yeah, we're kind of flying blind in the night. Obviously, we can't get the drones out in the sky, and we're relying upon the reporting of what we've got here at this point. We don't have cameras out on the course. Most of our follow cams are actually down for the evening. Thanks to Dan Ryan for providing the one action cam that we have out there as he and his runner, Dan is pacing, are making their way through, and it's just Dan doing a solid for us.
Oh yeah,
really,
absolutely. Sudanshu Segal asking about the tracking, as far as we can tell, is just slow and having some problems. A lot of it is phoning in or texting in bib numbers. So what we can confirm on the lead is at last report, we had two men in the lead running basically together, Jimmy Elam and Dave Stevens, followed in third place about 22 minutes back, Arlen Glick. In fourth place, John Herrick. Fifth place, Gary Messina. 6th place, Adam Loomis. 7th place, Sean Van Horn. And 8th place, Patrick Parcel. Those would be the runners through Dry Lake 2 around mile 70.8. On the women's side, we have some questions about Megan Spiker, but we know through Olympian Hall 2, because we put eyeballs on them, Tara Dower was in the lead with Christy Necht just 2 minutes behind her. And up until now, they're the only 2 women through Olympian Hall 2.
Do we have the aid station cam, the indoor one that we can possibly flip to? See if we see anybody in there we recognize. Yeah, I'm assuming we're going to see several of the women coming back through to Olympian 2 in the Hares race, because it's been about 2 hours 45 minutes since I was talking to Zach about Nicole coming through last time.
Yeah, certainly. We would expect to see Nicole Bitter, Brianna Grigsby, Celinda Hinel. Likely in that order.
Of course, that right there is a static cam on the outside looking in at the aid station here at Olympian Hall.
See some crews, some pacers getting ready to go. Aid station volunteers in those light blue shirts. Update on some of the drops we shared with you just a little while ago that we learned from Wyatt Yates that Michelle Yates had dropped when she hit Olympian 2 twice. Just a precaution as she was feeling some breathing issues. Samuel Collins, who was an early race favorite, called it a day here at Olympian the first time through. Crowd favorite Stephen Cornelius, the Florida man, also known as the Hurricane, called it a day here at Olympian the first time as well. Devin Olson, local runner, called it a day at Dry Lake. Tomonori Onitsuka made it around to Olympian 2 and called it a day, and Sean Smith did the same. So of the group in front of the men, notable female drops in addition to Michelle Yates are Ure's own Aravipa Racing Team's Corinne Shalvoy, who dropped when she got here in Olympian the first time. Wish them all good recovery. Live to fight another day.
One of the things that we had been following fairly intently was the adventures of the Wood family, Blake and Margaret. And as far as I can tell, obviously Jamil saw Blake Wood earlier, and we did not catch eyes on Margaret. But the two of them have been within 30 seconds or so of one another at every aid station. So I have to operate under the assumption that they're running together. Of course, Blake Wood, legendary runner, as we mentioned, 23-time Hard Rock finisher, one of the few proud Barkley finishers. He and his daughter Margaret, I met them both at Mogollon Monster a couple years ago. And Margaret is an aspiring runner in her own right. And it sounds like Blake's intent of running this race was to help her get to the finish line for a Hard Rock qualifier.
Yep.
So she can continue on the family legacy.
Yeah, and Margaret has grown up on the Hard Rock course. Paced her dad, crewed her dad. I know I can speak from firsthand experience. It's awfully fun when your kids get old enough to share the passion. All three of my sons, and at one time or another, have paced me at various races, and some of the best experiences of our lives together, whether it was Logan at Western States, Carson at Hard Rock, or my youngest Tully most recently at the Bighorn 100. Sharing those experiences are memories of a lifetime.
Yeah, Margaret, to that end, hit Olympian 1 in 1546. So well under where she needs to be in order to finish this race in under 36 hours. So she's got 20 hours to finish the remaining half of the race.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Looking good.
Yeah, she's looking comfortably in the market to get that qualifier.
Absolutely.
And Blake, her dad, in addition to being a Hard Rock qualifier, a 23-time, Hard Rock finisher, also is a longtime Hard Rock board member and is pretty much the mind behind the Hard Rock lottery, which has evolved quite a bit over the last 10 years, but everything from working on how the selection takes place to figuring out the odds to counting people's qualifiers and number of tickets. That's all Blake's. He has a computer, I'm sure, that's extremely powerful, that has a lot of information about all of us.
You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure that stuff out, but it helps.
But it helps.
Of course, we're joking because we know that Blake Wood is a rocket scientist.
It's an actual rocket scientist. Longtime employee of the Los Alamos National Lab, now retired. But Blake, just a great guy. In addition to a very talented home brewer.
That man has skills across the board. How long are we talking? Do we have anything shorter?
Yeah, because we want to make sure
because we don't want to have to cut out and break in. If we can go, if you have anything over there, Jordan, in like the 5 to 7 minute range, that would work. Okay. No, for sure. Yeah, no, we're kind of in a holding pattern really at this point. I mean, we appreciate you hanging out with us here tonight through the overnight at Steamboat Springs. This is Run Rabbit Run. I am Chris Warden. This is Andy Jones Wilkins. And when it comes to some of these races, there gets to be a little bit of a lull. It doesn't mean that things aren't exciting. It's just that we're kind of starving for data after dark. We're not able to have as many eyes on the course. Our correspondents are going and getting some well-earned rest, whether they be Leah Yingling and Mike McGonigal or Jamil Curry or Zach. These people need a little bit of a break. And so we're doing what we can to help keep the coverage going despite not having them out there. I'm dying to just go outside and downstairs. I feel like I could just go grab a gimbal and dial in, and we could co-host while I'm right down there. I have the capability. I know how to dial into OBS.
I'm not going to stop you.
Tell you what, why don't you pull us out of the picture-in-picture, and I'll be working on seeing if I can get it all together, and I'll head down there. All right. I'll be right back.
All right. So Chris is going to see what he can do about maybe getting down among the folks at both the outdoor crew spot and the indoor crew spot. Nice. Some good vibes to get us through the night. Hmm? Yeah. Right. So while Chris is going down to see about maybe chatting with a few folks. All right, we do have some updates while Chris is checking out some people to chat with. We now know that Dave Stevens and Jimmy Elam are through Summit Lake, and there's a gap. Dave hit Summit Lake in 13:23, and Jimmy Elam 18 minutes later in 13:41. So those are our two leaders. Again, Summit Lake is mile 80.8. Dave Stevens has put some time. They were running pretty much neck and neck for much of the day and into the night. But at this point, with 20 miles to go, Dave has put some time on Jimmy and has an 18-minute lead. Harlan Glick still in third, John Herrick fourth, Gary Messina fifth, Adam Loomis sixth, Sean Van Horn seventh, Patrick Parcel eighth, Harold Subertus ninth, and Chris Hams 10th. Those runners all through Dry Lake 2. Summit Lake, we have two runners through, Dave Stevens and Jimmy Elam. Women's leaders are en route from Olympian Hall to Dry Lake. So that's a good update. We're also seeing that updated on the Run Rabbit Run check times too, the can-do timing. So again, as we're doing a little tracking of the course record, Dave Stevens, for example, would need to cover the last 20 miles in a little under 4 hours.
Oh, you can take me off camera. I'm going to be playing around with the phone and gimbal to get things ready to go outside. And I'm sorry? No, I can talk. We're going to multitask. That's what we do in Out and Outpost after dark. This harkens me back to my days of working weekend overnights at WXRX in Rockford, Illinois.
Again, on the Tortoise side, I know we've got people eagerly following along with that. Bo Shelby is now enjoying a 46-minute lead at Summit Lake over Jacob Warnke. Jacob, remember we learned earlier, ran his first 100 here at the Run Rabbit Run Tortoise race last year and finished ninth. He's moving up specifically from quite a bit from that position, in second position right now. And these guys, for example, Bo Shelby could do a 5-hour 20-miler and enjoy a nice 22-hour finish.
I think that some of these runners in the Tortoise race need to consider leveling up.
Yeah, they might need to level up next year.
Make themselves available to partake in some of these cash prizes available.
Adam Priest, thank you very much for the update. He's letting us know that Dave Stevens is about 45 minutes ahead of his Summit Lake split from 2021 when he finished in 18:01.
Wow.
Which, again, if he basically runs his split from Summit Lake in, he's going to be right around Schlarby's 17:15.
Adam, do you know what the weather was like back then? Was it as perfect as they've gotten this weekend? Because the weather outside is delightful.
Yeah.
For running anyways.
Right.
It is puffy weather for many of the people hanging out at the aid station. However, if you're out there chewing up dirt, then it's probably perfect.
On the women's race, I'm thinking this Christy Necht update is accurate, as she took about 2 hours and 45 minutes to do the Olympian loop, and then an hour and a half to get from Olympian to Dry Lake. So she's there in just under 14 hours. Again, according to the tracking, Christy Necht would be, were that, this is just provisional, but were that correct, she would be the lead woman there, with Tara Dower just 2 minutes behind her in 13:55. So we have a women's race. Christy Necht, 13:53, followed 2 minutes later by Tara Dower, 13:55.
Keeping it close.
And again, that's moments ago, because we're at 3:55. We're not 3:55. We're at 1:55 a.m. Saturday.
Jordan, can you send me a link to that spreadsheet via our back channels? As I was looking through my notes, I noticed you made the first dad joke of the live stream by calling it Steamboat Springs.
Yes. Steamboat Springs. Welcome to Steamboat.
Either the spreadsheet or just copy that link and WhatsApp it to me if you can.
We have our first team split in the team race, and with Christy Necht making a move and Patrick Parcel holding things steady, they have now taken the lead at Dry Lake at 27:13 elapsed. You might recall they were 16 minutes behind Tara Dower and Jimmy Elam at Olympian. We're awaiting the system to update Jimmy and Tara's cumulative time. It's too late, and I'm too bad at math to figure it out myself.
Oh, I've never let that stop me from spitting numbers out. At this point, we're all just kind of... Oh, thank you.
Two minutes separating Christy Necht and Tara Dower for first and second in the women's race. 18 minutes separating Dave Stevens and Jimmy Elam in the men's race. For those of you keeping score at home, that's a difference between $15,000 and $8,500. The biggest payday in ultra running.
All right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my camera out there and kind of walk the 8 area, see if we've got anybody we can talk to, and perhaps get some intel from right down on the track.
All right, you're going to have audio?
Yep.
Okay. And maybe check out indoors also.
If they'll let me in.
Yeah.
I don't have to.
Just tell them you're with the band.
Last time I did that.
Adam is letting us know it was pretty cold in 2021, but otherwise okay. Sounds about right. So our man on the ground, Chris Warden, is going to take a little break from the broadcast booth, and as you can see in this shot right now, walk around with his phone and his gimbal and see if he can find anybody out there who might be interesting to talk to. Looks like Dave Stevens definitely made his move between Dry Lake and Summit Lake. That what Kyle Paitari tells us is the most technical section of the course. Dark, cold, lots of climbing. Dave and Jimmy were pretty close to one another at Dry Lake, and by the time they both arrived at Summit Lake, Dave had a 18-minute lead on him. It'll be interesting to see on the women's side because Christy and Tara hit Dry Lake very close together, 13:53 and 13:55, and they're now on that technical climby section between Dry Lake and Summit Lake. Coming to you live from Olympian Hall and Steamboat Springs, Mountain Outpost relaunch, 2 a.m. local time. The Hares have been at it now for 14 hours. The Tortoises for 18 hours. Lead Hares are through 80.8 miles, lead male Hares in 13:23, and lead female Hares are through in 13:53 through mile 70. In the Tortoise race, our first place male hit Summit Lake mile 80 in 17 hours flat, Bo Shelby. First place woman continues to be Stephanie Rose, who hit Dry Lake in 16:02. Dry Lake is 70.8. Conditions are just about perfect, according to most of our locals who've been giving us commentary through the day and evening. Very little breeze, chilly, cold and brisk. Very little breeze, no precipitation. A good day for running. And Adam Priest let us know that Dave Stevens split through Summit Lake, mile 80, which is the most recent split we have for him, was about 45 minutes ahead of his 2021 split when he finished in 18:01. We're keeping our eye on 17:15, which is our colleague Jason Schlarb's course record time from a decade ago. Hey, Chris, can you hear me?
I can hear you. You got me?
All right, yeah. Chris is outside with a gimbal. First of all, is it chilly out there?
Oh, yeah. It is cold. It is my Phoenix blood cells are not adapting very quickly to being outside, and Puppy, it is quite chilly out here. So I can't fathom being out here for through the overnights. I would have serious problems adapting.
Well, of course, Phoenix has made national news with the entire month of July. Temperatures over 110 degrees, a couple days of 119 degrees. So it's not surprising that your blood has thinned a bit.
Yeah, this is my second time in Colorado this summer. This is much cooler. Of course, we were in town in Silverton for Hard Rock, but it was also record temps. It was the year where Hard Rock was actually warmer than Western States. This is not the same case.
Yeah, I called it Hot Rock. But yeah, this is not Run Rabbit Hot Run.
No, this is a brisk, chilly rabbit run.
And
There's some runners coming in.
There's some runners coming in.
Eventually.
Bib number 808, bib number 424 coming in. And 681.
So they check in. They're checking in there to the timing area.
424, 681. Check me out. This one's a good one for us.
Tireless work of the volunteers, getting things done, taking care of these runners. They don't even have a space heater back here. I am impressed.
These Coloradans are tough.
They are. All these volunteers staying warm out here. I am impressed by their ability to weather the weather.
All right, you're heading toward the indoor section of the aid station?
Yeah. I know that under no uncertain terms am I allowed to enter. However, we can get fairly close and kind of see what's going on and see some of the runners and the effort they're putting forth here. Hey, Bree, how you doing? Got Brianna Grigsby, and I believe that's Annie Hughes under the puppy over there, hanging out. Oh, nice. You doing all right, though? You moving okay?
I'm getting my back. I'm doing fine.
All right.
Annie Hughes looks like she's ready for an Arctic exhibition.
Yeah, she's bundled up pretty well, but she's no stranger to those Colorado temperatures. Of course, we just were fortuitous in catching Bree as she came in from, or actually was just coming out from the indoor part of the aid station. Looks like she's getting ready to head out back on the course, moving fairly well, still in the top 6 or 7 on the women's side as far as I know. So and showing very well out here in Steamboat Springs.
Yep, we've got her. She's taken a little bit of time. She got in there about 13:52 elapsed, and so this is her Olympian Haul 2.
She's going to head on out. And of course, Annie is walking around, probably plotting race strategy here for the next few miles. I think that the next time they'll be able to encounter is about 10 miles out the road. And maybe we'll see if we can talk to Annie for a few minutes. Maybe if she comes back, she'll be able to kind of give us some details and some thoughts on how the race is going. Obviously, Annie, last year's winner, both in the women's side and in the team division. Hopefully she'll have a few minutes to spare for us. We have a runner coming in t-shirt and shorts. I find that absolutely fascinating. Bib number 2.
a little bit of an update on the women's races. We've gotten a good beta on the Olympian splits. We had Karen Holland fourth. We know now that Georgia Porter, sorry, came through Olympian number 2 in 13:25, followed by Celinda Hinel in 6th place, Megan Spiker right with her in 7th, Becca Org in 8th, Zoe Rom in 9th, and we just saw Bree Grigsby leaving the aid station, rounding out the women's top 10.
Okay.
With Natalie Bond and Nicole Bitter. They may still be in the aid station if you want to look around, but they were.
I see Zach, actually. I'll see if Zach has got a few minutes as well.
Yeah, they entered about 15 minutes ago, so they may be in and out. But
I see, actually, you can see Zach is working on getting things together for Nicole here. Give him some space, and maybe he'll want to chat in a few minutes when he's got a moment. But is Nicole in and out yet, Zach? Or
She's in medical.
okay, she okay?
She's kind of growing up basically nonstop since she was here last time. So
Oh no.
they're seeing if they can get something to settle for her.
Okay. Sounds like Nicole is encountering some stomach issues out there. Thanks to Zach for being pretty forthright. One of the things that's when you're talking to Zach and Nicole about ultra running, they know the drill. They've been a part of this coverage since jump. I mean, I think that I've probably covered either Zach or Nicole at every race that I've covered, dating back to Desert Solstice 2018. So, they've kind of grown up as in the eye of the sport as well as we have in bringing it to people. So it's kind of an interesting thought that just kind of entered my mind. What time is it?
it's 2:10.
That sounds about right.
A little bit of news on the men's race. We have our next 2 runners through Summit Lake, mile 80.8, Arlen Glick and John Herrick, and they're running together. They got there at 14:09, so just about 28 minutes behind Jimmy Elam and about 45 minutes behind Dave Stevens. Arlen Glick and John Herrick running together in that 3rd place position.
It's kind of interesting to see runners pairing up as the race gets later on, simply because of what's at stake here. I mean, that definitely takes a certain level of trust to kind of pair up, or a common understanding that all bets are off when things get down to the wire.
Yeah, back on the bidders for sure. I mean, I've known Zach and Nicole for a couple, decade and a half. Also, they're old timers in the sport. They'll take on any surface. They'll take on the mountains. They'll take on the flats. They're certainly one of ultra running's power couples, if you will. And they take the good days with the bad days. You might recall that Zach had a rough day at was it Desert Solstice or Jackpot? Jackpot.
Jackpot, yeah.
Day. He had to call it a day at about halfway after just crushing the first half of that race, and comes back to fight another day. And if this ends up being the case with Nicole, she'll do the same, I'm sure. But she also might spend a little time in medical, get her stomach straightened out, and turn around and get back out there.
Absolutely. If anybody can figure it out, it's Zach and Nicole. Yeah. They've seen it all and they've done it all. So we got a runner and pacer there, bid number, I believe, 705. Looks like we've got several runners still working their way in. As we mentioned, the cutoff here is what time? It's
2 a.m. the first time, 7 a.m. the second time. So the first time cutoff has passed, but the second, they've got plenty. They've got another 5 hours, just under 5 hours for second time.
you know, props to the crew and the pacers that are out here in these, to me, bitterly cold temperatures. I'm sure that those who are coming from, you know, other places not named Phoenix are probably thinking that it's just perfect for their running. Got bib number 714 coming in with a pacer. Got those fancy Lecky poles. Seen several pairs of those out here, that's for sure.
Oh, those are sweet poles. I love them.
Oh, yeah, they are.
So again, Chris Warden has turned in his headset for his phone camera and a gimbal and his puffy jacket. He's getting some on-the-ground footage here at Olympian Hall.
I just wanted to get up and stretch around, to be honest. That's keeping
good.
me awake. As much as I gripe about the temperatures, Andy, it's definitely easier to stay awake in here than it is inside.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, go. And plus, I just love being race side. We talk about that. You know how much I love covering these events.
Okay. Yeah.
That when it comes to the opportunity to be out and tracks, I love being in the studio for sure. Don't get me wrong, but
Yeah. You just go back.
but this is really being down in it.
Absolutely. Well, and it's I mean, you've done this a lot. You've done run around with the gimbal at Javelina, at Black Canyon,
Solstice. Yeah.
Solstice.
Hey, Sarah. I think she could be around 10 to 11. The traffic is really weird. Yeah. There's no third person.
I didn't see Annie come back through, so I wasn't able to grab her. I don't want to be intrusive.
She's hiding from you.
She's smart. Last thing you want to do is have to deal with the media when you're out at these races.
There's a guy.
You never know.
Yeah.
Although I will say that over the years of covering these events, people have gotten a lot more camera friendly. I remember the first couple of times I was covering Desert Solstice or other races, and when I would approach runners and crews, and they would look at me with kind of a side eye, because I'd be asking questions, and they weren't used to that. And now, because they've seen the fruits of our efforts in terms of bringing these races to people that might not otherwise see or know about them, they understand that what we're trying to do is help grow the sport as a whole. And so, as long as we're polite, non-invasive, and are respectful in how we approach runners when they're not in their best situations, they're usually pretty cool about it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I could see Zach and Nicole sitting inside, kind of attempting to figure things out on the inside. We'll see if we can get some more information on what's going on in their heads, and maybe we'll get some greater detail, but I don't want to get too close to them if they're dealing with her going through some sickness issues right now. So but yeah, so this is the entryway to the aid station, as we mentioned, and in no uncertain terms, runners and pacers only in the main room. So that's why I'm staying out here and filming, so I don't run afoul of any bouncers at the buffet table.
Yeah.
You can see runners inside making their way out.
Real quick course update. As I mentioned, our first 4 men are through Summit Lake at mile 80.8. They're on the highest point of the course, just a half a mile or so after Summit Lake, and then they begin a gradual descent. It's a very gradual descent with some rollers from Summit Lake to Long Lake, which they hit at mile 89. So they're up high. It's in the dark. It's cold, and it's lonely up there for these hares in particular. No pacers, and they're making their way from Summit Lake to Long Lake, and we'll hopefully get some updates from Long Lake. The lead male, Dave Stevens, is about 55 minutes out from Summit Lake, so we would expect him in Long Lake, probably half an hour to 40 minutes from now.
Hey, JW, do you think that's why they possibly pair up when they're, maybe together at this point in the race? Whereas, my initial thought was that maybe they would be a little bit more hesitant to pair up. But given the fact that they don't get pacers, that's a de facto pacer to have one of your fellow racers out there with you.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I think a lot would depend on where they are. If you take for example Arlen and John, who hit Summit Lake literally stride for stride at 14:09, I would suspect if they took a similar amount of time at the aid station, they would leave together and probably run in the same general area code. Looking down at the women's first and second place, it might be the opposite. Christy Necht left just a minute and a half before Tara Dower, and they had flipped. Tara was ahead of Christy here at Olympian, so I'm not sure. They might be playing a little back and forth tag. A lot would depend on running to your strengths. If you're a technical runner, if you're better at the uphills, better at the downhills, but certainly in the dark and the cold of night, if you have another person around you, it certainly wouldn't hurt.
I would love to actually ask some of the competitors that are at the top 10 at this point, what their mindset and strategy was, because I have to admit, when I was talking to Schlarb earlier, when we were on the desk together, Schlarb's comment was, I don't know what was going on. I was in first.
Yeah.
It was all happening behind me.
Right.
So yeah, I would love to see, the mindset of the non-course record type runners who are, obviously jockeying for positions in the money, but maybe not necessarily winning at that point.
Yeah, I can relate to Schlarb. It was relatively far into my career the first time I found myself in the lead at a race at Vermont 100, and I actually didn't know what to do. I was so used to getting splits. I was so used to getting splits of the runners I was chasing down that all of a sudden, and it was about mile 70 of the race, I found out I was in first, and I was like, what the hell do I do?
We've got a Sarah O sighting.
Oh, we do? Okay.
We've got Sarah Ostaszewski coming in.
Oh,
hey,
excellent. Sarah O.
Looking good.
I need to.
A little perspective. Sarah.
She's going to take things inside.
Oh, yeah.
Because it is getting pretty cold out here. So
warm up. So she hit when we encountered her, she was at Olympian the first time right around 11 hours. And we're at 1420 right now. So she did that loop in about 3:20.
Okay. So the runners actually do come in from that side. They actually, I thought it was out and back, but it's honestly a loop where they come around the mountain and then they actually go back out that direction. But obviously keep going forward towards the rest of the course. So that makes sense now.
We do have our third place woman, Karen Holland, who we saw a little while ago when Jamil was out there filming, is through Dry Lake in 14:17.
Mhm.
So third place woman, she's about 22 minutes behind that lead pair of Christy Connect and Tara Dower.
Yeah. Take her out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I never thought of it.
Well, I think that we're at the point potentially where looks like Sarah had to run back out for something and head back in, but we're starting to hit that point, AGW, where the trail carnage that had been staved off for so long potentially starts to become a thing. We've had a couple of people at the front of the leaderboard call it a day, and we're starting to see some days start to teeter a little bit amongst some of our other pre-race favorites.
Yeah, it's this is a tough time of night. 2:25 in the morning, I should say. By the way, that blue board, that blue sign that you just went by on the wall of the shack has the listing of all the 2022 Olympians that have come from Steamboat Springs. It's an incredible list. There's about 20 names on there. This is
That's pretty great.
A sporting town.
Yeah, I brought TPK.
Again, if you're just joining us, Chris Warden has put his headset down and gone out, bundled up and gone out to do a little filming on the course.
I just have a different headset on now.
Yeah, just a different headset. The Olympian aid station, mile 51 and 64.
I can't imagine.
We have a pile of playing cards on the desk. I'm kind of curious as to what those represent.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll have to ask. Bib number 117 coming in from the loop.
Thanks for coming.
Update from the Tortoise race. Our third male is now through Summit Lake. 17:57. Kyle Thomas is through Summit Lake. Yeah, running a very smart race. Just to put it in perspective, he was a full 45 minutes behind first place at the top of the first mountain. 45 minutes behind first place at the top of the first mountain. He's only 57 minutes behind first place now. So very steady, well-paced race by that third place Tortoise, Kyle Thomas.
Andy, what is it? Who is bib number 117?
Bib number 117. Jordan, can you look up bib number 117? Male or female?
Female.
Female. Addie Rastall.
All right. Well, she came in about a minute or so behind Sarah O. So, wait. Oh, Addie. That's the woman who won the Tortoise last year that moved up to
Addie
the Hares.
Rastall. Yep, that's Addie Rastall. Yes.
Yep. That was bid number 117.
Yeah, the tracker is showing 3 minutes behind. About 3 minutes behind Sarah.
Well, interestingly, Addie is actually outside prepping for the next portion of her race. As you can see, she's center of my shot. But Sarah had gone inside to take care of whatever she needs to take care of. Haven't seen Nicole come back out yet, but I don't see her where I last saw her inside. So I'd be curious to see as to whether or not her race is going to continue. I don't know where she's at, so I will keep an eye out to see if she's going to continue on or if her stomach is giving her too many problems.
Mm-hmm. But it's looking like Addie's looking good and just doing what she has to do and probably going to get back out there.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. She's just working on her pack and with her crew person, and but it looks like she's moving around pretty well, all things considered. We'll keep an eye on Addie, and if we get a chance, either maybe talk to her briefly or her crew, perhaps, if we've got a moment.
You can just leave them chill though.
It's not guys, always look good.
Addie Rastall. Again, we spoke about Addie earlier. She was a top finisher in last year's Tortoise race and is leveled up to the Hares
Did you
race
catch
this
that? Did you catch the cartwheel?
year. No.
Oh yeah, we just had a runner come through and do a cartwheel into the Yates station. Pretty impressive.
Yeah. They're not trying hard enough. Yeah. Jordan clipped it. He's on everything.
Oh, good.
Yep.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah, I do. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
We're gonna like fill up water and do things inside.
Cheryl Holick
Well, one
in the
thing's
chat
for sure.
celebrating her daughter's arrival, Mickey, into Olympian 2. Congratulations, Mickey. You're 2/3 of the way there.
Yeah. Pick through. Pick through. Stairs on 3, 1, 2, 3,
So yeah, we're gonna have.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was gonna say we're gonna have some more of our women competitors coming through here for their second loop, and I think we've still got a few more left to go in terms of notable names. We'll keep an eye out for those. That's all I wanted to add. So go ahead.
I wanted to just mention, as we were talking earlier in the day about Georgia Porter and her gradually moving up through the field. She's certainly now put herself in a good position in 5th place and is making her way to Dry Lake, and I would suspect could be closing in on 3rd and 4th.
Well, you know, that's just Georgia Porter doing Georgia Porter things.
It absolutely is.
She is you know, she is a closer in every sense of the word. Her ascent in this sport has been meteoric, really. I mean, she went from being a somebody who podiums the local races down in Arizona to, you know, winning High Lonesome and over the course of basically 9 months.
Yeah.
You know, coming from the road scene and basically shooting up the ladder in a very quick fashion.
Yeah, just really carving minutes into the competition. Just did a 3-hour, did her Olympian loop. She did in 3 hours flat.
How are y'all?
Extremely impressive.
Yeah.
Gonna spin over towards the aid station and attempt to see if we can catch eyes on some of our other women in the race. Don't know. Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit more crowded in there. I don't see Nicole. She was sitting basically off to the right here before, but I think I see Sarah over on the far side.
We actually have information that Nicole is just right across from our studio. She and Zach are over sitting and chatting. So
Okay.
came up here probably to get out of the busyness of down below.
I think, is that Denise Barrasso right in front of me that is wearing the head covering of some kind? Actually,
Is it kind of is she wearing kind of a blue puffy?
it's a light, or it's a medium blue. It's not a puffy, but it's a jacket of some kind.
Yeah, that's Denise. Is she
Okay.
sitting among the drop bags?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Denise.
We're standing over them right now.
Yeah.
Basically starting to sit down.
Yeah, like I said, she was thinking through what she was going to do.
Well, they're taking off the shoes right now. We'll see and keep an eye on that and see where she stands here in a few minutes. We'll give them a chance to collect their thoughts.
There's a nice view in the window. All right. So again, Andy Jones Wilkins, 2:30 in the morning, Mountain Time here at Steamboat Springs in Olympian at the mile 51 and 64 point of the Run Rabbit Run 100-mile course.
Looks like bib number 117 is up and about ready to head back out on the trail.
That is Addie, correct?
Yes. Yeah. Making some.
All right, let's go, runner.
Have you had eyes on Sarah O?
I saw her inside briefly, but she was over on the other side of the indoor aid station, so didn't really get to see what was going on too closely.
Yeah, that's a good idea of the temperatures. You see Addie there with the orange pack. She's got long pants on, full jacket. I would guess gloves and hat.
Yep.
Crew is putting a little extra stuff in the back of her pack. She's getting ready for the night. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Good aid station for Addie.
How's she doing?
Local.
Doing good? Doing really good. So she's stepping up from the Tortoise to the Hare this year?
Yeah, well, that was mainly because she got comped entry for winning the Tortoise last year.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, she's proving she belongs.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We've been following her on the live stream as part of the basically top 10 or 15 women the entire time. So
yeah, she's doing good. So some redemption. She did Leadville, or was racing Leadville, whatever, 3 weekends ago, and had to drop out from the heat. So she's liking the cooler temps, that's for sure.
Yeah, this is definitely cooler than it's been.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, she looks great.
Yeah, thanks.
Yep.
Good job, Chris. Doing your thing.
Thank you.
Getting a little beta from Addie Rastall's crew.
Well, the thing is that, I mean, you know, the whole concept of being up here for these events is you get to talk about running. You get to talk about, you know, and learn the strategies of the different runners, competitors. You know, I mean, yeah, it's fun to follow the tippy top, you know, runners and competitors, but you know, for those of us that are mid and back of the packers to see other, you know, people in this case, I get to do both. I get to cover the front of the race and the mid and back of the pack, all in one shot. I don't have to run around the course like I do in some other circumstances. I just can hang out here at this aid station. Can we do this again next year? I'm really having fun.
Well, we'll ask Fred. We'll try and ask Fred when he's sleep deprived, and I'm sure he'll say yes. But yeah, this is great footage here. Again, as I've said before, wonderful concept. You know, the start finish at the ski area, and then rolling back more or less into town. You know, we're sitting
hold on. AJW, I see Zach and Nicole have come out of the aid station.
Yeah.
And Nicole is, she calling us, Zach? I think that Nicole is calling it a day. We'll see, but I want to give them a little bit of space.
Yeah, I thought I'd make it because I was like, oh my god, flying down the.
Yeah, you can tell that this is kind of the time of the night where things have definitely gone sideways for some of the racers here this weekend. Some people are moving well, others are contemplating life's choices for sure.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those moments, right? Mile 64, middle of the night, cold. It's a long way to that finish line. Still a lot of mountains ahead. Warm car, warm aid station. It's tough, understandably.
Yeah.
But then you see runners like Addie Rastall, like you just talked with her crew, and she stayed outside, methodically, worked through her pack, changed her clothes, did an excellent sort of aid station change, and was on her way.
Yeah, you can tell that as I spoke to the person crewing her that I don't know if you ever heard it, but he said that she had a disappointing Leadville a few weeks ago, and this is kind of a redemption run for her. And I didn't realize that apparently if you win the Tortoise race, you get a comped entry the following year. So that's why she chose to level up apparently. So good on her for taking on a challenge.
And that's a nice perk that Fred provides. I will say I was at Leadville doing athlete support, and it was a hot one.
That's what they said, yeah.
And so, finishers rate was about 43%, which is extremely low.
How's Bree looking?
Oh, she's doing really good.
She's good?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Is she right where she wants to be, though?
Yeah.
Good. Just wanted to touch base. So thank you very much. Appreciate it. You too. Quick little note from last year's winner, Annie Hughes, talking about her runner, Bree. Currently, what did we say about 10th place?
Yeah, ninth place.
Ninth.
And in indefinite striking distance of 6th, 7th, 8th, there was a group of Celinda Hinel, Becca Org, and Zoe Rom, all within about 10 minutes of one another, and Bree just about another 10 minutes behind them. So still plenty
and at this point in the race,
yeah,
absolutely
plenty of room to move. That lead trio of Christy Necht, Tara Dower, and Karen Holland do have a bit of a gap on that next chase pack, but still a long way to go.
No, I gotta admit, this is really inspiring to see, some of the runners who are really working through things, whether they choose to continue their day or choose to call it, it's pretty inspiring and powerful to see. So we can see Sarah Ostazuski coming out here.
Yeah, as we've talked about, Sarah's had quite a year with a win and a really fast time at Cocodona 250 and a win at the tremendously challenging mountain race of the Ure 100 in the San
Yeah.
Juans.
Grabbing those course records along the way.
Yeah.
Looks like she's going to get a little bit more gear for the coldest part of the night.
Let me set some more stuff in there. Yeah, do you want to have it? Okay, cool.
I have.
Yeah.
Good footage here, Chris, of Sarah O leaving Olympian second time through. While we have a moment, we do have our 5th place male through Summit Lake, mile 80.8. Gary Messina is through that aid station in 14:40. 5th place. He's about an hour and 20 minutes behind the lead, about an hour behind second place, and half an hour behind that pair of Arlen Glick and John Herrick. And again, with the money going 7 deep, there's always a little bit of incentive for these guys to keep moving.
Absolutely. As Leah alluded to earlier, we talked about the fact that, it doesn't necessarily pay in a race that pays, cold hard cash to 7 spots to do anything, out of turn or, maybe a little bit overly aggressive. So, playing it safe is going to keep you on the course potentially. And, one of the things about this field, and hopefully we can, showing this race to a larger audience, one of the things we can do is hopefully see that the women's field expands in the years to come. I mean, when the women's field pays 7 spots deep and there were only 25 starters in the Hares field on the women's side, your odds of cashing were, 1 in 4 basically or better.
And that's not even to mention the team race, which, by the
teams,
way,
the Masters, yeah,
the Masters, yeah.
What are you going to say about the teams race?
Well, I was going to say, I'm thinking we might be experiencing a little of a changing of the guard there. I mean, as I mentioned, Christy Necht and Patrick Parcel are in first, but closing quickly are the team of Dave Stevens and Georgia Porter. And as we were mentioning, Georgia moving through the field, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the 2 of them leapfrog both Tara Dower, Jimmy Elam, and Christy Necht, Patrick Parcel, to take that number 1 spot once they get to Summit Lake. So fun to watch that team competition.
Yeah, watching Georgia Porter do her thing in the second half of this race is going to be something to behold.
Oh, yeah.
She was on the fringes of the top 10 for so long and now has, done what she does and imposed her will to get into the top 5 at this point. Pretty amazing.
886.
Playing card.
Oh, sweet. I wanted to I mentioned Gary Messina, 5th place through Summit Lake. This is, as far as I can tell, first 100. He's done some short mountainous stuff like Broken Arrow, Grand Mesa Ultras, but a good showing so far in his first 100, where he's currently sitting in 5th place. And we have 6th place male, just 5 minutes behind him, Sean Van Horn, hitting Summit Lake in 14:45. So our top 5 men are all through mile 80.
All right, you're 30. Yeah, just go up there and tell them.
Good job.
538. Yeah, second time.
Again, Andy Jones-Wilkins with Chris Warden out in the field, getting a little close-up view at the cruise station here at Olympia, at the Olympian Hall, mile 64 of Run Rabbit Run 100-miler 2023. Top 5 men through Summit Lake. Dave Stevens on course record pace in 13:23. Jimmy Elam 14 minutes behind him in 13:41. Arlen Glick and John Herrick together 14:09. Then Gary Messina, we just spoke about, running his first 100, and sixth place, 5 minutes behind Gary, Sean Van Horn.
Oh yeah. That's fucking go, boys. You. I thought go.
Sean Van Horn out of Carbondale, Colorado. Same hometown as Zoe Rom. I think they are partners in the team competition. But Sean, also a couple broken arrows over the last couple of years. A incredible JFK back in 2021, a 5:54 JFK for fourth place.
That's incredible.
Yep. A third place at Javelina 100 in the COVID year, 2020, 16:01. And a top 10 at Speed Goat 50K. He's done Kendall Mountain Run, Leadville Trail Marathon. So Sean Van Horn, sixth place through mile 80.
Let's go, runner.
Yep, and I got that right. It is Zoe and Sean, both of Carbondale, Colorado. Team #StayWet. And at last count, we're in sixth place, but that was at Olympian 2. I suspect we'll see them move up at least into the top 5.
Hey, how's it going? It is freezing out here. Bib 875 AJW, can you look that up? I actually ran into them on the street out in Steamboat Springs the other night.
Bib
and was talking to them about the
875.
race. Yes.
We'll get Jordan on it. Sarah Santilli. Sarah Santilli.
All right. Yeah, Sarah and her husband and I were talking on the street corner in Steamboat Springs, just about how excited she was to be here. She's run Javelina 100 in the past, so she's seen our handiwork out in the desert as well. So, but she decided she wanted to do something a little less scorching this year.
Nice.
Becoming the most
I think we're seeing fewer and fewer of the hares coming through at this point. I think we're probably catching the more of the tortoises here now.
By the way, we learned that Sarah Santilli is a Hawaiian out of Honolulu.
Yep. Comes to the mainland to get her fix of dirt and mountains.
We would expect Dave Stevens, the lead male, through Long Lake, I would guess any minute now. He left Summit Lake about an hour and a half ago. And it's a 9-mile long, high altitude, gentle descent to Long Lake.
Bib number 112, one of our hares working on some things here in the aid station.
Dalton McCurdy. We heard about
Yes.
Dalton McCurdy in the early race preview. Had some fans
That's
in the
right.
chat. Yeah. Is that Dalton right there in the orange?
In the orange, that is. Like she's gearing up to head back out.
Getting late night clothes on.
860.
Thanks, volunteers. Card.
Can take it. I mean,
Here you go.
get it. Okay, great. 526.
Got some more runners coming in as well.
Get you. 627.
As you mentioned, looks like Dalton's getting ready to head out as well. She's still in the top 15 on the women's side, correct?
I believe so. 14th female in the Hares race, Dalton McCurdy.
Having a pretty solid day then, for sure.
Has Sarah O left yet?
Yeah, Sarah O left about 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit less than that, maybe about 5.
So Dalton would be in pursuit of Addie Rastall, would be the next.
I think Addie left just before Sarah.
Okay.
Hey.
Ready?
Got it.
This is Dalton McCurdy.
No, that's Dalton over here.
Oh, that's Dalton over there. Okay.
Yeah.
They both have blue jackets and black pants. My bad.
Yeah. Got a lot of action going on around here.
We'll see you in a couple hours.
Trying to catch some of the.
Just about 3 a.m. in Steamboat Springs. Plenty of activity here at Olympian Hall.
Sorry. I told him.
112.
McCurdy.
Heading out with her crew person.
Make good decisions. That's right.
Bozeman, Montana. A little bit more information about Dalton. Ran the Burley 100-miler Scout Mountain Ultras in Pocatello, Idaho, back in June, and finished second place, third place overall.
You're a big fan of that race, aren't you?
I am. I love that race. It was also out. She was also out our way at Black Canyon. Ran the 60K this past February, and the Crazy Mountain 100 in Montana in 2022, third place woman.
Sounds like that race is gaining some momentum. We've mentioned that race quite a bit amongst the competitors here at this event, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that the Crazy Mountain 100 profile increases exponentially over the next couple of years, because it's a new race. Am I correct?
Absolutely. This year, 2023 was only its second year. I know Jason Coop's wife Liz ran it in its inaugural year, and Coop said he'd never seen as well organized an inaugural race than the Crazy Mountain. So beautiful high mountain, rugged race.
I'm glad to hear it. I mean, putting together the logistics of a race. I mean, I've seen how the sausage is made at, several events, and to hear that about an inaugural event is actually really a good thing to hear about the future of the sport. It means that that RD is definitely taking their time and effort and doing right by the competitors that are not only entrusting the RDs with their money, but with their well-being.
Yes, indeed. And Haroldus Subertus, who's one of our lead men today, ran Crazy Mountain in 2022, under 24 hours. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that race continue to, make noise on the scene.
The only thing is that traveling to Montana is a bit of an effort, I would assume. I've never tried to fly into Montana. I've driven there, but never flown.
Yeah, not easy to get to, but worth it if you can get there.
Absolutely. Yeah, we can see the the spectators starting to winnow down here. What once had probably in excess of 300 people in this general area, probably down to a few dozen, probably about maybe about 70, 80 people here outside of the Olympian Hall here at on the edge of Steamboat Springs.
Yeah, you got to imagine with about half of the hares through, maybe even more than half of the hares.
Oh yeah,
the crowd will continue to dwindle, but again, the absolute cutoff is not until 7 a.m. at Olympian, so there'll be people around.
Yeah, I would say that for the tortoises still out on the course, their crews are probably retreated to warmer temperatures, whether they be in their cars or maybe at someplace they're renting or something. And frankly, at this point, I wouldn't blame them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am not used to these temperatures anymore. My Midwestern blood is completely thinned out at this point. I'll stick around out here for a few more minutes and see what I can see. I'd really like to determine what happened to Nicole Bitter here. I'm under the belief that she dropped out, but I can't confirm it yet. So,
I think so.
Yeah, we don't have confirmation in the official race results either. We do have confirmation of Denise Barassa, however.
Oh, so Denise Barassa has pulled out? Okay.
Yep. Just got that a few minutes ago.
I'll head back over to the aid station area, see if I can peek inside, and maybe we'll see her in there.
This section was, I'm kind of surprised. Like, there's a lot of
I am not seeing her in there. Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye out.
I didn't even do that with.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of that. The sun had come out.
Yeah, the last I saw Zach pulling his carry-on behind him out to the parking lot, and I called out to him, and I don't think I quite got his attention because he kind of half turned, but we'll get, I'm sure, confirmation sooner or later here. So,
Chris, if you don't mind, I want to jump in. Dave Stevens, we just got word. Dave Stevens, our men's leader, has cleared Long Lake, mile 89.
wow.
Hit there in 15:01. 15:01 elapsed. Dave Stevens, the leader from Canada, the leader of the men's race. 15:01 again. For those of you who are course record watchers, that gives him about 11 miles to the finish line, and to do so in about 2 hours and 15 minutes. 11
we might have to
miles in
wake some
2 hours
people
and
up
15
here.
minutes.
Might have to wake that guy sleeping on the bench up
Long
in
Lake.
the.
Who's sleeping on the bench? Jamil?
Oh, the guy in the Andorra jacket.
Oh, yeah, Jamil. We don't have to do so yet.
Yeah, it looks like it. Great.
Georgia's doing her thing. She's now moved into fourth place.
Amazing, simply amazing.
At Dry Lake. Got there literally 2 minutes ago in 15:03. Actually, she's running alongside one of our male competitors, Alan Teo, Teo, and is now sitting. She's still a good distance behind Karen Holland in third place, but anything can happen. Georgia Porter now fourth place female, Dry Lake, mile 70.8, just over 15
The crowd
hours.
has suddenly burst to life here. It's a little bit more sparse than it was earlier, but at the same time, there's definitely some excitement being conveyed. So
we've learned that 15th place female in the Hares, Gina Myers, is coming in, Truckee, California.
do we know what bib number she is?
113. Well, Chris, we are seeing on our back channels that our drone guys are heading up Werner, so that they can, when light comes, we can get some drone footage of those lead guys and women getting up that way.
That's fantastic. Can't wait to see it.
16th place, Taylor Raffett, coming down into your area.
I'll keep an eye out.
Yeah. Just came in. Taylor Raffett, there it is, 15:06. So Gina Myers and Taylor Raffett within a couple of minutes of one another at Olympian 2.
Taylor had an unusually high ultra sign-up score, but not a lot of results behind it. It was a couple of high-end finishes in smaller events, and I was curious to see how she would fare out here. So, getting it done. It's this is not an easy race. This is something that we've definitely established in our time covering this race today. And the fact that she's still on course is a testament to her.
Again, if you're just joining us, we do have our first place male through Long Lake, mile 89. That's Dave Stevens from British Columbia in 15:01. We have our first 6 men through Summit Lake at mile 80. Jimmy Elam, Arlen Glick, John Herrick, Gary Messina, and Sean Van Horn. On the women's side, we have Christy Necht in the lead at Dry Lake, followed by Tara Dower, Karen Holland, and now moving into 4th place, Flagstaff's own Georgia Porter.
Well, I may not have pictured my top 3, but I was readily admitting that I felt that was still a mistake for me to not put it in my top 3. So sometimes it just be like that, though.
Yep.
Saw a runner just come in a short sleeve shirt and
goodness
and
me.
shorts. That's absolute lunacy. No head covering, no nothing. But she's heading over to check with her
Kevin
crew.
Hatfield in the t-shirt.
No. It was a shorter woman.
Oh, okay. Taylor Reffett?
No, I didn't well, maybe could be. I don't know Taylor, so
yeah.
You can see some of the runners are really hitting that pain cave on the inside of the window here.
Indeed.
It's a window into their souls at this point. I wonder if I'd be able to sneak in past the bouncers at this point now that traffic is kind of slowed down a little bit. But I don't think I'm going to chance it. We have plenty of eyes here at this point. So. I'm going to keep an eye out for our Hawaiian buddy, Sarah. Looked like she was getting ready to pack up with her husband, and maybe she's getting ready to head back out.
I was pretty disappointed this year because I felt like
Somebody's coming in moving pretty well. Let me see if I can. Big number 42. Oh, that's. Is that Dan Barker? No.
No. There it is. Conan Kelly.
He's moving really well coming in.
He's in the western states part of the country. Loomis, California, about 20 miles south of Auburn, or actually, sorry, west of Auburn. A little course update as we're thinking about Dave Stevens moving from Long Lake to Mount Werner. It's a little bit of a drop and then another couple 100-foot climb and then kind of runs along a ridge before hitting that Mount Werner aid station at mile 95.8. So a little bit more climbing left to go for those front runners.
So you've been at the front of a race like this. When you get to that drop coming off of Werner, are you happy about it, or are you just not happy about it because of the fact that your quads are going to be just absolutely destroyed?
Oh, no, assuming you have some quads left, you're absolutely happy about it, because just the energy level, unless it's super crazy technical, just the energy
Yeah.
level necessary to take that descent is just a relief. So whether it's Wasatch, Bighorn, Hard Rock, a lot of the races, mountain races that end with big long downhills, it's more of a relief. Now, if your quads are absolutely trashed, or even worse, your feet are trashed, that's a different story. You're gonna have a tough time, no matter how smooth the terrain is, getting down. A 3,000 foot descent like that.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, obviously, he's going to be chasing history here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So if he's got anything left in the tank, I would assume that it's going to be full send mode coming down from that final descent.
Oh yeah, I have to imagine. I mean, he's won the race before. He knew he was 45 minutes ahead of his 18-hour split, so he's got to be thinking full send.
Can I get your number there? All right. 672.
Yeah, still don't have official confirmation on Nicole.
Yeah, I have not seen any trace of the bidders at all. What bid number was she?
Yeah, she's not showing as dropped yet in the results. That's not altogether surprising, but
Did Nicole Bitter drop, or did?
I don't know. Because what was your number?
AGW, you know what her bid number was?
101.
Well, we had access to the roster. It just hadn't showed up there yet. I happened to see that she was.
A gap in there somewhere.
Yeah.
There's a 101. Okay, let's see if she. Let's. Not. Let me check here. 225. So as far as what I can see on my paper, not here. Because here she is coming in at 153 to me, and I don't see any drop for that number.
Okay. We'll check to see. I mean, I know that she was not feeling very well.
Who cares?
Good luck. She drops up there.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, assuming she's not sitting here somewhere.
Yeah, she was sitting in there for a while, and I saw her crew carrying their stuff out, but wasn't quite sure. Wasn't able to chase Zach down.
Yeah, and I'm sorry that I don't have that answer because
Oh, no
since
problem.
I've sat down.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
It's controlled chaos for sure.
By this time of night, it's controlled chaos in my head.
Well, you look happy dancing earlier. We caught you on the live stream hanging out here dancing.
I don't want to know.
Oh, just go back and watch it. During.
We'll send the video to Fred.
I don't want to be in that, but I don't want to skip.
873 going out.
Okay.
All right.
Good luck.
Head on for town.
Chris, we just got a report that one of our early top runners, Adam Loomis, has dropped.
Really?
Yeah.
Adam was really moving well for a long time. Where did you drop? Mile 80?
70.
Oh wow.
He dropped at Dry Lake.
I mean, I have to assume AJW, like if you drop at mile 70 or later in a race like this, when you're, in the top 5 or flirting with the top 5, you must really feel like it's a done day.
Yeah, we had similar. I'm also realizing Patrick Parcel, who we were talking about earlier, is also a drop at Dry Lake.
Oh wow, Patrick Parcel is teammates with Bree Grigsby, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, let me get that because I know they did have an early lead, and yes, no, Christy necked. Christy necked our lead woman.
Wow.
So with Patrick dropping, that really does pave the way for the Georgia Porter Dave Stevens team. That would likely be followed by Tara Dower, Jimmy Elam, and third place would likely be Celinda Hinel and John Herrick. But all of that won't be updated till we get splits through Dry Lake. But those are two notable drops.
As we said, when it came to the team competition, staying on the course was vital.
Yep.
I believe that last year's winning team with Annie Hughes and Pete Mortimer, of course, Annie Hughes won the women's race, but Pete finished, I want to say, about 10th or 11th.
Mm-hmm.
So, he didn't finish on the podium or, in the top 5 or anything like that, but staying on the course and putting forth a respectable time, helped enable them to take that prize down.
Yeah. So while it's not updated, I'm going to say the virtual, let's call it the virtual lead in the team competition would be Stevens and Porter, Team Outrun Ya, with Tara Dower and Jimmy Elam in second, and Celinda Hinel and John Herrick in third. That would be the team podium, virtual team podium, by my back of the envelope calculations.
I think that's about as good of an assumption as we can get, because you take a look at those 19 teams based on the DNFs that have started to suddenly pour in. That knocks out a good third of the teams, if not half.
Yeah, it does.
Numbers. Hello. Oh, yeah. 876.
876. If it's not easy to get to, don't worry about it.
Oh, it's okay. You guys can probably reuse it better. Well, yeah, somebody's missing a fullback.
Good to get a little bit of that audio.
Well, now that things have kind of cooled down here, we're actually able to hear what everybody's saying. So,
hey, Chris,
kind of fun in that regard.
When they hand the volunteer, they look like they hand the volunteer a
playing card.
Something. Oh, it's a playing card. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, well, let's find out. Can you explain the purpose of the playing cards that the runners are bringing in?
Yeah. So the folks, when they go through it's the aid station at the top, Elena Payne gives them a playing card so they know that they've come. So to give to us, so they know that they may come through.
Okay.
There's a lot of trails on this mountain, so we want to make sure everybody makes it up and back down.
Understood. Thank you very much. Did you catch that, AJW?
Yeah, that's really cool. So they just want to make sure that they went on the proper course and hit the aid station twice. So the aid station gives them a playing card. They turn the playing card in, and they're good to go.
I see a runner coming in with a Crown King Scramble buff that makes my heart warm.
That's nice. So
if
again,
nothing else on me is warm.
Just back on the team, with Patrick Parcel dropping, that's a team that's eliminated. We're thinking Nicole Bitter is a drop, and now Adam Loomis is a drop. So yeah, I mean the team competition is still kind of. I mean, I think Georgia Porter, Dave Stevens, Tara Dower, Jimmy Elam are kind of a lock for 1 and 2. But
yeah, it would take a lot for anybody to dislodge one of those two teams.
But Celinda Hinel, John Herrick, and Zoe Rom, Sean Van Harn could easily be still in the hunt for that third spot.
It could come down to the wire with those those two following teams, assuming everybody stays on the course. But as we're seeing at this point, there's really no guarantees that people are going to be staying on the course.
Elaine, they're letting people in.
Megan Spiker, we talked about her a lot earlier. We're having trouble with her keeping her time, but we now have her through Dry Lake in 7th place female at 15:21. 15:21, 5 minutes behind Celinda Hinel. So 7 women now through Dry Lake.
From what I understand, I might be able to sneak in here. Maybe we'll get some of the vibe of the.
Oh, very good, very good.
They've let all of us ruffians in now at this point, so.
I'm going to take a little bio break and be right back.
Some people. Looks like this course has put a hurting on a lot of people out there, AJW.
Okay, couple of minutes. We cooked your order. Okay, solid. Thank you, man. How you doing?
60 5 miles.
That's awesome.
So the volunteers hard at work here at Olympian Hall. Looks like they've got a lot going on over here. Full-blown kitchen setup in here.
That's way.
This is all happening right below your feet, AJW.
Can you hear me, Chris?
I can.
Oh yeah. Sorry, we just had Dan Ryan come through, our follow cam guy. So I just wanted to say hi to him.
Oh, sure.
So they let you in. What's the vibe down there?
I think that people are grateful to be at their opportunity to be indoors for at least a little while. Hopefully, they don't fall in love with the heat because they know they got to go back out there and do the rest of the deed. But you can see in some cases, speak of the devil. Look who we found.
Oh, there he is.
Man, they will let anybody into this club at this point. How you doing, Dan?
Is that how you got it?
Right. I snuck in past the bouncers. So. I'm sorry? Wonderful. We decided to mix things up, and so I grabbed a gimbal and I'm out here filming people coming and going. So how's your runner doing?
Good. Black jacket. He's doing great.
Well, good. Good job, Pacer.
Yeah, Dan told me they almost got charged by a moose up in the high country. So pretty funny.
Well, to be fair, the moose had it coming. I mean,
yeah.
But yeah, the vibe in here is it seems like business, but there are a lot of people hunched over, kind of, like we said, at this point in the race, a lot of times we find ourselves questioning our life choices. So, I mean, there's a lot of energy. There's, a lot of buzzing going on. The volunteers doing great work back here, doing their best to make sure the runners are fed and hydrated. Love the energy, love the activity. This is what it's all about. I mean, for some runners, they're in front of the race, and for some of the viewers, they are, used to people being in and out of aid stations because the runners that they're following are so quick. Their interactions in aid stations are minimal. For the rest of us that are back of the packers and mid packers, this is our life. This is how our races go. These are my people. These are the runners that I associate with when I'm out on a trail. I'm not chasing down CRs or anything like that. These are the people that I am commiserating with in mutual misery when I'm out on the trails. So this warms my heart to see, as well as my feet, my hands, my head, my ears, and everything else by being indoors here.
Yeah, and let's keep in mind, I mean, most of these tortoises, they've still got plenty of time on the clock.
That's the beauty of this.
These are not people chasing cutoffs. The cutoff, it's 3:30 a.m. Colorado time right now, and the cutoff is still 3.5 hours away. So you can see people taking care of themselves, getting their warm clothes on, eating food. There's no panic in any of these runners.
Exactly. That's the beauty of this AJW. They've got hours. They are well ahead of cutoffs. At this point, you said it's about 3:30 in the morning. So they have, if they're here, they're at mile 64.
Yeah.
So they've got 36 miles to go and 16 and a half hours to do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're all well within their capabilities of finishing this race. And so, from what I can see here, that looks like an extra couple dozen buckles that are going to be passed out here as the day rolls on. And that's just based on what I see in this room here.
Yeah, I mean, I know we've spent the last little while here talking about a flurry of DNFs at the front of the pack, but I wouldn't be surprised when the dust settles on this race. There's a fairly high finishers rate in the tortoise division.
Well, I think that if you're a tortoise and you make it to, I believe that mile 70, when I'm running a race like this, not specifically this difficult, but when I'm running 100 miler, I think that mile 70 is the magic number. If you can get to magic at mile 70, if you're doing 100 miler, odds are you've done a 50K or 10 in your life. Mm-hmm. So you can mentally digest the idea of finishing a 50K, as painful and miserable as you are. So,
sure.
My hope is that these runners, once they get to the next aid station at mile 71, are able to mentally digest, and so that everybody that comes through these doors at this point makes it all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, this is great to see this, Chris. Very people
volunteers doing the work to help make sure that these runners and pacers get everything they need before they head out, because it is still cold and it's going to be a few hours before sunrise. So they've got to make sure that everybody out there is prepared for the next few miles. And when you're at 7,000, 8,000 feet, anything can happen out there. So you definitely want to make sure that you're not sending runners out unprepared. So
just want to jump in with an update on the women's Hares race, because as we expected, we have a group of women within 25 minutes of one another. These are all through Dry Lake, mile 70.8. Georgia Porter, 15:03. Becca Org, 15:13. Celinda Hinel, 15:16. Megan Spiker, 15:21. And Zoe Rom, now latest through, 15:27. So all five of those women within 25 minutes of one another. They're all chasing down the lead trio of Christy Necht, Tara Dower, and Karen Holland.
Look at this, a great pacer right here, taking care of business before
We're great. Adequate.
An adequate pacer, taking care of business.
Dan Ryan, great guy, does a lot of work for Hard Rock and is out pacing. It was doing our follow cam that we saw a little while ago. I wouldn't be surprised
We only
if we
poke
see that
because
pop up
we
again.
appreciate him so much.
Exactly.
We wouldn't poke if we didn't appreciate him for all he does for the community. But yeah, I feel like the energy is starting to pick up. Maybe it's the fact that some of these people have been in here for enough time to warm up, and maybe their extremities and minds have kind of cleared up a little bit. I mean, yeah, there are some people trying to take care of some business in here, but for the most part, I've seen the smile quotient pick up in here considerably over the last maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Good to hear.
If you don't need to use it, please don't. Is this system? Yeah, because the battery. What's our radio? Give me 1 second. That's
See runners trying to, a lot of them are switching socks, trying to take care of their feet. Obviously, they might be getting to the point where some hot spots might be becoming an issue, but they're doing their best to mitigate that situation. Lubing up, it looks like, any way they can.
Nice drop bag setup they've got there.
Yeah, very well organized.
Good stuff. People taking care of feet, getting some food, texting loved ones. Nice little insight, Chris, to how most of the modern trail and ultra runners function in mountain 100-milers. You know, taking care of themselves, spending some time in aid station.
I saw one of our hares, bib number 113, was kind of literally taking a nap over on the floor over there. I don't know if that's heat or pain related, but basically a blanket thrown on over her and trying to take a nap. You lost your runner?
Gina Myers is 113. She came into Olympian about 30 minutes ago.
Okay. Sounds like Dan lost his runner.
Maybe his runner lost him.
That's entirely possible as well. How far are you going with your runner, Dan?
20 miles.
Okay, 20 more or 20 total?
No, just a 30.
Okay. Yeah, I think that, as we were saying on our live stream a little bit ago, if you can get your runner, if the mid and back of the packers can get to Dry Lake, those who are, even if they're doing their first 100, they've probably done 50K along the way. Like, they can stomach and reconcile that in their head. Yeah, you can visualize doing it. So I think that that's awesome, getting the runner to that point. And that's one thing that I learned was, you know, if given the choice of having one pacer, rather than doing miles like 80 to 100, I'd rather be 50 to 70. So
Yeah. Get some through, and then I'm dropping my mom with a friend to drive.
awesome.
He's tough. He's not having a great time, but
Well, at this point,
I don't know who is.
yeah, right. But that's why we do it, right?
Where he went.
Dan's gonna have to hunt down his runner. On the hunt for his runner. But yeah, there's a nice buzz and energy in here. I mean, you know, there's a lot of people in here that are in a lot of pain, but at the same time, I think that a can-do attitude seems to have overtaken some of the previous pain that people had going on. So all right, delayed going back out into the cold long enough.
There we go.
See your thing in the dark.
Good Lord, it's cold out. But, you know, if the runners can endure it for 36 hours, I can endure it for a few minutes. See, they got the jams going on. Oh, found his runner.
There we go. Dan Ryan.
Gil, his runner. See you later. Good job.
A couple hours, I'll come down.
Perfect. Love to have you back. Yeah, it's been one of the bonus benefits and treats of this weekend is getting to hang out with Dan Ryan a little bit for dinner. For instance, the other night we all went out together and talking to him about his new trail running and hard rock related podcast, and just kind of realizing that he's a very fascinating, smart guy. So. Yeah, what was a few hours ago at the stroke of midnight, populated, end to end with people has become a pretty sparse yard, as you can see out here.
Oh yeah.
I think that people have retreated inside for warmth, as well as most runners. Well, everybody has made it through here once, and those people that are coming in now are doing so for the second time. And as we mentioned, the runners that are not yet through here for the second time have until 7 a.m. to depart. So they've got over 3 hours.
Yep. Yeah, I think the cutoffs are such that if you make it through the first time Olympian, you have a pretty strong shot of getting through that second time.
Yeah, because it was what, a 5 hour loop basically on a half marathon. I mean, even if it is pretty technical and gnarly, if they've made it to this point, then they're probably well off enough that they can, gut out that loop. Looks like we've got some runners heading out and some runners coming in.
I get yourself some one. What do we got? Hey. All right. 659. Number 421. All right.
If you're just tuning in, this is Chris Warden's camera out at the Olympian aid station crew spot where they're checking in with their playing cards. There's the indoor facility. There's some crews, a sparse smattering of crews. That chalet you see in the back is where we're set up.
You can see right up there.
That A-frame.
You know what? Before I sign off out here, AJW, I want to go inside and show people like the flag setup and everything in there.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
We've been talking about it. I'll bring the camera over and we can show people how cool it is on the interior. Thanks, appreciate that. Thanks. You're doing a great job out here. Keep it up. Made it back. Glad to see we had people that are enjoying what we do. It always makes me feel good to hear people convey their enjoyment of our effort out here. Let's see if we've got any runners coming down the hill. If not, then I'm going to head back inside. I'm going to head back inside here and see how everybody is. Everybody's feeling.
Oh, he's going to come up here and show the studio. Yeah.
You don't want to talk to this guy. He hates running. He hates running. This is definitely why he's coming back here. What is this? Sign up for 100K. The fourth time? The fifth? Okay. All right, go get him. Next time. Bye.
Bye.
Encountering that love of running that we all hold dear.
Oh yeah, especially
62 miles into a race. Back inside. All business in the lodge room down here. This is the ground floor of the lodge. If I had to guess, there's probably about 20 to 25 runners here at the moment. And I think that the runners that have not called it a day, I think that if they got here and they're still working on things, that they're going to continue on.
Yeah.
At least that's my impression. I don't think we're going to see a lot of these people that we're filming here call it quits right now. I think they're going to keep on going in most cases, if not all.
Yeah, I would agree. I think unless things are really, really going south, this is regroup time. This is take care of yourself and get back out there. No rush.
Yeah, and yeah, as we mentioned, they're 3.5 hours ahead of cutoff. You know, doing just fine. Or 3 hours and 15 minutes rather. Yeah. Still just fine.
Yeah, and really the cutoffs again, they're there for a reason, but they only get more generous. They hit Olympian Hall at 7 a.m. They get 2.5 hours to get up to Dry Lake by 9:30, and then they can take until 2 p.m. to get to Summit Lake. Again, these are the Tortoise cutoffs, but they have ample time. So
yeah, if there's carnage on the Hares side, I think that we would probably look at things a little bit differently. But for the most part, I would assume that the Hares have made their way out. I mean, I know we've had a couple here and there. I do see a couple of lower numbered bibs in here, but by and large, this is the mid and back of the pack of the Tortoise group. So
yeah, I mean, by our data, there are only 5 Hares left on the Olympian loop, and I think 2 of them are probably drops that just haven't been recorded yet because they got to Olympian 1 in 11 hours. But the other 3 that got there in 13 could still be on their way.
Well, I see one coming through, getting ready to head out, bib number 25. I believe I also saw bib number 31 in here as well. So there's 2 of your
Matthew Duncan and Jacob Fisher.
Yeah, I did see Jacob Fisher. Matthew Duncan just literally walked right by my view. I see Jacob Fisher actually over there in a blue jacket. I'll see him over sitting on one of the coolers on the other side. But so yeah, there's only a couple of Hares left in here at this point. This is a turtle party. For the most part, so we'll see if we end up catching some of these runners here when all is said and done, for a nail biter of a finish, or maybe a lot of them just make their way through with flying colors. It's bib number 113 was another one that we had. As far as the hares go, that was the woman that I just saw that was lying down.
Yeah, Gina.
Yeah. So that's 3 hares that I've seen here in the. Here in our grouping of people.
Hey, thanks for joining us in the stream in the chat from New Zealand. Good, always good to have some Kiwis join the fun here. I know you're in the middle. You're in the middle of your Saturday, maybe even afternoon of your Saturday. So, thanks for joining us.
Somebody getting worked on with a massage gun. That has become an extremely common sight at 100 milers. I gotta say, I remember back in my day, 3 or 4 years ago, that a massage gun was a truly high-end luxury device.
We were asked about bib number 110, Kaylee Holyfield. She got into Olympian at 15:33. You see bib number 110, Chris?
I have not.
Okay.
I'll keep an eye out though. Bib number 110.
Yep, Kaylee Holyfield.
I will keep an eye out.
Welcome to Olympian. How you doing, man? It's a great day to be alive.
Look at Fred.
It's true. Are you going to up to the mountain?
Yeah. In a couple of minutes. About 15 minutes. You got any room?
That guy asking Fred for a ride?
Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I think he was a pacer.
Oh, okay.
So. I hope he's a pacer.
And it's Chris Warden taking a little break from the studio down in the aid station here at Olympian. I think it's probably got 20 runners in their crews and volunteers.
It's also giving you a break from me.
Yeah. Closing in on 4 a.m.
And I also have hot pants that
Again, an update. Dave Stevens from British Columbia is at this point our only runner through Long Lake, mile 89. He hit there at 15:01.
All right, go get him.
He's 50 minutes into the leg to Mount Werner, which is about 6.8 miles with some climbing, all above about 10,000 feet before the precipitous descent all the way to the finish.
That's just a staggering idea to me that he is moving so well. Like I didn't think at all, based on my expectations entering the race, that we would be having this conversation. There was very little belief that we would be looking at a potential course record coming down either on the men's or women's side, but now it's become a very distinct possibility.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot will depend on what kind of downhill legs he has. I think he's shown that he's climbing and traversing the mountains well,
right now.
Okay, that 5 mile downhill.
Because I didn't even see with Jamil. I'm Fred.
Fred,
the race director.
Fred, I'm Chris.
I don't want to.
Oh, you've been on it pretty much, quite a bit.
No. Nobody wants to look at my ugly mug. Are you
Oh,
kidding?
no. You're the reason for the season right now. So
They are the reason for this.
I
And
think
you guys.
it's a team effort.
Fred doesn't want to come on TV.
Just turn it on. I got a question to ask you, okay? I just want to make sure that where the leaders are. I want to make sure. I'm not giving you
Oh, sure. Hey, HAW, can we give Fred an update on where the leaders are?
Jimmy and
pass
Dave
it
Stevens
along.
are.
We know that Dave Stevens is the only runner so far through Long Lake. He
Okay.
went through there.
So he hasn't got him out one. Okay. That's fine.
He got through Long Lake at 3:01. So right around 3 a.m.
Is
through
that
Long
3
Lake.
o'clock?
He's
3:01,
not to,
yeah.
he's not to water yet.
He's got like 12 miles. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Oh, no problem. Chris. So, yeah, we're keeping an eye on things here. Like I said, I think that we're seeing a whole lot of grit in this room right now. You know, the runners that are, refueling for that next big push up the mountain and on their way to Dry Lake. Of course, their next way station on this course. And like I will harp on this and I will repeat it because it bears repeating that if these runners can make it to Dry Lake, these tortoises, they're going to finish this race because they can all stomach and rationalize the idea of a 50K or less in my mind.
Hey, Chris, Kaylee's friend Nicole, who's visiting with us in the chat, she says check the stairwell for Kaylee. Maybe perhaps Kaylee is a notorious sleeper.
And what bib number am I looking for again? 110?
110. We're looking for Kaylee. Oh, this is great.
There's a couple of runners kind of hanging out. You can peek up the stairs. This is interactive programming like you've never seen before.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Actually, I'm going to take a moment while I'm up here or head over into our studio setup so people can see exactly what we mean about this flag setup.
Yeah, so Chris is in the room with us. Jordan and I are here. Our fearless leader Jamil is taking a little snooze over on the bench. But yeah, you're getting a look at Olympian Hall, where we've been all day and all night. Beautiful little spot. We're closing in on 16 hours of the Hares race, 20 hours of the Tortoise race. 4 a.m.
All right, I'm going to head outside and back down. We've got some runners still coming in. So you can see literally the Yates station area is right outside our studio.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
So I did not see anybody sleeping in the stairwell. I will peek around, and I also don't know, like, for instance, maybe people are setting up time with their crew outside. I think that there is a belief for some runners and racers that heading indoors is a trap.
Yeah.
We talk about beware the chair. Well, beware the heater, if that's something you can come across here. We've got a group of runners heading back out on the course. like I said, these are going to be the people that we're going to see finishing here coming up this afternoon when we're back on the air later.
Chris, I got to jump in. I got to jump in and let you know that we have a new second place runner in the men's race. Arlen Glick has moved into second place. He's leapfrogged over Jimmy Elam, and Arlen is a full 55 minutes behind Dave Stevens, but is through Summit Lake in 15:56. I'm sorry, not Summit Lake, correction, Long Lake, with about 12 miles to go to the finish. Arlen Glick second place through in 15:56, and Arlen is quietly producing a great season with a top 20 finish at Western States, a top 5 finish at Hard Rock, and now what looks like a likely second place and a nice little payday here at Run Rabbit Run.
Well, it actually is really interesting to hear that because last year Arlen ran this race in just over 19 hours. Finished in second place by about an hour. So if he keeps paces, he might actually improve upon his race from last year by a substantial margin as well, based on going from 19 to maybe 18:30 or 18:15 even potentially.
Yeah, I think he's in range to be in the, I'd say, below 18:30.
That would be an excellent run for him. Excellent.
Also, one of our early leaders too, Haroldus Subertus from Haynes, Alaska, is through Summit Lake. Is through mile 80 in 15:55. So we now have eight men through Summit Lake, and 2 through Long Lake.
I wonder if some of the runners that are hanging out outdoors are doing so simply so they avoid the comfort of the heat inside.
It could very well be.
Well, the only reason that I am actually still standing outside is because I want to give these runners the credit that they're due as well, because it is so tempting for me to go inside and just hang out. So, kudos to the runners that are setting up their crew setups outside, because it has gotten quite chilly out here tonight, or this morning, actually, as a matter of fact.
I've mentioned a couple times during the broadcast that this aid station reminds me of the Brighton Lodge aid station at Wasatch, where you went into this nice warm ski lodge. And for all the years I ran Wasatch, I only went in there to tell them my number and stand on the scale. It was back in the days when we still had to weigh ourselves. Otherwise, I always had my crew set up at the area where you buy your lift tickets in the ski area, and we would just stay outside. I would drink some hot soup or something, go in, weigh myself, and get out of there, because I was a sucker. I still am a sucker for nice warm ski lodges. So kudos to these runners who are staying outside.
Yeah, that would be tough, I have to say, because I've never run an ultra, I don't think, at least not a trail ultra, where you have the opportunity to go indoors during the race. I'd have to really think long and hard about it. The only event that I can think of where I have that opportunity would be across the years. And there's a reason why I never get past like 105 miles in 6 days across the years, because that heating tent is such a trap. I mean, I go for the 6 day and I say, oh, this is the year I'm going to go for 200 miles. No. The heating tents, are just too hard of an influence to overcome. So, but major credit to these runners that are heading back out there for the final 35 or so miles of this race, because it's hard when you get to this time of the day, to get to this time of the morning, and you've got to push forward. You've got to have that belief and that understanding that you can do it, especially now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, no runner is going to be in a situation where they can't power hike it in from here if they've got that left in their body.
True.
I just don't know if Mike can say like this.
I don't think so. Did you ask him about 506?
No, like this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We'll see you guys.
Good luck out there, man.
So again, we're hitting 4 a.m. here, Colorado time. The Hares have now been at it for 16 hours. The Tortoises for 20. Absolute cutoff is 30 hours for the Hares and 36 hours for the Tortoises. We've got footage on the ground with Chris Warden in his camera, looking at a runner right here, getting situated to head back out. 2 men are through Long Lake at mile 89. Dave Stevens in 15:01 and Arlen Glick in 15:56. Dave Stevens, depending on how he does in this section over to Mount Werner, has a shot at our colleague Jason Schlarb's 2023 course record of 17:15, but he's going to have to keep the pedal to the metal. In the women's race, we are awaiting the arrival of Christy Necht and Tara Dower at Summit Lake. I'm sorry. They were 2 minutes apart at Dry Lake. It's a 10-minute, brutal 10-mile stretch from Dry Lake to Summit Lake. But we would expect them there within the half an hour or so. And third place woman is Karen Holland, who was about 20 minutes behind the 2 leaders, and then Georgia Porter another 20 minutes in third place.
Another runner heading out, bib number 879. Another one of the Tortoises grinding it out, bib number 466. Like I said, these are the people we're going to see tomorrow afternoon when we're back on the air for our next shift. So get to know these faces because we'll be seeing them in about 35 miles.
Yep, they'll probably have a bit fewer, bit less clothes on.
Yeah, that's true. It'll be nice and warm, maybe about 70 degrees, so about 35 degrees warmer at this point. Yeah, thank you. I don't see anybody coming down the hill. I see. Oh, no, they're heading out actually.
I get it because this is myself. It was on my.
Another one coming up, bib number 483, heading out towards Dry Lake.
We have Jimmy Elam, one of our early leaders. He has made it to Long Lake as well in 16:04. So about 8 minutes behind Arlen, and now in third place.
I wonder if that's going to shape up to be a race. Obviously, Arlen has been moving better at this point, much better actually. But it's an ultra. There's a reason why we run the whole thing.
Yeah.
Another couple runners coming out. Bib number 479. I'm not sure about the one behind him, but nice work.
Thank you.
Have fun out there. Get it done. We'll see you in the afternoon. Runners in shorts and t-shirt. Bib number 430. Got to be freezing. And we've got a few more runners coming in here to Olympian aid. I guess this would be Olympian 2.
Yep.
Looks like bib number 411. Nice work.
Oh, pretty good. Oh, I'm doing pretty good actually. Oh yeah,
Chris, just a quick update on the team competition now that we have a split for Jimmy, because of course we're assuming that Arlen's teammate, unfortunately Nicole Bitter, we're assuming that she is a DNF, which pretty much makes it a 2-team competition between the team of Stevens and Porter and Jimmy Elam and Dower. Right now, the gap between Stevens and Elam is over an hour. So we've got plus an hour and 5 minutes or so in favor of Stevens. But on the women's side of that team, Dower, at least at last count, had a just over an hour and 8-minute lead over Georgia. So if the race ended now, Georgia and Jimmy would just eke it out. But if Georgia closes 8 to 10 minutes on Tara, and Dave continues to extend his lead on Jimmy, it is likely to flip that switch. So kind of a fun little side note here in the team race.
We're going to be doing that math here for the next few hours. It's going to be actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's fun.
Because there's the difference between first and second place is $2,500 for a team. So $1,250 ahead. Oh, hats off to these crews that are able to weather this weather. It is so cold out here.
Some Dave Stevens fans in the chat. Thank you for joining us. Les George Stevens and G Meller. We do have people on the ground, by the way, up around the mountain, Mount Werner.
Perfect.
Which would be about mile 56. We obviously won't have drones up yet in the darkness, but we do have some boots on the ground, and their eyes are peeled for headlamps as Dave is making his way from Long Lake to Mount Werner. Again, that's a 6.8 mile section. Dave left there about an hour and 9 minutes ago. So I would expect in the next 10 to 15 minutes, our crew on the ground there will see those headlamps, and we'll get a little bit of footage of Dave coming in.
That's perfect. I can't wait to see what the sunrise drone shots are some of the best stuff that we get to witness during these races. That gets people up and at them, to see in a town like this where you're, surrounded by the Rocky Mountains, it's going to be a sight to behold. So, I'll be looking forward to it in the morning here. Bib number 821 coming in. One of our
Sorry, Chris, I want to jump in. I just got a little from our people on the ground so that our Dave Stevens fans don't get too worried. Our crew is actually 10 minutes beyond the Werner aid station. They're guessing 10 minutes beyond the aid station. So we'll probably have maybe the split at the aid station before we get the eyes on the headlamps. While we have you, fourth place man is through. John Herrick is through Long Lake, 16:10. So still a race for the podium. He's only 6 minutes behind Jimmy Elam for that third place spot.
So 2, 3, 4 are like 15 minutes apart total.
Exactly. Yep. Arlen, 15:56. Jimmy, 16:04. And now John, 16:10.
So, obviously we lost some of our competitors along the way, but that men's race stayed pretty tight through the night.
Oh, absolutely. Good friend Billy Simpson joining us in the chat. Thank you. He's commenting he was here in the race last year and making a comment that it's agreeing with you, Chris, that it's quite cold. He says, that was a cold place last year. You best get in and out of there.
Yeah, the indoor aid station, obviously, as we've seen, and well, I'll go back into the indoor aids, frankly, because I don't know how much more cold I can take personally. But to see the runners, go inside, I wouldn't personally be able to get back out. So,
yeah. Eric Anderson asking in the chat, does Arlen have a chance or does Dave have to fall apart? I mean, I'm just gonna say I think Dave would have to fall apart, and I don't think he's going to fall apart. I mean, 55 minutes in 12 miles is a big ask.
Yeah. Bib number 123 has made it in. One of our hares. We were obviously tracking the last few hares to be making it in to Olympian aid. We've been talking about the tortoises, but these few hares, they've covered this ground in 4 less hours. And are doing a great job. Even if they're at the back of the pack for the hares, they're still having a fantastic race. So,
hey Chris, we're gonna take a little commercial break and switch streams, and we'll be back on for what should be an exciting finish to this race. So we'll talk.
All right,
to
I'm
you
going to log
in a
off
few
for
minutes.
a few minutes, and I will. I'll log back on, and Jordan will be able to let you know when I come back on.
That sounds great. All right, thanks.
Thanks.
We'll see you.
Welcome to our world, where forward-thinking running apparel brings us closer together. We build for the long run, producing durable gear responsibly, and collaborating with emerging artists around the globe, giving back to clean water initiatives. We are Janji, and we run differently.
Beautiful day, huh? Dinner time!
Time for another?
Oh, yeah.
We live in an altered state, cultivating calm in the chaos, pushing the edge of performance. We're redefining the future of fit. We make the best gear better. Fast, effortless, precision fit. This is Dialed In. We are BOA.
The mountains you climb, maybe stairs. The records you set, maybe personal. The fans you inspire, maybe family. No lights, no camera, just action. You don't have to be a pro. You just need Honey Stinger.